chapters 38 and 39 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38, The Defense of Love, discusses passionate love, its sanction, its place in marriage, and its preservation in marriage. I have before me, as I write, a newspaper article by Robert Blatchford, a great writer and great man. He is dealing with the subject of love and marriage, and his doctrine is summed up in the following sentences. There is a difference between loving a woman and falling in love with her. The love one falls into is a sweet illusion, but that fragrant dream does not last. In marriage, there are no fairies. This expresses one of the commonest ideas in the world. Passionate love is one thing, and marriage is another and different thing, and it is no more possible to reconcile them than to mix oil and water. Our notions of romantic love took their rise in the Middle Ages from the songs and narratives of the troubadours, and this whole tradition was based upon the glorification of illegitimate and extramarital love. That tradition has ruled the world of art ever since, and rules it today. I do not exaggerate when I say that it is the conventional view of grand opera and the drama of moving pictures and novels that impassioned and thrilling love is found before marriage, and is found in adultery and in temptations to adultery, but is never found in marriage. I have a pretty varied acquaintance with the literature of the world, and I have sat and thought for quite a while without being able to recall a single portrait of life which contradicts this thesis. And certainly anyone familiar with literature could name 10,000 novels and dramas and grand operas which support the thesis. English and American Puritanism have beaten a tradition down to this extent. The novelist portrays the glories and thrills of young love and carries it as far as the altar and the orange blossoms and white ribbons and showers of rice, and stops. He leaves you to assume that this delightful rapture continues forever after, but he does not attempt to show it to you. He would not dare attempt to show it, because the general experience of men and women in marriage would make him ridiculous. So he runs away from the issue. If he tells you a story of married life, it is a story of a triangle, the thrills of love imperiling marriage, and either crushed out or else wrecking the lives of the victims. Such is the unanimous testimony of all our arts today, and I submit it as evidence of the fact that there must be something vitally wrong with our marriage system. Personally, I am prepared to go as far as the extreme sex radical in the defense of love and the right to love. I believe that love is the most precious of all gifts of life. I accept its sanctions and its authority. I believe that it is to be cherished and obeyed, and not to be run away from or strangled in the heart. I believe it is the voice of nature speaking in the depths of us, and speaking from a wisdom deeper than we have yet attained, or may attain for many centuries to come. And when I say love, I do not mean merely affection. I do not mean merely the habit of living in the same home, which is the basis of marriage, as Blatchford describes it. What I mean is the love of the poets and the dreamers, the young love, which is thrill and ecstasy, a glorification and a transfiguration of the whole of life. I say that, far from giving up this love for marriage, it is the true purpose of marriage to preserve this love and perpetuate it. To save repetition and waste of words, let us agree that from now on, when I use the word love, I mean the passionate love of those who are in love. I believe that it is the right of men and women to be in love, and that there is no true marriage unless they are in love, and stay in love. I believe that it is possible to apply reason to love, to learn to understand love and the ways of love, to protect it and keep it alive in marriage. Blatchford writes the sentence, "Matrimony cannot be all honeymoon." I answer that assuredly it can be. And if you ask me how I know, I tell you that I know in the only way we really know anything, because I have proven it in my own life. I say that if men and women would recognize the perpetuation of the honeymoon as the purpose of marriage, and would devote to that end 1/100th part of the intelligence and energy they now devote to the killing of their fellow human beings in war, we might have an end to the wretched romantic tradition, which makes the most sacred emotion of the human heart into a sneak thief, skulking in the darkness, entering our lives by the back alleys and secret stairways, while greed and worldly pomp, dullness and boredom parade in by the front entrance. In the first place, what is love? Young love, passionate love, the love of those who fall in. I know a certain lady, well versed in worldly affairs, who says that it is at once the greatest nonsense and the deadliest snare in the world. This lady was trained as a coquette. She, and all the young ladies she knew, made it their business to cause men to fall in love with them, and their prestige was based upon their skill in that art. So to them, love was a joke, and men in love were victims, whether ridiculous or pitiable. To this I answer that I know nothing in life that cannot be faked, but an imitation has value only as it resembles something that is real, and that has real value. I am aware that it is possible for a society to be so corrupted, so given up to the admiration of imitations, of the paint and powder and silk stocking-clad ankle kind of love, that true and genuine love interest, with its impulse to self-sacrifice and self-consecration, is no longer felt or understood. I am aware that in such a society it is possible for even the very young to be so sophisticated that what they take to be love is merely vanity, the worship of money, and the grace and charm which the possession of money confers. I have known girls who were head over heels in love and thought it was with a man, when quite clearly they were in love with a dress suit or a social position. In such a society it is hard to talk about natural emotions and deep and abiding and disinterested affections. Nevertheless, amid all the false conventions, the sham glories and cowardices of our civilization, there abides in the heart the craving for true love, and the idea of it leaps continually into flame in the young. In spite of the ridicule of the elders, in spite of blunders and tragic failures, in spite of dishonesties and deceptions, nevertheless, it continues to happen that out of 1,000 maidens the youth finds one whose presence thrills him with a new and terrible emotion, whose lightest touch makes him shiver, almost makes his knees give way. If you will recall what I have written about instinct and reason, you will know that I am not a blind worshiper of our ancient Mother Nature. I am not humble in my attitude toward her, but perfectly willing to say when I know more than she does. On the other hand, when I know nothing or next to nothing, I am shy of contradicting my ancient mother, and disposed to give respectful heed to her promptings. One of the things about which we know almost nothing at present is the subject of eugenics. We are only at the beginning of trying to find out what matings produce the best offspring. Meantime, we ought to consider those indications which nature gives us, just as we consider her advice about what food to eat and what rest to take. It is not my idea that science will ever take men and women and marry them in cold blood, as today we breed our cattle. What I think will happen is that young men and women will meet one another, as they do at present, and will find the love impulse awakening, they will then submit their love to investigation as to whether they should follow that impulse or should wait. In other words, I do not believe that science will ever do away with the raptures of love, but will make itself the servant of these raptures, finding out what they mean and how their precious essence may be preserved. I perfectly understand that the begetting of children is not the only purpose of love. The children have to be reared and trained, which means that a home has to be founded, and the parents have to learn to cooperate. They have to have common aims in life, and temperaments sufficiently harmonious so that they can live in the house together without tearing each other's eyes out. This means that in any civilized society all impulses of love have to be subjected to severe criticism. I intend, before long, to show just how I think parents and guardians should cooperate with young people in love, to help them to understand in advance what they are doing and how it may be possible for them to make their love permanent and successful. For the moment, I merely state, to avoid any possible misunderstanding, that I am the last person in the world to favor what is called blind love, the unthinking abandonment to an impulse of sex passion. What I am trying to show is that the passionate impulse, the passionate excitement of the young couple, is the material out of which love and marriage are made. Passion is a part of us, and a fundamental part. If we do not find a place for it in marriage, it will seek satisfaction outside of marriage, and that means lying or the wrecking of the marriage, or both. Passion is what gives to love and marriage its vitality, its energy, its drive. In fact, it gives these qualities to the whole character. It is a vivifying force, transfiguring the personality, and, if it is crushed and repressed, the whole life of that person is distorted. Yet, it is a fact which every physician knows that millions of women marry and live their whole lives without ever knowing what passionate gratification is. As a consequence of this, millions of men take it for granted that there are good women and bad women, and that only the latter are interesting. This, of course, is simply one of the abnormalities caused by the supplanting of love by money as a motive in marriage. Love becomes a superfluity and a danger, and all the forces of society, including institutionalized religion, combine to outlaw it and drive it underground. Or we might say that they lock it in a dungeon, and that the supreme delight of all painters, poets, musicians, dramatists, and novelists of all climes and all periods of history is to portray the escape of the young god from these imprisonments. The story is told in 6 words of an old English ballad: "Love will find out the way." Is it not obvious that there must be something vitally wrong with our institutions and conventions in matters of sex, when here exists this eternal war between our moralists and our artists? Why not make up our minds what we really believe, whether it is true that poets are, as Shelley said, the unacknowledged legislators of mankind, or whether they are, as Plato declared, false teachers and seducers of the young. If they are the latter, let us have done with them. Let us drive them from the state, together with lovers and all other impassioned persons. But if, on the other hand, it is truth the poets tell about life, then let us take the young god out of his dungeon and bring him into our homes by the front door, and cast out the false gods of vanity and greed and worldly prestige which now sit in his place. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Birth Control. deals with the prevention of conception as one of the greatest of man's discoveries, releasing him from nature's enslavement and placing the keys of life in his hands. I assume that you have followed my argument and are prepared to consider seriously whether it may be possible to establish love in marriage as the sex institution of civilized society. If you really wish to bring such an institution into existence, the first thing you have to do is to accomplish the social revolution. That is, you must wipe out class control of society and prestige based upon money exploitation. But that is a vast change, and will take time, and meanwhile we have to live, and wish to live with as little misery as possible. So the practical question becomes this: suppose that you, as an individual, wish to find as much happiness and love as may now be possible. What counsel have I to offer? If you are young, you wish this advice for yourself, while if you are mature, you wish it for your children. I will put my advice under 4 heads. First, marriage for love. Second, birth control. Third, early marriage. Fourth, education for marriage. The first of these we have considered at some length. A part of the process of social revolution is personal conversion, the giving up by every individual of the worldly ideal, the surrender of luxury and self-indulgence, the consecrating of one's life to self-education and the cause of social justice. And do not think that that is an easy thing, or an unimportant thing, a thing to be taken for granted. On the contrary, it is something that most of us have to struggle with at every hour of our lives, because respect for property and worldly conventions has become one of our deepest instincts. Our whole society is poisoned with it, and I can count on the fingers of one hand the people I have known in my life who have completely escaped from it. It is not merely a question of refusing to marry, except for love. It is a question of refusing to love, except for honest and worthy qualities. It is a question of saving our children from the damnable forces of snobbery, which lay siege to their young minds and destroy the best impulses of their hearts, while we, in our blindness, are still thinking of them as babies. Of the other 3 topics that I have suggested, I begin with birth control, because it is the most fundamental and most important. Without birth control, there can be no freedom, no happiness, no permanence in love, and there can be no mastery of life. Birth control is one of the great fundamental achievements of the human reason, as important to the life of mankind as the discovery of fire or the invention of printing. Birth control is the deliverance of womankind, and therefore of mankind also, from the blind and insane fecundity of nature, which created us animals and would keep us animals forever if we did not rebel. Ever since the dawn of history, and probably for long ages before that, our race has been struggling against this blind insanity of nature. Poor, bewildered Theodore Roosevelt stormed at what he called race suicide, thinking it was some brand new and terrible modern corruption. But nowhere do we find a primitive tribe, nowhere in history do we find a race which did not seek to save itself from overgrowth and consequent starvation. They did not know enough to prevent conception, but they did the best they could by means of abortion and infanticide. And because today superstition keeps the priceless knowledge of contraception from the vast majority of women, these crude, savage methods still prevail, and we have our 1,000,000 abortions a year in the United States. Assuming that something near 1/4 of our population consists of women capable of bearing children, we have 1 woman in 25 going through this agonizing and health-wrecking experience every year. They go through with it, you understand, regardless of everything. All the moralists and preachers and priests with their hellfire and brimstone, they go through with it because we have both marriage without love and love without marriage. Also, because we permit some 10 or 20% of our total population to suffer the pangs of perpetual starvation. Because more than half our farms are mortgaged or occupied by tenants, and some 10 or 20% of our workers are out of jobs all the time. Some of our women know about birth control. They are the rich women who get what they want in this world. They object to the humiliations and inconveniences of childbearing, and some of them raise 1 or 2 children, and others of them raise poodle dogs. Also, our middle classes have found out, our doctors and lawyers and college professors and people of that sort, but we deliberately keep the knowledge from our foreign populations by the terrors which the church has at its command. And what is the practical consequence of this procedure? It is that while all our Anglo-Saxon stock, those who founded our country and established its institutions, are gradually removing themselves from the face of the earth, our ignorant and helpless populations, whether in city slums or on tenant farms, are multiplying like rabbits. Read Jack London's The Valley of the Moon, and see what is happening in California. You will find the same thing happening in any portion of the United States where you take the trouble to use your own eyes. Now, I try to repress such impulses toward race prejudice as I find in myself. I am willing to admit, for the sake of this argument, that in the course of time all the races that are now swarming in America, Portuguese and Japanese and Mexican and French Canadian and Polish and Hungarian and Slovakian, are capable of just as high intellectual development as our ancestors who wrote the Declaration of Independence. But no one who sees the conditions under which they now live can deny that it will take a good deal of labor, teaching them and training them, as well as scrubbing them, to accomplish that result. And what a waste of energy, what a farce it makes of culture to take the people who have already been scrubbed and taught and trained for self-government, and exterminate them, and raise up others in their place. It seems time that we gave thought to the fundamental question whether or not there is something self-destroying in the very process of culture. Unless we can answer this, we might as well give up our visions and our efforts to lift the race. Theodore Roosevelt stormed at birth control for something like 10 years. And it would be interesting if we could know how many Anglo-Saxon babies he succeeded in bringing into the world by his preachments. If what he wanted was to correct the balance between native and foreign births, how much more sensible to have taught birth control to those poor, pathetic, half-starved and overworked foreign mothers of our slums and tenant farms. I can wager that for every Anglo-Saxon baby that Theodore Roosevelt brought into the world by his preachings, he could have kept out 10,000 foreign slum babies if only he had lent his aid to Margaret Sanger. Ah, but he wanted all the babies to be born, you say. I see before me the face of a certain devout old Christian lady, known to me, who settles the question by the Bible quotation, "Be fruitful and multiply." But what avails it to follow this biblical advice if we allow 1 out of 5 of the newborn infants to perish from lack of scientific care before they are 2 years old? What avails it if we send them to school hungry, as we do 22% of the public school children in New York City? What avails it if we allow venereal disease to spread, so that a large percentage of the babies are deformed and miserable? What avails it if, when they are fully grown, we can think of nothing better to do with them than to take them by millions at a time and dress them up in uniforms and send them out to be destroyed by poison gases? Would it not be the part of common sense to establish universal birth control for at least a year or two, until we have learned to take care of our newly born babies, and to feed our school children, and to protect our youths from vice, and to abolish poverty and war from the earth? These are the social aspects of birth control. There are also to be considered what I might call the personal aspects of it. Because young people do not know about it and have no way to find out about it, they dare not marry. And so the amount of vice in the world is increased. Because married women do not know about it, love is turned to terror, and marital happiness is wrecked. Because the harmless and proper methods are not sensibly taught, people use harmful methods, which cause nervous disorders and wreck marital happiness and break up homes. Thorough and sound knowledge about birth control is just as essential to happiness in marriage as knowledge of diet is necessary to health, or as knowledge of economics is necessary to intelligent action as a voter and citizen. The suppression by law of knowledge of birth control is just as grave a crime against human life as ever was committed by religious bigotry in the blackest days of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, this law stands on the statute books of our country, and if I should so much as hint to you in this book what you need to know, or even where you can find out about it, I should be liable to 5 years in jail and a fine of $5,000. And every person who mailed a copy of this book or any advertisement of this book would be in the same plight. But there is not yet a law to prohibit agitation against the law, so the first thing I say to every reader of this book is that they should obtain a copy of the Birth Control Review, published at 104 Fifth Avenue, New York, and also should join the Voluntary Parenthood League, 206 Broadway, New York. Get the literature of these organizations and circulate them and help spread the light. As to the knowledge which you need, the only advice I am allowed to give is that you should seek it. Seek it and persist in seeking until you find it. Ask everyone you know, and ask particularly among enlightened people, those who are willing to face the facts of human life and trust in reason and common sense. I do not know if I am violating the law in thus telling you how to find out about birth control. One of the charming features of this law, and others against the spreading of knowledge, is that they will never tell you in advance what you may say, but leave you to say it and take your chances. I believe that I am not violating any law when I tell you that there are half dozen simple, inexpensive, and entirely harmless methods of preventing undesired parenthood without the destruction of the marital relationships. I am one of those who, for many years, believed that the destruction of the marital relationship was the only proper and moral method. I was brought up to take the monkish view of love. I thought it was an animal thing which required some outside justification. I had been taught nothing else, but now I have had personal experience of other justifications of love, and I believe that love is a beautiful and joyful relationship, which not merely requires no other justification, but confers justification upon many other things in life. I used to believe in that old ideal of celibacy, thinking it is a fine spiritual exercise. But since then, I have looked out on life and have found so many interesting things to do, so much important work calling for attention, that I do not have to invent any artificial exercises for my spirit. I have looked at humanity and brought myself to recognize the plain common sense fact that whatever superfluous energy I may have to waste upon artificial spirituality, the great mass of the people have no such energy to spare. They need all their energies to get a living for themselves and for their wives and little ones. They have their sex impulses, and will follow them, and the only question is, shall they follow them wisely or unwisely? The religious people decide that sexual indulgence is wrong, and they impose a penalty. And what is that penalty? A poor, unwanted little waif of a soul, which never sinned and had nothing to do with the matter, is brought into a hostile world to suffer neglect, perhaps starvation, in order to punish parents who did not happen to be sufficiently strong-willed to practice continence in marriage. I used to believe that there was benefit to health and increase of power, whether physical or mental, in the celibate life. I have tried both ways of life, and as a result I know that that old idea is nonsense. I know now that love is a natural function. Of course, like any other function, it can be abused, just as hunger may become gluttony, sleeping may become sluggishness, getting the money to pay one's way through life may become ferocious avarice. But we do not on this account refuse ever to eat or sleep or get money to pay our debts. I do not say that I believe, I say I know that free and happy love, guided by wisdom and sound knowledge, is not merely conducive to health, but is in the long run necessary to health. People who condemn birth control always argue as if one wished to teach this knowledge indiscriminately to the young. And perhaps it is natural that those who oppose the use of reason should assume that others are as irrational as themselves. All I can say is that I no more believe in teaching birth control to the young than I believe in feeding beefsteak to nursing infants. There is a period in life for beefsteaks, or, if my vegetarian friends prefer, for lentil hash and peanut butter sandwiches. In exactly the same way, there is a time for teaching the fundamentals of sex, and another time for teaching the art of happiness in marriage, which includes birth control. That brings me by a very pleasant transition to the other two subjects which I have promised to discuss: early marriage and education for marriage. End of chapter 39. Chapters 40, 41, and 42 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Early marriage discusses love marriages, how they can be made, and the duty of parents in respect to them. I have shown how economic forces in our society make for later and later marriage, and at the present time economic forces are so overwhelming that all other forces are hardly worth mentioning in comparison. You are, let us say, the mother of a boy of 18, and you have what you call common sense, meaning thereby a grasp of the money facts of life. If your darling boy of 18 should come to you with a grave face and announce, "Mother dear, I have met a girl I love, and we have decided that we want to get married," you would consider that the most absurd thing you had ever heard in all your born days, and you would tell the lad that he was a baby and to run along and play. If he persisted in his crazy notion, you and your husband and all the brothers and sisters and relatives and friends, both of the boy and the girl, would set to work by scolding and ridiculing, to make life a misery for them, and 99 times out of 100 you would break down the young couple's marital intention. But now, let us try another supposition. Let us suppose that your darling boy of 18 should come to you again and say, "Mother dear, some of the boys are going to spend this evening in a brothel, and I have decided to go along." Would you think that was the most absurd thing you had ever heard in all your born days? Or would you answer, "Yes, of course, my boy, that is what I had in mind when I made you give up the girl you loved"? No, you would not answer that. But here is the vital fact: it does not matter what you would answer, for you would never have a chance to answer. When a mother's darling wants to get married, he comes and asks his mother's blessing, but never does a mother's darling ask the blessing before he goes with the other boys to a brothel. He just goes. And maybe he borrows the money from some other fellow, and the next day tells you he went to the theater. Or maybe he picks up some poor man's daughter on the street and takes her into the park, or up on the roof of a tenement. Some such thing he does, to find satisfaction for an instinct which you, in your worldly wisdom, or your heavenly piety, spurn and ridicule. I do not wish to exaggerate. If you are an exceptionally wise and tactful mother, you may keep the confidence of your boy, and guide him day by day through his temptations and miseries, and keep him chaste. But the more you try that, the more apt you will be to come to my conclusion that late marriage is a crime against the race. The more aware you will be of the danger, either that his boy friends may break him down, or that some lewd woman may come to his bedroom in the night time. Never will you be able to be quite sure that he is not lying to you, because of his shame, and the pain he cannot bear to inflict upon you. Never will you be quite sure that he is not hiding some cruel disease, sneaking off to some quack who takes his money and leaves him worse than before, until finally he shoots off his head, as happened to a nephew of an old and dear friend of mine. Such is the problem of the mother of a son, and now what about the mother of a daughter? This seems much simpler, because your daughter is not generally troubled with sex cravings, and if you teach her the proprieties, and see that she is carefully chaperoned, you may reasonably hope that she will be chaste. But some day you expect that she will marry, and then comes your problem. If you are the usual mother, you are looking for someone who can maintain her in the state of life to which she is accustomed. If a fairy prince would come along, or a plaster saint, you would be pleased. But failing that, you will take a successful businessman, one who has made his way in the world and secured himself a position. But turn back to the figures I gave you a while ago. If this man is 30 years of age, there is at least a 50-50 chance that he has had some venereal disease. And while the doctors claim to cure these diseases absolutely, we must bear in mind that doctors are human, and sometimes claim more than they perform. Every doctor will admit, if you pin him down, that these diseases burrow deeply into the tissues, and many times are supposed to be cured when they are only hidden. Here is, in a nutshell, the problem of the mother of a daughter. If you marry your daughter at 17 to a lad of her own age, you have a very good chance of marrying her to a person who is chaste. If you marry her to a man of 25, you have perhaps one chance in 100. If you marry her to a man of 35, you have perhaps one chance in 10,000. You may not like these facts. I do not like them myself, but I have learned that facts are nonetheless facts on that account. You know the average society bud of 18 and her attitude to a boy of the same age. She regards him as a child, and you think, perhaps, that it is natural for a girl to be interested in men of 35 or even 45. But I tell you that it is not natural. It is simply one of the perversions of pecuniary sex. The girl is interested in such men because all her young life she has been carefully coached for the marriage market, because she is dressed for it and solemnly brought out and introduced to other players of this exciting game of marriage for money, with its incredible prizes of automobiles and jewels and palaces full of servants and magic checkbooks that never grow empty. But suppose that, instead of regarding her as a prize in a lottery, you let her grow up naturally, and taught her the truth about herself, both body and mind. Suppose that, instead of dressing her in ways deliberately contrived to emphasize her sex, You put her in a simple uniform and taught her to be honest and straightforward, instead of mincing and coy. Suppose she played athletic games with boys of her own age, and invited them to her home, not for jazz dancing and stuffing cake and candy, but for the sharing of good music and literature and art. Don't you think that maybe this girl might become interested in a lad of her own age, and choose him with some understanding of his real self? You take it for granted that young people should not marry until they can afford it. But stop and consider, is not this a relic of the old days? Always it takes time and deliberate effort of the reason to adjust our conventions to new facts. So face this fact: marriage today does not necessarily mean children. It may just mean love. It involves little more expense, because the young people need cost no more together than they cost in the separate homes of their parents. If they are children of the poor, they are already taking care of themselves. If they are the children of the moderately well-off, their parents expect to support them while they are getting an education. And why can they not just as well live together, and the parents of each contribute their share? Let the parents of the boy give him not merely what it costs to keep him at home, but also the sums which otherwise a boy would pay to the brothels. By this argument, I do not mean that I favor keeping young people financially dependent upon their parents. My own son is working his own way through college, and I should be glad to see every young man doing the same. All that I am saying is that if parents are going to support their children while they are getting an education, they might just as well support them married as single, instead of penalizing matrimony by making all allowances cease at that point. I know a certain ardent feminist who is all for late marriage for women and abhors my ideas on this subject. She wants women to get a chance to develop their personalities, whereas I want to sacrifice them to the frantic exigencies of the male animal. Young things of 17 and 18 have no idea what they are, or what they want from life. The mating impulse is a blind frenzy in them, and they must be taught to control it, just as they are taught not to kill when they are angry. In the first place, I point out that young ladies in colleges and in ballrooms give a lot of time and thought to sex, even though they do not call it by that inelegant term. I very much question whether, if we should apply our wisdom to the task of getting our young people happily mated before we sent them off to college, we should not get a lot more serious study out of them than we do now, with all their fussing and flirting and dancing. Second, I am willing to make heroic moral efforts where I see any chance of adequate results. But I have examined the facts and definitely made up my mind that it is not worthwhile, in our present stage of culture, to preach to the mass of men the doctrine that they should abstain from sex experience until they are 25 or 30 years of age. You may storm at them, but they only laugh at you. You may pass laws and try to put them in jail, but you only provide a harvest for blackmailers and grafters. As to sacrificing the girl, my answer is simply that I believe in love, and in this I think the girl will agree with me, if you will let her. I have never heard any qualified person maintain that it hurts a girl to respond to love at the age of 17 or 18, nor do I think that it hurts a boy, provided that he is taught the virtues of moderation and self-restraint. Without these, it will hurt him to eat, but that is no argument for starving him. As for the question of his maturity and power to judge, we are able at present to keep him from marrying anybody, so I think we might reasonably hope to keep him from marrying a wanton or a slut. Certainly we might find somebody better than the peroxide blonde he now picks up at the front of the moving picture palace. The question, at what ages we shall advise our young people to have children, is a separate one, depending upon many circumstances. First, of course, They should not have any until they are able financially to maintain them. As to the age at which it is physically advisable, that is a question to be settled by the physicians and the physiologists. I myself had the idea that the proper age would be when the woman had attained her full stature. But my friend Dr. William J. Robinson sends me some statistics from the Johns Hopkins Hospital Bulletin, which startled me. This publication for January 1922 gives the results in 500 childbirths, in which the mother's age was from 12 to 16 years inclusive. It appears that pregnancy and labor at these ages are no more dangerous than in older women. But on the other hand, the duration of the labor is actually shorter, and the size of the children is not inferior. These facts are so contrary to the general impression that I content myself with calling attention to them, and leave the commenting to be done by feminists and others who oppose themselves to the idea of early marriage. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. The Marriage Club discusses how parents and elders may help the young to avoid unhappy marriages. I will make the assumption that you would like to have a trial of my cure for prostitution. You would like to do something right here and now, without waiting for this social revolution. Very well. I propose that you shall find a few other parents of boys and girls who are in revolt against our system of hidden vice, and that you will meet and form a modern marriage club. Only you won't call it that, of course. You will tactfully describe it as a literary society, or a social circle, or an Epworth League. The parents who run it will know what it is for, just as they do today. The only difference being that it will exist to promote love matches instead of money matches. It happens that I am myself a tactless sort of a person, not skillful at avoiding saying what I mean. So in this chapter I shall content myself with setting forth exactly what this marriage club will do, and leaving it to more clever people to supply the necessary camouflage. This club will begin by correcting the most stupid of all our educational blunders, the assumption of the necessary immaturity of the young. Our young people nowadays have 10 times as much chance to learn and 10 times as much stimulus to learn as we had, and it is a generally safe assumption that they know much more than we think they do, and are ready to learn every sensible and interesting thing. I am carrying on an epistolary acquaintance with a little miss of 12, who has read half a dozen of my books, among the worst of them, and writes me letters of grave appreciation. I have talked on socialism to 1,000 school children, and had them question me for an hour, and heard just as worthwhile questions as I have heard from an audience of bankers. Never in my life have I talked about real things with children that I did not find them proud to be treated seriously, and eager to show that they were worthy of that honor. A great part of our foolishness with children is due to the emptiness of our own heads. These parents will delegate one man and one woman to make a thorough study of the sex education of the young. Of course, there is knowledge about sex which has to be given to the very youngest child, and more must be given as they grow older and ask more questions. But what I have in mind here is that detailed and precise knowledge which must be given to the young when they approach the period of puberty. At this age of 14 or 15, the man will take each of the boys apart, and the woman will take each of the girls, and will explain to them what they need to know. This duty will not be trusted to parents, for parents have an imbecile fear of talking straight to their children, and try to get by with rubbish about bees and flowers. Let every child know that the days of the hole and corner sex business is forever past. and that here is an instructed person who talks real American and knows what he is talking about, and will deal with facts instead of with evasions. This club will help to educate the youngsters, and also to give them a good time, developing both their minds and bodies, and learning to know them thoroughly. When they are 16, each one will have another talk, this time about marriage and what it means, learning that it is not merely flirtations and delicious thrills, but a business partnership and the deepest and best of all friendships. So, when John finds that he likes Mary best of all the girls he knows, this won't be a subject for kidding and sly innuendo and blushes and simpering on Mary's part, but an occasion for decent and sensible talk about what each of them really is and what each thinks the other to be. If they think they are in love, then there will be a council of the elder statesmen to consider that case and what are the chances of happiness in that love. This may sound forbidding, but it is actually what is done at present, only it is not done honestly and frankly, and therefore does not carry proper weight with the young people. I am an opponent of long engagements, but I am also an opponent of no engagements at all. I know no truer proverb than "marry in haste and repent at leisure." It would be my idea that a very young couple should announce their engagement, and then wait 6 months, and be consulted again about the matter, and have a chance to withdraw with no hard feelings, if either party thought best. If they wished to go on, they might be asked to wait another 6 months, if their elders felt very certain there were reasons to doubt the wisdom of the match. There are, of course, people who, because of disease or physical defect, should never be allowed to marry, and others who might marry, but should not be allowed to have children. There should be laws providing for such cases, requiring physical examination before marriage, and in extreme cases providing for a simple and harmless surgical operation to prevent the hopelessly unfit from passing on their defects to the future. But dealing for the moment with normal young persons, members of our modern marriage club, I should say that if, after they have listened to the warning of their elders, and have waited for a decent interval to think things over, they still remain of the opinion that they can make a successful marriage, then it is up to the elders to wish them luck. I have known of young couples who have refused to heed warnings, and regretted it, but I have known of others who went ahead and had their own way and proved they were right. There is a form of wisdom called experience, and there is another form called love. I hear the worldly and cynical rail at the blindness of young love, and I can see the truth in what they say, but also I can see the deeper truth in the magic dreams of the young soul. Here is a youth who adores a girl, and you know the girl, and it is comical to you because you know she is not any of the things the youth imagines. But who are you that claim to know the last thing about a human soul? Look into your own and see how many different things you are. Look back, if you can, to the time when you were young, and remember the visions and hopes. They have lost all reality to you now. But who could say how many of them you might have made real if there had been one other person who believed in them, and loved them, and would not give them up? I write this, and then I think of the other side, the fools that I have known in love, the trusting women marrying rotten men to reform them, the pitiful people who think that fine phrases and sentimentality can take place of facts. I implore my young couples to sit down and face the realities of their own natures, to decide what they are and what they want to be, and if there is going to be any change, let it be made and tried out before marriage. I implore them to begin now to control their desires by their reason and judgment, to begin each of them at the very outset, to carry their share of the burdens and do their share of the hard work. I implore them to value independence and self-reliance in the other, and never, above all things, to marry from pity, which is a worthy emotion in its place, but has nothing to do with sex, which should be an affair between equals, a matter of partnership and not of parasitism. I think that, on the whole, the most dreadful thing in love is the use of it for preying, for the securing of favors and advantages of any sort, whether by men or by women. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. Education for Marriage. Maintains that the art of love can be taught, and that we have the right and duty to teach it. I assume now that our young couple have definitely made up their minds, and that the wedding day is near. They are, therefore, both the man and the woman, in position to receive information as to the physical aspects of their future experience. This information is now, for the most part, possessed only by pathologists, who impart it too late, after people have blundered and wrecked their lives. The opponents of birth control ask in horror if you would teach it to the young. I am now able to answer just when I would teach it. I would teach it to these young couples about to marry. I would make it by law compulsory for every young couple to attend a school of marriage, and to learn not merely the regulation of conception, but the whole art of health and happiness in sex. Perhaps the words "a school of marriage" strike you as funny. When I was young, I remember that Pulitzer founded a school of journalism, and all newspaper editors made merry. They knew that journalism could only be learned in practice. But nowadays, every city editor gives preference to an applicant who has taken a college course in reporting. They have learned that journalism can be taught, just like engineering and accounting. In the same way, I assert that marriage can be taught, and the art of love, physical, mental, moral, and even financial. I think that the day will come when enlightened parents would no more dream of trusting their tender young daughter to a man who had not taken a course in sex, than they would go up in an aeroplane with a pilot who knew nothing about an engine. The knowledge which I possess upon the art of love I would be glad to give you in this book, but unfortunately, if I were to do so, my book would be suppressed, and I should be sent to jail. Some 10 or 12 years ago, I received a pitiful letter from a man who was in state's prison in Delaware, charged with having imparted information as to birth control. Under our amiable legal system, a perfectly innocent man may be thrown into jail and kept there for a year or two before he is tried, and if he is without money or friends, he might as well be buried alive. I went to Wilmington to call on the United States attorney who had caused the indictment in this case, and had an illuminating conversation with him. The official was anxious to justify what he had done. He assured me that he was no bigot, but on the contrary, an extremely liberal man, a Unitarian, a progressive, etc. "But, Mr. Sinclair," he said, "I assure you this prisoner is not a reformer or humanitarian or anything like that. He is a depraved person. Look, here is something we found in his trunk when we arrested him, a pamphlet explaining about sex relations. See this paragraph. It says that the pleasure of intercourse is increased if it is prolonged." I looked at the pamphlet, and then I looked at the attorney. "Do you think you have stated the matter quite fairly?" I asked. "Apparently, the purpose is to explain that the emotions of women are more slow to be aroused than those of men, and that husbands, failing to realize this, often do not gratify their wives." "Well," said the other, "do you consider that a subject to be discussed?" "Pardon me if I discuss it just a moment," I replied. Do you happen to know whether this statement is a fact?
No, I don't. It may be, I suppose.
You have never investigated the matter? The legal representative of our government was evidently annoyed by my persistence.
I have not, he answered.
But then, suppose I were to tell you that thousands of homes have been broken up for lack of just that bit of knowledge, that tens of thousands of marriages are miserable for lack of it.
Surely, Mr. Sinclair, you exaggerate.
Not at all. I could prove to you by one medical authority after another that if the desire of the woman in marriage is roused and then left ungratified, the result is nervous strain, and in the long run it may be nervous breakdown. The above covers only one detail of the pamphlet in question. I read some pages of it and argued them out with the attorney. It was a perfectly simple, straightforward exposition of facts about the physiology of sex. And one of the reasons a man was to be sent to jail for several years was, not that he had circulated such a pamphlet, not that he had showed it to young people, but merely that he had it in his trunk. There is an honest and very useful book, written by an English physician, Dr. Marie C. Stopes, entitled Married Love, published by Dr. William J. Robinson of New York, a specialist of authority and integrity. The book deals with just such vital facts in a perfectly dignified and straightforward manner. Yet, Dr. Robinson has been hounded by the Post Office Department because of it. He was convicted and forced to pay a fine of $250, and the book was barred from the mails. I have so much else of importance to say in this book of love that it would not be sensible to jeopardize it by causing a controversy with our official censors of knowledge. Therefore, I will merely say in general terms that men and women differ, not merely as a sex, but as individuals, and every marriage is a separate problem. Every couple has to solve it in the intimacy of their love life. And for this there are needed, first of all, gentleness on the part of the man, especially in the first days of the honeymoon, and on the part of both at all times, consideration for each other's welfare and enjoyment, and above all, frankness and honesty in talking out the subject. Reticence and shyness may be virtues elsewhere, but they have no place in the intimacies of the sex life. If men and women will only ask and answer frankly, they can find out by experience what makes the other happy and what causes pain. We are dealing here with the most sacred intimacy of life, and one of the most vital parts of life's problems. It is here, in the marriage bed, that the divorce problem is to be settled, and likewise the problem of prostitution, for it is when men and women fail to understand each other and to gratify each other that one or the other turns cold and indifferent, perhaps angry and hateful, and then we have passions unsatisfied and ranging the world, breaking up other homes and spreading disease. So I would say to every young couple, seek knowledge on this subject. Seek it without shame from others who have had a chance to acquire it. Seek it also from nature, our wise old mother who knows so much about her children. Be natural, be simple and straightforward, and beware of fool notions about sex. If you will look in the Code of Hammurabi, which is over 4,000 years old, you will see the provision that a man who has intercourse with a menstruating woman shall be killed. In Leviticus, you will read that both the man and the women are to be cast out from their people. You will find that most people still have some such notion, which is without any basis whatever in health. And this is only one illustration of many I might give of ignorance and superstition in the sex life. I would give this as one very good rule to bear in mind. Your love exists for the happiness and health of yourself and your partner, and not for Hammurabi, nor Moses, nor Jehovah, nor your mother-in-law, nor anybody else on the earth or above it. Great numbers of people believe that women are naturally less passionate than men, and that marital happiness depends upon men's recognizing this. Of course, there are defective individuals, both men and women, but the normal woman is every bit as passionate as a man, if once she has been taught, and if love is given its proper place in life, and monkish notions not allowed to interfere, she will remain so all through life, in spite of childbearing or anything else. I say to married couples that they should devote themselves to making and preserving passionate gratification in love, because this is the bright jewel in the crown of marriage. And if lovers solve this problem, they will find other problems comparatively simple. End of chapter 42. Chapters 43, 44, and 45 of The Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43, The Money Side of Marriage, deals with the practical side of life partnership, of matrimony. So far, we have discussed marriage as if it consisted only of love. But it is manifest that this is not the case. Marriage is everyday companionship, and also it is partnership in a complicated business. In our school of marriage, therefore, we shall teach the rights and duties of both partners to the contract, and shall face frankly the money side of the enterprise. One of the first facts we must get clear is that the economics of marriage are in most parts of the world still based upon the subjection of women, and are therefore incompatible with the claims of woman as a partner and comrade. They will never be right until the social revolution has abolished privilege, and the state has granted to every woman a maternity endowment, with a mother's pension for every child during the entire period of the rearing and education of that child. Until this is done, the average woman must look to some man for the support of her child, and that, by the automatic operation of economic force, makes her subject to the whims of the man. What women have to do is to agitate for a revision of the property laws of marriage, and, meantime, to see that in every marriage there is an extra-legal understanding, which grants to the woman the equality which laws and conventions deny her. When I was a boy, my mother had a woman friend who, if she wanted to go downtown, would borrow a quarter from my mother. This woman's husband was earning a generous salary, enough to enable him to buy the best cigars by the box and to keep a supply of liquors always on hand, but he gave his wife no allowance. And if she wanted pocket money, she had to ask him for it, each time a separate favor. Yet this woman was keeping a home, she was doing just as hard work and just as necessary work as the man. Manifestly, this was a preposterous arrangement. If a woman is going to be a homemaker for the husband, it is a simple, common-sense proposition that the salary of the husband shall be divided into three parts. First, the part which goes to the home, the benefit of which is shared in common. Second, the part which the husband has for his own use. And third, the part which the wife has for hers. The second and third parts should be equal, and the wife should have hers, not as a favor, but as a right. If the two are making a homestead or running a farm or building up a business, then half the proceeds should be the woman's, and it should be legally in her name, and this as a matter of course as any other business contract. If the woman does not make a home, but merely displays fine clothes at tea parties, that is of course another matter. Just what she is to do is something that had better be determined before the marriage. And if a man wants a life partner, to take an interest in his work, or to have a useful work of her own, he had better choose that kind of woman, and not merely one that has a pretty face and a trim ankle. The business side of marriage is something that has to be talked out from time to time. There have to be meetings of the board of directors, and at these meetings there ought to be courtesy and kindness, but also plain facts and common sense, and no shirking of issues. Love is such a very precious thing that any man or woman ought to be willing to make money sacrifices to preserve it. But, on the other hand, it is a fact that there are some people with whom you cannot be generous. The more you give them, the more they take. And with such people, the only safe rule is exact justice. Let married couples decide exactly what contribution each makes to the family life and what share of money and authority each is entitled to. I might spend several chapters discussing the various rocks on which I have seen marriages go to wreck. For example, extravagance and worldly show, clothes for women. In Paris there is a demi-monde, a world of brutal lust combined with riotous luxury. The women of this half-world are in touch with the world of art and fashion, and when the rich costumers and women decorators want what they call ideas, it is to these lust women they go. The fashions they design are always depraved, of course, always for flaunting of sex, never for the suggestion of dignity and grave intelligence. At several seasons of the year, these lust women are decked out and paraded at the race courses and other gathering places of the rich, and their pictures are published in the papers and spread all over the world. So forthwith it becomes necessary for your wife in Oshkosh or Kalamazoo to throw away all the perfectly good clothes she owns and get a complete new outfit because they are wearing something different. Of course, the costume makers have seen that it is extremely different, so as to make it impossible for your wife and children to be happy in their last season's clothes. I have a winter overcoat which I bought 14 years ago, and as it is still as good as new, I expect to use it another 14 years, which will mean that it has cost me $1.50 per year. But think what it would have cost me if I had considered it necessary each year to have an overcoat cut as the keepers of French mistresses were cutting theirs. But then, suppose you put it up to your wife and daughters to wear sensible clothes, and they do so, and then they observe that on the street your eyes turn to follow the ladies in the latest disappearing skirt. The point is, you perceive, that you yourself are partly to blame for the fashions. They appeal to a dirty little imp you have in your own heart, and when the decent women discover that, it makes them blazing hot, and that is one of the ways you may wreck your domestic happiness if you want to. Unless I am greatly mistaken, when the class war is all over, we are going to see in our world a sex war. But it is not going to be between the men and the women. It is going to be between the mother women and the mistress women. And the mistress women are going to have their hides stripped off. Men wreck marriage because they are promiscuous, and women wreck it because they are parasites. Woman has been for long centuries an economic inferior, and she has the vices of the subject people and tribes. Now, there are some who want to keep these vices, while at the same time claiming the new privileges which go with equality. Such a woman picks out a man who is sensitive and chivalrous, who knows that women suffer handicaps, pains of childbirth, physical weakness, and who therefore feels impelled to bear more than his share of the burdens. She makes him her slave, and by she gets a child, and then she has him, because he is bowed down with awe and worship. He thinks that such a miracle has never happened in the world before, and he spends the rest of his life waiting on her whims and nursing her vanities. I note that at the recent convention of the Women's Party, they demanded their rights and agreed to surrender their privileges. There you have the final test by which you may know that women really want to be free and are prepared to take the responsibilities of freedom. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. The Defense of Monogamy discusses the permanence of love and why we should endeavor to preserve it. So far in this discussion, we have assumed that love means monogamous love. We did so for the reason that we could not consider every question at once. But we have promised to deal with all the problems of sex in the light of reason, and so we have now to take up the question: what are the sanctions of monogamy? And why do we refuse sanction to other kinds of love? First, let us set aside several reasons with which we have nothing to do. For example, the reason of tradition. It is a fact that Anglo-Saxon civilization has always refused legal recognition to non-monogamous marriage. But then, Anglo-Saxon civilization has recognized war and slavery and speculation and private property in land and many other things which we presume to describe as crimes. If tradition cannot justify itself to our reason, we shall choose martyrdom. Second, the religious reason. This is the one that most people give. It is convenient because it saves the need of thinking. Suffice it here to say that we prefer to think. If we cannot justify monogamy by the facts of life, we shall declare ourselves for polygamy. What are the scientific and rational reasons for monogamy? First among them is venereal disease. This may seem like a vulgar reason, but no one can deny that it is real. There was a time, apparently, when mankind did not suffer from these plagues, and we hope there may be such a time again. I shall not attempt to prescribe the marital customs for the people of that happy age. I suspect that they will be able to take care of themselves. Confining myself to my lifetime and yours, I say that the aim of every sensible man and woman must be to confine sex relations to the smallest possible limits. I know, of course, that there are prophylactics, and the Army and Navy present statistics to show that they succeed in a great proportion of cases. But if you are one of the persons in whose case they don't succeed, you will find the statistics a cold source of comfort to you. John and Mary go to the altar or to the justice of the peace, and John says, "With all my worldly goods I thee endow." But the formula is incomplete. It ought to read, "And likewise with the fruits of my wild oats." Marriage is a contract wherein each of the contracting parties agrees to share whatever pathogenic bacteria the other party may have or acquire. Surely, therefore, the contract involves the right to each party to have a say as to how many chances of infection the other shall incur. John goes off on a business trip, and is lonesome, and meets an agreeable widow, and figures to himself that there is very little chance that so charming a person can be dangerous. But maybe Mary wouldn't agree with his calculations, and maybe Mary would not consider it a part of the marriage bargain that she should take the diseases of the agreeable widow. What commonly happens is that Mary is not consulted. John revises the contract in secret, making it read that Mary shall take a chance at the diseases of the widow. How can any thinking person deny that John has thus committed an act of treason to Mary? I know that there are people who don't mind running such chances. That is one reason why there are venereal diseases. All I can say is that the sex code set forth in this book is based upon the idea that to deliver mankind from the venereal plague, we wish to confine the sex relationship within the narrowest limits consistent with health, happiness, and spiritual development. And that to this end, we take the young and teach them chastity, and we marry them early while they are clean, and then we call upon them to make the utmost effort to make a success of that union, and to make it a matter of honor to keep marital faith. We do this with some hope of effectiveness because we have made our program consistent with the requirements of nature, the genuine needs of love, both physical and spiritual. The second argument for monogamy is the economic one. We have dreamed a social order where every child will be guaranteed maintenance by the state, and where women will be free from dependence on men. What will be the love arrangements of men and women under this new order is another problem which we leave for them to decide, in the certainty that they will know more about it than we do. Meantime, we are for the present under the private property regime, and have to love and marry and raise our children accordingly. The children must have homes, and if they are to be normal children, they must have both the male and female influence in their lives, which means that their parents must be friends and partners, not quarreling in secret. This argument, I know, is one of expediency. I have adopted it after watching a great number of people try other than monogamous sex arrangements, and seeing their chances of happiness and success wrecked by the pressure of economic forces. To rebel against social compulsion may be heroism, and again, it may be merely bad judgment. For my part, the world's greatest evil is poverty, the cause of crime, prostitution, and war. I concentrate my energies upon the abolishing of that evil, and I let other problems wait. The third reason is that monogamy is economical of human time and thought. The business of finding and wooing a mate takes a lot of energy, and adjustment after marriage takes more. To throw away the results of this labor and do it all over again is certainly not common sense. Of course, if you bake a cake and burn it, you have to get more material and make another try. But that is a different matter from baking a cake with the deliberate intention of throwing it away after a bite or two. The advocates of varietism in love will here declare that we are begging the question. We are assuming that love and the love chase are not worthy in themselves, but merely means to some other end. Can it be that love delights are the keenest and most intense that humans can experience, and that all other purposes of life are contributory to them? Certainly a great deal of art lends support to this idea, and many poets have backed up their words by their deeds. As Coleridge phrased it, "All thoughts, all passions, all delights, whatever stirs this mortal frame, all are but ministers of love, and feed his sacred flame." This is a question not to be played with. Experimenting in love is costly, and millions have wrecked their lives by it. The sex urge in us is imperious and cruel. It wants nothing less than the whole of us, body, mind, and spirit, and oftentimes it behaves like the genie in the bottle. It gets out, and not all the powers in the universe can get it back. I have talked with many men about sex, and have heard them say that it presents itself to them as an unmitigated torment, something they would give everything they own to be free of. And these, mind you, not men living in monasteries trying to repress their natural impulses, but men of the world who have lived freely, seeking pleasure and taking it as it came. The primrose path of dalliance did not lead them to peace, and the pursuit of variety in love brought them only monotony. I stop and think of one after another of these sex-ridden people, and I cannot think of one whom I would envy. I know one who in a frenzy of unhappiness seized a razor and castrated himself. I think of another, a certain classmate in college, whom I once stopped in a conversation, remarking, "Did you ever realize what a state you have got your mind into? Everything means sex to you. Every phrase you hear, every idea that is suggested, you try to make some sort of pun to connect it somehow or other with sex." The man thought and said, "Oh, I guess that's true." The idea had never occurred to him before. He had just gone on letting his instincts have their way with him, without ever putting his reason upon the matter. That was a crude kind of sex, but I think of another man, an idealist and champion of human liberty. One of the forms of liberty he maintained was the right to love as many women as he pleased. And although he was a married man, one hardly ever saw him that he was not courting some young girl. As a result, his mental powers declined, and he did little but talk about ideas. I do not know anyone today who respects him, except a few people who live the same sort of life. The thought of him brings to my mind a sentence of Nietzsche, a man who surely stood for freedom of personality. I pity the lovers who have nothing higher than their love. A question like this can be decided only by the experience of the race. Some will make love the end and aim of life, and others will make it the means to other ends, and we shall see which kind of people achieve the best results. Which kind are the most useful, the most dignified, the most original and vital. I have seen a great many young people try the experiment of free love, and I have seen some get enough of it and quit. I could name among these half a dozen of our younger novelists. I know others who are still in it, and I watch their lives and find them to be restless, jealous, egotistical, and idle. My defense of monogamy is based upon the fact that I have never known any happy or successful free lovers. Of course, I know some noble and sincere people who do not believe in the marriage contract and refuse to be bound by law. But these people are as monogamous as I am, even more tightly bound by honor than if they were duly married. It seems to be in the very nature of true and sincere love to imagine permanence, to desire it, and to pledge it. If you aren't that much in love, you aren't really in love at all, and you had better content yourself with strolling together and chatting together and dining together and playing music together. So many pleasant ways there are in which men and women can enjoy each other's company without entering upon the sacred intimacy of sex. You can learn to take sex lightly, of course, but if you do so, you reduce by so much the chances that true and deep love will ever come to you, for true and deep love requires some patience, some reverence, some tending at a shrine. The animals mate quickly and get it over with. But the great discoveries about love and the possibilities of the human soul in love have come because men and women have been willing to make sacrifices for it, to take it seriously, and more especially to take seriously the beloved person, the rights and needs and virtues of that person. From the lives of such, we learn that love is nature's device for taking us out of ourselves and making us truly social creatures. Early in my life as a writer, I undertook to answer Gertrude Atherton in her glorification of the sex corruptions of capitalist society. She indicted American literature for its bourgeois qualities. Among these, the fact that American authors had a prejudice in favor of living with their own wives. Mrs. Atherton set forth the joys of sex promiscuity as they are understood by European artists, and I ventured in replying to remark that one woman can be more to a man than a dozen can possibly be. That sounds like a paradox, but it is really a profound truth, and the person who does not understand it has missed the best there is in the sex relation. There is a limit to the things of the body, but to those of the mind and spirit there is no limit, and so there is no reason why true love should ever fall prey to boredom and satiety. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. The problem of jealousy discusses the question to what extent one person may hold another to the pledge of love. Once upon a time, I knew an anarchist shoemaker, the same who had sent me to jail for playing tennis on Sunday, as I have narrated in The Brass Check. I remember arguing with him concerning his ideas of sex, which were of the freest. I can hear the very tones of his voice as he put the great unanswerable question, "What are you going to do about the problem of jealousy?" And I had no response at hand, for jealousy is truly a most cruel and devastating and unlovely emotion. And yet, how can you escape it, if you are going to preserve monogamy? The anarchist shoemaker's solution was to break down all the prejudices against sexual promiscuity. Free and unlimited license was every person's right, and for any other person to interfere was enslavement. For any other person to criticize was superstition. But the power of superstition is strong in the world, and the shoemaker found men resentful of his teachings, and disposed to confiscate the rights of their wives and daughters. Hence the shoemaker's disapproval of jealousy. Other men, less purely physiological in their attitude to sex, have wrestled with this same problem of jealousy. H.G. Wells has a novel, In the Days of the Comet, in which he portrays two men, both nobly and truly in love with the same woman. One, in a passion of jealousy, is about to murder the other, when a great social transformation is magically brought about, and the would-be murderer wakes up to universal love, and the two men nobly and lovingly share the same woman. Shelley also dreamed this dream, inviting two women to share him. I have known others who tried it, but never permanently. I do not say that it never has succeeded, or that it never can succeed. In this book, I am renouncing the future. I am trying to give practical advice to people for the conduct of their lives here and now. And my advice on this point is that polygamous and polyandrous experiments in modern capitalist society cost more than they are worth. I once knew a certain high school teacher who believed religiously in every kind of freedom. When she married, she and her husband, an artist, made a vow against jealousy. But as it worked out, this vow meant that the wife had a steady job and took care of the husband, while he loafed and loved other women. When finally she grew tired of it, he accused her of being jealous. Also, she had brought it down to the matter of money. I know another woman, an anarchist, widely known as a lecturer on sex freedom. She laid down the general principle of unlimited personal freedom for all, and she tried to live up to her faith. She entered into a free union with a certain man, and when she discovered that he was making love to another woman in the presence of a friend of mine, she threw a vase of flowers at his head. You see, her general principles had clashed with another general principle, to the effect that a person who feels deep and strong love inevitably desires that love to endure, and cannot but suffer to see it preyed upon and destroyed. Let us first consider the question, just what are the true and proper implications of monogamous love? The Roman Catholic Church advocates monogamy and understands thereby that a man and woman pledge themselves till death do us part, and if either of them cancels this arrangement, it is adultery and mortal sin. I hope that none of my readers understands by monogamy any such system of spiritual strangulation. My own idea is rather what some churchman has sarcastically described by the term progressive polygamy. I believe that a man and woman should pledge their faith in love, and should keep that faith and endeavor with all their best energies to make a success of it. They should strive each to understand the other's needs and unselfishly to fulfill them within the limits of fair play. But if, after such an effort has been truly made, it becomes clear that the union does not mean health and happiness for one of the parties, that party has a right to withdraw from it. And for any government or church or other power to deny that right is both folly and cruelty. Now, on the basis of this definition of monogamy, or if you prefer, of progressive polygamy, we are in a position to say what we think about jealousy. If two people pledge their faith and one breaks it and the other complains, we do not call that jealousy, but just common decency. Neither do we call it jealousy if one expects the other to avoid the appearance of guilt. For love is a serious thing, not to be played with. And I think that a person who truly loves will do everything possible to make clear to the beloved that he is keeping and means to keep the plighted faith. You may say that I am using words arbitrarily, in endeavoring thus to distinguish between justifiable and unjustifiable jealousy, and calling the former by some other name. It does not make much difference about words, provided I make clear my meaning. I could point out a whole string of words which have good meanings and bad meanings, and cannot be discussed without preliminary explanations and distinctions. Religion, for example, and morality, and aristocracy, and justice, to name only a few. Most people's thinking about marriage and love has been made like a soup in a cheap restaurant, by dumping in all kinds of scraps and notions from such opposite poles of human thought as Christian monkery and Renaissance license, absurdly called romance. So before you can do any thinking about a problem like jealousy, you have to agree to use the word to mean something definite, whether good or bad. We shall take jealousy as a bad word, and use it to mean the setting up, by a man or woman, of some claim to the love of another person, which claim cannot be justified in the court of reason and fair play. This includes, in the first place, all claims based upon a courtship, not ratified by marriage. It is to the interest of society and the race that men and women should be free to investigate persons of the other sex and to experiment with the affections before pledges of marriage are made. If sensible customs of love and just laws of marriage were made, there would be no excuse for a woman's giving herself to a man before marriage. She should be taught not to do it. And then, if she does it, the risk is her own, and the disgusting perversion of venality and greed, known as the breach of promise suit, should be unknown in our law. The young should be taught that it is the other person's right to change his mind and withdraw at any time before marriage. Whatever pains and pangs this may cause must be borne in silence. The second kind of jealousy is that which seeks to keep in the marriage bond a person who is not happy in it, and has asked to be released. The law sanctions this kind of cowardly selfishness, which manifests itself every day on the front pages of our newspapers, a spectacle of monstrous and loathsome passions unleashed and even glorified. Husbands set the bloodhounds of the law after wives who have fled with some other man, and send the man to a cell, and drag the woman back to a loveless home. Wives engage private detectives, and trail their husbands to some love nest, and then ensue long public wrangles with a washing of filthy linen, and the matter is settled by a separation. The virtuous wife, who may have driven the man away by neglect or vanity or stupidity, is granted a share of his earnings for the balance of her life, and 2 more people are added to the millions who are denied sexual happiness under the law, and are thereby impelled to live as law violators. For this, there is only one remedy conceivable. We have banned cannibalism and slavery and piracy and dueling, and we must ban one more ancient and cruel form of human oppression: the effort to hold people in the bonds of sex by any other power save that of love. I am aware that the reactionaries who read this book will take this sentence out of context and quote it to prove that I am a free lover. I shall be sorry to have that done, but even so, I was not willing to live in slavery myself, and I am not willing to advocate it for others. I am aware that there are degenerate and defective individuals, and that we have to make special provision for them, as I shall presently set forth. But the average normal human being must be free to decide what is love for him, and what is happiness for him. Every person in the world will have to deny himself the right to demand love where love is not freely given, and all lovers in the world will have to hold themselves ready to let the loved one go if and when the loved one demands it. I am aware that this is a hard saying and a hard duty, but it is one that life lays upon us, and one that there is no escaping. End of chapter 45. Chapters 46 and 47 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. The Problem of Divorce. Defends divorce as a protection to monogamous love, and one of the means of preventing infidelity and prostitution. You will hear sermons and read newspaper editorials about the divorce evil, and you will find that to the preacher or editor this evil consists of the fact that more and more people are refusing to stay unhappily married. It does not interest these moralizers if the statistics show that it is women who are getting most of the divorces, and that the meaning of the phenomenon is that women are refusing to continue living with drunken and dissolute men. To the clergy, the breaking of a marriage is an evil per se, and regardless of circumstances. They know this because God has told them so, and in the name of God, they seek to keep people tied in sex unions which have come to mean loathing instead of love. Now, I will assert it as a mathematical certainty that a considerable percentage of marriages must fail. It is essential to progress that human beings should grow, both mentally and spiritually, and manifestly they cannot all grow in the same way. If they grow differently, must they not sometimes lose the power to make each other happy in the marital bonds? Who does not know the man who masters life and becomes a vital force, while his wife remains dull and empty? If such a man changes wives, the world in general denounces him as a selfish beast. But the world does not know, nor does it care about, those thousands of men who, not caring to be branded as selfish beasts, fulfill the needs of their lives by keeping mistresses in secret. I knew a certain country school teacher, one of the most narrowly conventional young women imaginable, who was engaged to a middle-aged businessman. He went to New York on a business trip and stayed a couple of months, and wrote her that he had met some anarchists, and had discovered that all he had read about them in the newspapers was false, and that they were the true and pure idealists to whom the rest of his life must be devoted. The young lady was horrified. Nor was she any happier when she came to New York and met her fiancé's new friends. She ought, in common sense, to have broken the engagement, but she was in love. And she married, as many another fool woman does, with the idea of reforming the man. She failed, and was utterly and unspeakably wretched. I know another man, a conservative capitalist of narrow and aggressive temper, whose wife turned into an ardent Bolshevik. The man thinks that all Bolsheviks should be shut up in jail for life, while the wife is equally certain that all jails should be razed to the ground and all Bolsheviks placed in control of the government. These two people have got to a point where they cannot sit down to the breakfast table without flying into a quarrel. I know another case of a modern scientist, an agnostic, whose wife, a half-educated, sentimental woman, took to dabbling in mysticism, and drove him wild by setting up an image of Buddha in their bedroom, and consorting with swamis in long yellow robes. I know another whose wife turned into an ultra-pious Catholic, and turned over the care of his domestic life to a priest. Is it not obvious that the only possible solution of such problems lies in divorce? Unless, indeed, we are all of us going to turn over the care of our domestic lives to the priests. Our grandfathers and grandmothers believed one thing, and believed the same thing when they were 70 as when they were 20. So it was possible for them to dwell in domestic security and permanence till death did them part. But we are learning to change our minds, and whether what we believe is better or worse than what our ancestors believed, at least it is different. Also, we are coming to take what we believe with more seriousness. The intellectual life means more and more to us, and it becomes harder and harder for us to find sexual and domestic happiness with a partner who does not share our convictions, but, on the contrary, may be contributing to the campaign funds of the opposition party. I do not mean by this that people should get a divorce as soon as they find they differ about some intellectual idea. On the contrary, I have advocated that they should do everything possible to understand and to tolerate each other. But it is a fact that intellectual convictions are the raw materials out of which characters and lives are made, and it is inevitable that some characters and lives that fit quite well at 20 should fit very badly at 30 or 40. When we refuse divorce under such circumstances, we are not fostering marriage, as we fondly imagine. We are really fostering adultery. It is a fact that not one person in 10 who is held by legal or social force in an unhappy sex union will refrain from seeking satisfaction outside. And because these outside satisfactions are disgraceful, and in some cases criminal, they seldom have any permanence. Therefore, it follows that strict divorce laws, such as the clerical propaganda urges upon us, are in reality laws for the promotion of fornication and prostitution. There is a short story by Edith Wharton, in which the divorce evil is exhibited to us in its naked horror. The story, called The Other Two, in the volume The Descent of Man. A society woman has been divorced twice and married 3 times, and by an ingenious set of circumstances, the woman and all 3 of the men are brought into the same drawing room at the same time. Just imagine, if you can, such an excruciating situation. A woman, her husband, and 2 men who used to be her husbands, all compelled to meet together and think of something to say. I cite this story because it is a perfect illustration of the extent to which the divorce problem is a problem of our lack of sense. Mrs. Wharton will, I fear, consider me a very vulgar person if I assert that there is absolutely no reason whatever why any of those 4 people in her story should have had a moment's discomfort of mind, except that they thought there was. There's absolutely nothing to prevent a man and woman who used to be married from meeting socially and being decent to each other, or to prevent two men from being decent to each other under such circumstances. I would not say that they should choose to be intimate friends, though even that may be possible occasionally. I know, because I have seen it happen. In Holland, I met a certain eminent novelist and poet, a great and lovable man. I visited his home, and met his wife and two little children, and saw a man and woman living in domestic happiness. The man had also two grown sons, and after a few days he remarked that he would like me to meet the mother of these young men. We went for a walk of a mile or so, and met a lady who lived in a small house by herself, and who received us with a friendly welcome, and talked with us for a couple of hours about music and books and art. This lady had been the writer's wife for 10 years or so, and there had been a terrible uproar when they voluntarily parted. But they had refused to pay attention to this uproar. They understood why they did not wish to remain husband and wife any longer, but they did not consider it necessary to quarrel about it, nor even to break off the friendship which their common interests made possible. The two women in the case were not intimate, I gathered, but they frequently met at the homes of others, and found no difficulty in being friendly. I suggest to Mrs. Wharton that this story is at least as interesting as the one she has told, but I fear she will not care to write it, because apparently she considers it necessary that people who are well-bred and refined should be the helpless victims of destructive manias. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. The restriction of divorce discusses the circumstances under which society has the right to forbid divorce or to impose limitations upon it. We have quoted the old maxim, "Marry in haste and repent at leisure," and we suggested that parents and guardians should have the right to ask the young to wait before marriage, and make certain of the state of their hearts. We have now the same advice to give concerning divorce, the same claim to enter on behalf of society, that it has and should assert the right to ask people to delay and think carefully before breaking up a marriage. What interest has society in the restriction of divorce? What affair is it of any other person if I choose to get a divorce and marry a new wife once a month? There are many reasons, not in any way based upon religious superstition or conventional prejudice. In the first place, there are or may be children, and society should try to preserve for every child a home with a father and a mother in it. Second, there are property rights, of which every marriage is a tangle, and the settlement of which the law should always oversee. Third, there is the question of venereal disease, which society has an unquestionable right to keep down, by every reasonable restriction upon sexual promiscuity. And finally, there is the respect which all men and women owe to love. It seems to me that society has the same right to protect love against extreme outrage as it has to forbid indecent exposure of the person on the street. There is in successful operation in Switzerland a wise and sane divorce law based upon common sense and not upon superstition. A couple wish to break their marriage, and they go before a judge, and in private session, as to a friendly adviser, they tell their troubles. He gives them advice about their disagreement, and sends them away for 3 months to think it over. At the end of 3 months, if they still desire divorce, they meet with him again. If he still thinks there is a chance of reconciliation, he has the right to require them to wait another 3 months. But if at the end of this second period they are still convinced that the case is hopeless and that they should part, the judge is required to grant the divorce. You may note that this is exactly what I have suggested concerning young couples who become engaged. In both cases, the parties directly interested have the right to decide their own fate, but the rest of the world requires him to think carefully about it and to listen to counsel. Except for grave offenses, such as adultery, insanity, crime, or venereal disease, I do not think that anyone should receive a divorce in less than 6 months. Nor do I think that any personal right is contravened by the imposing of such a delay. Next, what are we going to say to the right, or the claim to the right, on the part of a man or woman to be married once a year throughout a lifetime? In order to illustrate this problem, I will tell you about a certain man known to me. In his early life, he spent a couple of years in a lunatic asylum. He lays claim to extraordinary spiritual gifts and uses the language of the highest idealism known. He is a man of culture and good family, and thus exerts a peculiar charm upon young women of refinement and sensitiveness. To my knowledge, he was 3 times married in 6 years, and each time he deserted the woman and forced her to divorce him and to take care of herself, and in one case of a child. In addition, he had begotten 1 child out of marriage and left the mother and child to starve. For 10 years or so I used to see him about once in 6 months, and invariably he had a new woman, a young girl of fine character, who had been ensnared by him and was in the agonizing process of discovering his moral and mental derangement. Yet there was absolutely nothing in the law to place restraint upon this man. He could wander from state to state, or to the other side of the world, preying upon lovely young girls wherever he went. This particular man happens to call himself a radical. But I could tell you of similar men in the highest social circles, or in the political world, the theatrical world, the sporting world. They are in every rank of life, and are just as definitely and certainly menaces to human welfare and progress as pirates on the high seas or highwaymen on the road. Nor are they confined to the males. The world is full of women who use their sex charms for predatory purposes, and some of them are far too clever for any law that you or I can contrive at present. But I think we might begin by refusing to let any man or woman have more than 2 divorces in one lifetime, in any state or part of the world. If any man or woman tries 3 times to find happiness in love and fails each time, we have a right to assume that the fault must lie with that person, and not with the 3 partners. I think we may go further yet. Having made wise laws of love and marriage, taking into consideration all human needs, we have a right to require that men and women shall obey the laws. At present, the great mass of the public has sympathy for the law breaker, just as, in old days, the peasants could not help admiring the outlaw who resisted unjust land laws and robbed the rich. Or, as today, under the capitalist regime, we cannot withhold our sympathy from political prisoners, even though they have committed acts of violence which we deplore. But when we have made sex laws that we know are just and sensible, then we shall consider that we have the right to restrain sex criminals. And in extreme cases, we shall avail ourselves of the skill of science to perform a surgical operation which will render him unable in future to prey upon the love needs of people who are placed at his mercy by their best qualities, their unselfishness and lack of suspicion. We clear out foul-smelling weeds from our garden because we wish to raise beautiful flowers and useful herbs therein. There lives in California a student of plant life who has shown us what we can do, not by magic or by superhuman efforts, but simply by loving plants, by watching them ceaselessly, understanding their ways, and guiding their sex life to our own purposes. We can perform what to our ignorant ancestors would have seemed to be miracles. We can actually make all sorts of new plants. which will continue to breed their own kind and survive forever if we give them proper care. In other words, Luther Burbank has shown us that we can change plant nature. There flash back upon my memory all those dull, weary, sick human creatures who have repeated to me that dull, weary, sick old formula: "You cannot change human nature." I do not think I am indulging either in religious superstition or in blind optimism, but am speaking precisely in saying that whenever human beings get ready to apply experimental science to themselves, they can change human nature just as they now change plant nature. By putting human bodies together in love, we make new bodies of children more beautiful than any who have yet romped on the earth. And in the same way, by putting minds and souls together, we can make new kinds of minds and souls, different from those we have previously known, and greater than either the man's soul or the woman's soul alone. Also, by the magic which is the law of mind and soul life, each new creation can be multiplied to infinity, and shared by all other minds and souls that live in the present or may live in the future. We have shown elsewhere how genius multiplies to infinity the joy and power of life by means of the arts, and one of the greatest of the arts is the art of love. Consider the great lovers, the true lovers of history, how they have enriched the lives of us all. It does not make any difference whether these men and women lived in the flesh or in the brain of a poet. We learn alike from Dante and Beatrice, from Abelard and Eloise, from Robert and Elizabeth Browning, from Tristan and Isolde, from Romeo and Juliet, what is the depth and the splendor of this passion which lies hidden within us, and how it may enrich and vivify and glorify all life. End of chapter 47. End of section 3. Part 4, the Book of Society, chapters 48 and 49 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48, The Ego and the World, discusses the beginning of consciousness in the infant and in primitive man, and the problem of its adjustment to life. We have now to consider the relationship of man to his fellows, with whom he lives in social groups. Upon this problem floods of light have been thrown by the new science of psychoanalysis. I will try to give, briefly and in simple language, an idea of these discoveries. One of the laws of biology is that every individual, in his development, reproduces the history of the race, so that impulses and mental states of a child reveal to us what our far-off ancestors loved and feared. The same thing is discovered to be true of neurotics, people who have failed in adjusting themselves to civilized life, and have gone back, in some or all of their mental traits, to infantile states. If we analyze the unconscious minds of nervous patients, and compare them with what we find in the minds of infants and in savages, we discover the same dreams, the same longings, and the same fears. The mental life of man begins in the womb. We cannot observe that life directly, but we know that it is there, because there cannot be organic life without mind to direct it. And just as there is an unconscious mind that regulates the bodily process in adults, so in the embryo there must be an unconscious mind to direct the flow of blood, the building of bones, muscle, eyes, and brain. The mental life of that unborn creature is, of course, purely egotistical. It knows nothing outside itself, and it finds this universe an agreeable place, everything being supplied to it promptly and perfectly, without effort of its own. But Suddenly it gets its first shock. Pain begins, and severe discomfort, and the creature is shoved out into a cold world, yelling in protest against the unsought change. And from that moment on, the newborn infant labors to adjust itself to an entirely new set of conditions. Discomforts trouble it, and it cries. Quickly it learns that these cries are answered, and satisfaction of its needs is furnished. Somehow, magically, things appear, warm and dry covering, a trickle of delicious hot milk into its mouth. At first, the infant mind has no idea how all this happens, but gradually it comes to realize objects outside itself, and it forms the idea that these objects exist to serve its wants. Later on, it learns that there are particular sounds which attach to particular objects and cause them to function. The sound "mama," for example, produces a goddess clothed in beauty and power performing miracles. So the infant mind arrives at the period of magic gestures and the period of magic words, corresponding to a certain type of myth and belief which we find in every race and tribe of human being that now exists or ever has existed on earth. All these stories about magic wishes and magic rings and magic spells of 1,000 sorts, and nowhere on earth a child which does not listen greedily to such fancies. The reason is simply that the child has passed through this stage of mental life, and so recently that the feelings are close to the surface of his consciousness. But gradually the infant makes the painful discovery that not everything in existence can be got to serve him. There are forces which are proof against his magic spells. There are some which are hostile, and these the infant learns to regard with hatred and fear. Sometimes hatred and fear are strangely mixed with admiration and love. For example, there is a powerful being known as Father, who is sometimes good and useful, but at other times takes the attention of the supremely useful Mother, the source of food and warmth and life. So Father is hated, and in fancy he is wished out of the way, which to the infant is the same thing as killing. Out of this grows a whole universe of fascinating mental life, which Freud calls by the name the Oedipus complex, after the legend of the Greek hero who murdered his father and committed incest with his mother, and then, when he discovered what he had done, put out his own eyes. There is a mass of legends, old as human thought, repeating this story. We cannot be sure whether they have grown out of the greeds and jealousies of this early wish life of the infant, or whether they had their base in the fact that there was a stage in human progress in which the father really was killed off by the sons. This latter idea is discussed by Freud in his book, Totem and Taboo. It appears that primitive man lived in hordes, which were dominated by one old male, who kept all the women to himself, and either killed the young males or drove them out to shift for themselves. So the young men would combine and murder their father. The forming of human society, of marriage and family, depended upon one factor, the decision of the young victors to live and let live. The only way they could do this was to agree not to quarrel over the women of their own group, but to seek other women from other groups. This may account for what is known as exogamy, an almost universal marriage custom of primitive man, whereby a man named Jones is barred by frightful taboos from the women named Jones, but is permitted relations with all the women named Smith. To return to our infant, he is in the midst of a painful process of adjusting himself to the outside world, discovering that sometimes all his magic words and gestures fail. His wishes no longer come true. There are beings outside him with wills of their own and power to enforce them. He has to learn to get along with these beings and give up his pleasures to theirs. These processes which go on in the infant soul, the hopes and the terrors, the griefs and the angers, are of the profoundest significance for later adult life. For nothing gets out of the mind that has once got into it. The infantile cravings, which are repressed and forgotten, stay in the unconscious, and work there, and strive still for expression. The conscious mind will not tolerate them, but they escape in the form of fairy tales and stories, of dreams and delusions, slips of the tongue, and many other mental events which it is fascinating to examine. Also, if we are weakened by ill health or nervous strain, these infantile wishes may take the form of neuroses, and fully grown people may take to stammering, or become impotent, or hysterical, or even insane, because of failures of adjustment to life that happened when they were a year or two old. These things are known, not merely as a matter of theory, but because as soon as by analysis these infant secrets are brought into consciousness and adjusted there, the trouble instantly ceases. So it appears that the whole process of human life, from the very hour of birth, consists of the correct adjustment of men and women in relation to their fellows. Not merely is man a social being, but all the prehuman ancestors of men, for ages upon geologic ages, have been social beings. They have lived in groups, and their survival has depended upon their success in fitting themselves snugly into group relationships. Failure to make correct adjustments means punishment by the group, or by enemies outside the group, if the failure is serious enough. It means death. We may assert that the task of understanding one's fellow men and making oneself understood by them is the most important task that confronts every individual. And if we look about the world at present, the most superficial of us cannot fail to realize that the task is far from being correctly performed. So many people unhappy, so many striving for what they cannot get, so many having to be locked behind bars like savage beasts because they demand something which the world is resolved not to let them have. So many having to be killed by rifles and machine guns, by high explosive shells and poison gas, because they misunderstood the social facts about them, and thought they could fulfill some wishes which the rest of mankind wanted them to repress. As I read the psychoanalyst's picture of the newly born infant with its primitive ego, its magic cries and magic gestures, I cannot be sure how much of it is sober science and how much is mordant irony. A sketch of the mental states of the men and women I see about me. Whole classes of men and women. Yes, even whole nations. The effort of the following chapters will be to interpret to men and women the world which they have made, and to which they are trying to adjust themselves. More especially, we shall try to show how, by better adjustments, men may change both themselves and the world, and make both into something less cruel and less painful, more serene and more certain and more free. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. Competition and cooperation. Discusses the relation of the adult to society, and the part which selfishness and unselfishness play in the development of social life. Pondering the subject of this chapter, I went for a stroll in the country, and, seating myself in a lonely place, became lost in thought, when suddenly my eye was caught by something moving. On the bare, hot, gray sand lay a creature that I could see when it moved and could not see when it was still, for it was exactly the color of the ground, and it fitted the ground tightly, being flat, and having its edges scalloped so that they mingled with the dust. It was a lizard, covered with heavy scales and with sharp horns to make it unattractive eating. At the slightest motion from me, it vanished into a heap of stones, so quickly that my eye could scarcely follow it. This creature, you perceive, is in its actions and its very form an expression of terror, terror of devouring enemies, of jackals that pounce and hawks that swoop, and also of the hot desert air that seeks to dry out its few precious drops of moisture. Practically all the energies of this creature are concentrated upon the securing of its own individual survival. To be sure, it will mate, but the process will be quick, and the eggs will be left for the sun to hatch out, and the baby lizards will shift for themselves. That is to say, they will be incarnations of terror from the moment they open their eyes to the light. The jackal seeks to pounce upon the lizard, and so inspires terror in the lizard. But when you watch the jackal, you find that it exhibits terror toward more powerful foes. You find that the hawk, which swoops upon the lizard, is equally quick to swoop away when it comes upon a man with a gun. This preying and being preyed upon, this mixture of cruelty and terror, is a conspicuous fact of nature. If you go into any orthodox school or college in America today, you will be taught that it is nature's most fundamental law and governs all living things. If you should take a course in political economy under a respectable professor, you would find him explaining that such cruelty-terror applies equally in human affairs. It is the basis of all economic science, and the effort to escape from it is like the effort to lift yourself by your bootstraps. The professor calls this cruelty-terror by the name competition, and he creates for his own purposes an abstract being whom he names the economic man. A creature who acts according to this law and exists under these conditions. One of the professor's formulas is the so-called Malthusian law, that population presses always upon the limits of subsistence. Another is the law of diminishing returns of agriculture, that you can get only so much product out of a certain piece of land, no matter how much labor and capital you put into it. Another is Ricardo's iron law of wages, that wages cannot rise above the cost of living. Another is embedded in the formula of Adam Smith, that competition is the life of trade. The professor enunciates these laws, coldly and impersonally, as becomes a scientist, but if you go into the world of business, you find them set forth cynically in scores of maxims and witticisms. Dog eat dog. The devil take the hindmost. Business is business. Do others, or they will do you. Evidently, however, there is something in man which rebels against these natural laws. In our present society, man has set aside 6 days in the week in which to live under them, and 1 day in the week in which to preach an entirely different and contradictory code, that of Christian ethics, which bids you love your neighbor and do unto others as you would they should do unto you. Between these Sunday teachings and the weekday teachings, there is eternal conflict, and one who takes pleasure in ridiculing his fellow men can find endless opportunity here. The Sunday preachers are forbidden to interfere with the affairs of the other 6 days. That is called dragging politics into the pulpit. On the other hand, incredible as it may seem, there are professors of the weekday doctrine who call themselves Christians, and believe in the Sunday doctrine too. They manage this by putting the Sunday doctrine off into a future world. That is, we are to pounce upon one another and devour one another under the iron laws of economics so long as we live on earth. But in the next world we shall play on golden harps and have nothing to do but love one another. If anybody is so foolish as to apply the Sermon on the Mount to present-day affairs, we regard him as a harmless crank. If he persists and sets out to teach others, we call him a communist or a pacifist and put him in jail for 10 or 20 years. In the Book of the Mind, I have referred to Kropotkin's Mutual Aid as a Factor in Evolution, which I regard as one of the epoch-making books of our time. Kropotkin clearly proves that competition is not the only law of nature. It is everywhere modified by cooperation, and in the great majority of cases, cooperation plays a larger part in the relations of living creatures than competition. There is no creature in existence which is entirely selfish. In the nature of the case, such a creature could not exist, save in the imaginations of teachers of special privilege. If a species is to survive, some portion of the energies of the individual must go into reproduction. And steadily, as life advances, we find the amount of this sacrifice increasing. The higher the type of the creature, the longer is the period of infancy, and the greater the sacrifice of the parent for the young. Likewise, most creatures make the discovery that by staying together in herds or groups and learning to cooperate instead of competing among themselves, they increase their chances of survival. You find birds that live in flocks and other birds like hawks and owls and eagles that are solitary. And you find the cooperating birds 1,000 times as numerous. That is to say, 1,000 times as successful in the struggle for survival. You find that all man's brain power has been a social product. The supremacy he has won over nature has depended upon one thing and one alone: the fact that he has managed to become different from the economic man, that product of the imagination of the defenders of privilege. It is evident that both competition and cooperation are necessary to every individual, and the health of the individual and of the race lies in the proper combination of the two. If a creature were wholly unselfish, if it made no effort to look after its own individual welfare, it would be exterminated before it had a chance to reproduce. If, on the other hand, it cannot learn to cooperate, its progeny stand less chance of survival against creatures which have learned this important lesson. We have a nation of 110 million people who have learned to cooperate to a certain limited extent. Some of us realize how vastly the happiness of these millions might be increased by a further extension of cooperation. But we find ourselves opposed by the professors of privilege, and we wish that these gentlemen would go out and join the lizards of the desert sands or the sharks of the sea, creatures which really practice the system of laissez-faire which the professors teach. The plain truth is that we cannot make a formula out of either competition or cooperation. We cannot settle any problem of economics, of business or legislation by proclaiming, for example, that competition is the life of trade. Competition may just as well turn out to be the death of trade. It depends entirely upon the kind of competition and the stage of trade development to which it is applied. In the early 18th century, when that formula of Adam Smith was written, competition was observed to keep down prices and provide stimulus to enterprise, and so to further abundant production. But the time came when the machinery for producing goods was in excess, not merely of the needs of the country, but of the available foreign markets, and then suddenly the large-scale manufacturers made the discovery that competition was the death of trade to them. They proceeded, as a matter of practical common sense, and without consulting their college professors, to abolish competition by forming trusts. We passed laws forbidding them to do this, but they simply refused to obey the laws. In the United States, they have made good their refusal for 35 years, and in the end have secured the blessing of the Supreme Court upon their course. So now we have cooperation in large-scale production and marketing. It is known by various names: pools, syndicates, price fixing, gentlemen's agreements. It is a blessing for those who cooperate, but it proves to be the death of those who labor, and also of those who consume. And we see these also compelled to combine, forming labor unions and consumer societies. Each side to the quarrel insists that the other side is committing a crime in refusing to compete, and our whole social life is rent with dissensions over this issue. Manifestly, we need to clear our minds of dead doctrines, to think out clearly just what we mean by competition, and what by cooperation, and what is the proper balance between the two. I have been at pains in this book to provide a basis for the deciding of such questions. It is a practical problem, the fostering of human life and the furthering of its development. We cannot lay down any fixed rule. We have to study the facts of each case separately. We shall say, this kind of competition is right because it helps to protect human life and develop its powers. We shall say, this other kind of competition is wrong because it has the opposite effect. We shall say, perhaps, that some kind was right 50 years ago or even 10 years ago because it then had certain effects, but meantime some factor has changed, and it is now having a different effect, and therefore ought to be abolished. There has never been any kind of human competition which men did not judge and modify in that way. There is no field of human activity in which ethical codes do not condemn certain practices as unfair. The average Englishman considers it proper that two men who get into a dispute shall pull off their coats and settle the question at issue by pummeling each other's noses. But let one of these men strike his opponent in the groin, or let him kick his shins, and instantly there will be a howl of execration. Likewise, an Anglo-Saxon man who fights with his fists has a loathing for Sicilian or Greek or other Mediterranean man who will pull a knife. That kind of competition is barred among our breeds, and also the kind which consists of using poisons or of starting slanders against your opponent. If you look back through history, you find many forms of competition which were once eminently respectable, but now have been outlawed. There was a time, for example, when the distinction we draw between piracy and sea war was wholly unknown. The ships of the Vikings would go out and raid the ships and seaports of other peoples, and carry off booty and captives, and the men who did that were sung as heroes of the nation. The British sea captains of the time of Queen Elizabeth, Drake, Frobisher, and the rest of them, are portrayed in our school books as valiant and hardy men, and the British colonies were built on the basis of their activities. Yet, according to the sea laws in force today, they were pirates. We regard a cannibal race with abhorrence, yet there was a time when all vigorous races of men were cannibals, and the habit of eating your enemies in battle may well have given an advantage to the races which practiced it. On the other hand, you find sentimental people who reject all competition on principle, and would like to abolish every trace of it from society, and especially from education. But stop and consider for a moment what that would mean. Would you abolish, for example, the competition of love, the right of a man to win the girl he wants? You could not do it, of course, but if you could, you would abolish one of the principal methods by which our race has been improved. Of course, what you really want is not to abolish competition in love, but to raise it to a higher form. There is an old saying, "All's fair in love and war." But no one ever meant that. You would not admit that a man might compete in love by threatening to kill the girl if she preferred a rival. You would not admit that he might compete by poisoning the other man. You would not admit that he might compete by telling falsehoods about the other man. On the other hand, if you are sensible, you admit that he has a right to compete by making his character known to the girl, and if the other man is a rascal, by telling the girl that. Would you abolish the competition of art, the effort of men to produce work more beautiful and inspiring than has ever been known before? Would you abolish the effort of scientists to overthrow theories which have hitherto been accepted? Obviously not. You make these forms of competition seem better by calling them emulation. But you do not in the least modify the fact that they involve the right of one person to outdo other persons, to supplant them and take away something from them, whether it be property, or position, or love, or fame, or power. In that sense, competition is indeed the law of life, and you might as well reconcile yourself to it and learn to play your part with spirit and good humor. Also, you might as well train your children to it. You will find you cannot develop their powers to the fullest without competition. In fact, you will be forced to go back and utilize forms of competition which are now out of date among adults. I have told in the Book of the Body how I myself tried for 10 years or more to live without physical competition, and discovered that I could not. I have had to take up some form of sport, and hundreds of thousands of other men have had the same experience. What is sport? It is a deliberate going back, under carefully devised rules, to the savage struggles of our ancestors. The very essence of real sport is that the contestants shall, within the rules laid down, compete with each other to the limit of their powers. With what contempt would a player of tennis or baseball or whist regard the proposition that his opponent should be merciful to him and let him win now and then? Obviously, these things have no place in the game, and to be a good sport is to conform to the rules, and take with enjoyment whatever issue of the struggle may come. But then again, suppose you are competing with a child. Obviously, the conditions are different. You no longer play the best you can. You let the child win a part of the time, but you do not let the child know this, or it would spoil the fun for the child. You pretend to try as hard as you know how, and you cry out in grief when you are beaten, and the child crows with delight. And yet, that does not keep you from loving the child, or the child from loving you. The purpose of this elaborate exposition is to make clear the very vital point that a certain set of social acts may be right under some conditions, and desperately wrong under other conditions. They may be right in play, and not in serious things. They may be right in youth, and not in maturity. They may be right at one period of the world's development, while at another period they are destructive of social existence. If, therefore, we wish to know what are right and wrong actions in the affairs of men, if we wish to judge any particular law or political platform or program of business readjustment, the first thing we have to do is to acquire a mass of facts concerning the society to which the law or platform or program is to be applied. We need to ask ourselves exactly what will be the effect of that change, applied in that particular way at that particular time. In order to decide accurately, we need to know the previous stages through which that society has passed, the forces which have been operating in it, and the ways in which they have worked. But also we must realize that the lessons of history cannot ever be accepted blindly. The principles of the founders apply to us only in modified form, for the world in which we live today is different from any world which has ever been before, and the world tomorrow will be different yet. We are the makers of it and the masters of it, and what it will be depends to some extent upon our choice. In fact, that is the most important lesson for all of us to learn. The final purpose of all our thought about the world is to enable us to make it a happier and a better world for ourselves and for our posterity to live in. End of chapter 49. Chapters 50, 51, and 52 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50, Aristocracy and Democracy, discusses the idea of superior classes and races, and whether there is a natural basis for such a doctrine. In the letters of Thomas Jefferson is found the following passage: "All eyes are open or opening to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favor few, booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately by the grace of God." This, which Jefferson, over 100 years ago, described as a palpable truth, is still a long way from prevailing in the world. We are trying in this book not to take anything for granted, so we do not assume this truth, but investigate it, and we begin by admitting that there are many facts which seem to contradict it, and which make it more difficult of proof than Jefferson realized. It is not enough to point out the lack of saddles on the backs and of boots and spurs on the feet of newly born infants, for the fact is that men are not exploited because of saddles, nor is the exploiting accomplished by means of boots and spurs. It is done by means of gold and steel, banks and credit system, railroads, machine guns and battleships. And while it is not true that certain races and classes are born with these things on them, they are born to the possession of them, and the vast majority of mankind are without them all their lives, and without the ability to use them, even if they had them. The doctrine that all men are created equal, or that they ought to be equal, we shall describe for convenience as the democratic doctrine. It first came to general attention through Christianity, which proclaimed the brotherhood of all mankind in a common fatherhood of God. But even as taught by the Christians, the doctrine had startling limitations. It was several centuries before church councils summoned the courage to decide that women were human beings and had souls. And today many devout Christians are still uncertain whether Japanese and Chinese and Filipinos and Negroes are human beings and have souls. I have heard old gentlemen in the South gravely maintain that the Negro is not a human being at all, but a different species of animal. I have heard learned men in the South set forth that the sutures in the Negro skull close at some very early age, and thus make moral responsibility impossible for the black race. And you will find the same ideas maintained not merely as to differences of race and color, but as to differences of economic condition. You will find the average aristocratic Englishman quite convinced that the lower orders are permanently inferior to himself, and this, though they are of the same Anglo-Saxon stock. For convenience, I will refer to the doctrine that there is some natural and irremovable inferiority of certain races or classes as the aristocratic doctrine. I will probably startle some of my readers by making the admission that if there is any such natural or irremovable inferiority, then a belief in political or economic equality is a blunder. If there are certain classes or races which cannot think or cannot learn to think as well as other classes and races, those mentally inferior classes and races will obey, and they will be made to obey. And neither you nor I, nor all the preachers and agitators in the world will ever be able to arrange it otherwise. Suppose we could do it. We should be committing a crime against life. We should be holding down the race and aborting its best development. Is there any such natural and irremovable inferiority in human beings? When we come to study the question, we find it complicated by a different phenomenon, that of racial immaturity, which we have to face frankly and get clear in our minds. One of the most obvious facts of nature is that of infancy and childhood. We have just pointed out that if you are competing with a child, you do it in an entirely different way and under an entirely different set of rules, and if you fail to do this, you are unfair and even cruel to the child. And it is a fact of our world that there are some races more backward in the scale of development than other races. You may not like this fact, but it is silly to try to evade it. People who live in savage huts and beat on tom-toms and fight with bows and arrows and cannot count beyond a dozen. Such people are not the mental or moral equals of our highly civilized races, and to treat them as equals and compete with them on that basis means simply to exterminate them. And we should either exterminate them at once and be done with it, or else make up our minds that they are in a childhood stage of our race, and that we have to guide them and teach them as we do our children. There is no more useful person than the wise and kind teacher. But suppose we saw someone pretending to be a teacher to our children, while in reality enslaving and exploiting them, or secretly robbing and corrupting them. What would we say about that kind of teacher? The name of that teacher is capitalist commercialism, and his profession is known as the white man's burden. His abuse of power is the cause of our present racial wars and revolts of subject peoples. A fair-minded man, desirous of facing all the facts of life, hardly knows what stand to take in such a controversy. That is, hardly knows from which cause the colored races suffer more, the white man's exploitation or their own native immaturity. To say that certain races are in a childhood stage and need instruction and discipline is an entirely different thing from saying that they are permanently inferior and incapable of self-government. Whether they are permanently inferior is a problem for the man of science, to be determined by psychological tests, continued possibly over more than one generation. We have not as yet made a beginning. In fact, we have not even acquired the scientific impartiality necessary to such an inquiry. In the meantime, all that we can do is to look about us and pick up hints where we can. In places like Massachusetts, where Negroes are allowed to go to college and are given a chance to show what they can do, they have not ousted the white man, but many of them have certainly won his respect, and one finds charming and cultured men among them who show no signs of prematurely closed-up skulls. And one after another we see the races which have been held down as being inferior developing leadership and organization and power of moral resistance. The Irish are showing themselves today one of the most vigorous and high-spirited of all races. The Hindus are developing a movement which, in the long run, may prove more powerful than the white man's gold and steel. The Egyptians, the Persians, the Filipinos, the Koreans are all devising ways to break the power of capitalist newspaper censorship. How sad that the subject races of the world have to get their education through hatred of their teachers instead of through love. Of course, these rebel leaders are men who have absorbed the white man's culture, at least in part. Practically always, they are of the younger generation, which has been to the white man's schools. But this is the very answer we have been seeking, as to whether the race is permanently inferior, or merely immature and in need of training. It is not only among the brown and black and yellow races that progress depends upon the young generations. That is a universal fact of life. In the course of this argument, we shall assume that the Christian or democratic theory has the weight of probability on its side, and that nature has not created any permanently and necessarily inferior race or class. We shall assume that the heritage of culture is a common heritage, open to all our species. We shall not go so far as the statement which Jefferson wrote into the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created free and equal, but we shall assert that they are created with certain inalienable rights, and that among these is the right to maintain their lives and to strive for liberty and happiness. Also, we shall say that there will never be peace or order in the world until they have found liberty and recognition of their right to happiness. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51. Ruling classes. Deals with authority in human society, how it is obtained, and what sanction it can claim. It is possible to conceive an order of nature in which all individuals were born and developed exactly alike and with exactly equal powers. Such is apparently the case with lower animals, for example the ants and bees. But among human beings there are great differences. Some are born idiots, and some are born geniuses. Even supposing that we are able to do away with blindness and idiocy, it is not likely that we can ever make a race of uniform genius. There will always be some more capable minds who will discover new powers of life, and will compel the others to learn from them. It is to the interest of the race that this learning should be done as quickly as possible. In other words, the great problem of society is how to recognize superior minds and put them in authority. We look back over history and discover a few wise men and many rulers, but very, very rarely does it happen that the ruler is a wise man, or a friend of wise men. Far more often we find the ruler occupied in suppressing the wise man and his wisdom. There was a ruler who allowed the mob to crucify Jesus, and another who ordered Socrates to drink the hemlock, and another who tortured Galileo, and another who chopped off the head of Sir Walter Raleigh, and so on through a long and tragic chronicle. And even when the accident of a wise ruler occurs, he is apt to be surrounded by a class of parasites and corrupt officials who are busy to thwart his will. The general run of history is this: some group seizes power by force and holds it by the same means, and seeks to augment and perpetuate it. Those who win the power are frequently men of energy and practical sense, and do fairly well as governors. But they are never able to hand on their virtues, and their line becomes corrupted by sensuality and self-indulgence, and the subject classes are plundered and driven to revolt. Often the revolt fails, but in the course of time it succeeds, and there is a new dynasty or a new ruling class, sometimes a little better than the old, sometimes worse. How shall one judge whether the new regime is better or worse? Obviously, this is a most important question. It has to do not merely with history, but with our daily affairs, our voting. As one who has read some tens of thousands of pages of history and has pondered its lessons with heart sickness and despair, I lay down this general law by which revolts and changes of power may be judged. If the change results in the holding of power by a smaller number of people, it is a reaction. But if the change results in distributing the power among a larger group of the community, then that community has made a step in advance. I have seen a sketch of the history of some Central American country, Guatemala, I think, which showed 130 revolutions in less than 100 years. Some rascal gets together a gang and seizes the government and plunders its revenue. When he has plundered too much, some other rascal stirs up the people and gets together another gang. Such revolutions we regard as subjects for comic opera, and for the Richard Harding Davis type of fiction. But we do not consider them as having any relationship to progress. We describe them as palace revolutions. But compare with this the various English revolutions. We write learned histories about them and describe England as the mother of parliaments. The reason for this is that when there was political discontent in England, the protesting persons proceeded to organize themselves and to understand their trouble and to remedy it. They had the brain power to do this. They maintained their right to do it, and when by violence or threats of violence they forced the ruling class to give way, they brought about a wider extension of liberty, a wider distribution of power. Tennyson has pictured England as a state where freedom slowly broadens down from precedent to precedent. We, today, reading its history, are inclined to put a sarcastic emphasis on the word slowly. But Tennyson would answer that it is better for a community to move forward slowly than to move forward rapidly and then move backward nearly as far. We have pointed out several times the important fact of biology, that change does not necessarily mean progress from any rational or moral point of view. Degeneration is just as real a fact as progress. And it does not at all follow that because things change, they are changing for the better. It is worthwhile to repeat this in discussing human society, for it is just as true of governments and morals as of living species. A nation may pile up wealth and multiply 100-fold the machinery of wealth production, and only be increasing luxury and wantonness and graft. A nation may change its governmental forms, its laws and social conventions, and boast noisily of these changes in the name of progress, while, as a matter of fact, it is following swiftly the road to ruin, which all the empires of history have traced. So far as I can discover, there is one test and only one by which you can judge, and that is the test already indicated. Is the actual effective power of the state wielded by a larger or a smaller percentage of the population than before the change took place? You will note the words actual effective power. Nothing is more familiar in human life than for forms to survive after the spirit which created them is dead. And nothing is more familiar than the use of these forms as masks to deceive the populace. There have been many times in history when people have gone on voting long after their votes ceased to count for anything. There have been many times when people have gone through the motions of freedom long after they have been slaves. Mexico, under Diaz, had one of the most perfect of constitutions, and was in reality one of the most perfect of despotisms. And we Americans are sadly familiar with political democracies which do not work. Shall we, therefore, join the pessimists and say that history is a blind struggle for useless power, and that the notion of progress is a delusion? I do not think so. On the contrary, I think it is easily to be demonstrated that there has been a steady increase in the amount of knowledge possessed by the race, and in the spread of this knowledge among the whole population. I think that through most of the period of written history, we can trace a real development in human society. I think we can analyze the laws of this development and explain its methods. And I think this knowledge is precious to us because it enables us to accelerate the process and to make the end more certain. This task, the analysis of social evolution, is the task we have next to undertake. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52. The process of social evolution discusses the series of changes through which human society has passed. We have now to consider briefly the history of man as a social being, the groups he has formed, and the changes in his group systems. Everything in life grows, and human societies are no exception to the rule. They have undergone a long process of evolution, which we can trace in detail, and which we find conforms exactly to the law laid down by Herbert Spencer, a process whereby a number of single and similar things become different parts of one complex thing. In the case of human societies, the units are men and women, and social evolution is a process whereby a small and simple group, in which the individuals are practically alike, grows into a large and complex group, in which the individuals are widely different, and their relations one to another are complicated and subtle. There are two powerful forces pressing upon human beings and compelling them to struggle and grow. The first of these forces is fear, the need of protection against enemies. The second is hunger, the need of food, and the means of producing and storing food. The first causes the individual to combine with his fellows and establish some form of government, and this is the origin of political evolution. The second causes him to accumulate wealth and to combine industrially, and this is the origin of economic evolution. Because the first force is a little more urgent, we observe in the history of human society that evolution in government precedes evolution in industry. I made the statement some 20 years ago in an article in Collier's Weekly. I wrote to the effect that man's first care was to secure himself against his enemies, and that when he had done this, he set out to secure his food supply. Collier's called upon the late Professor Sumner of Yale University, a prize reactionary and Tory of the old school, to answer me. And Professor Sumner made merry over my statement, declaring that man sought for food long before he was safe from his enemies. Some years later, when Sumner died, one of his admirers wrote in the New York Evening Post that he had completely overwhelmed me, and I had acknowledged my defeat by failing to reply. Something which struck me as very funny. It was, of course, possible that Sumner had overwhelmed me, but to say that I had considered myself overwhelmed was to attribute to me a degree of modesty of which I was wholly incapable. As a matter of fact, I had had my usual experience with capitalist magazines. Collier's Weekly had promised to publish my rejoinder to Sumner, but failed to keep the promise. And finally, when I worried them, they tucked the answer away in the back part of the paper, among the advertisements of cigars and toilet soaps. Professor Sumner is gone, but he has left behind him an army of pupils, and I will protect myself against them by phrasing my statement with extreme care. I do not mean to say that man first secures himself completely against his enemies, and then goes out to hunt for a meal. Of course he has to eat while he is countering the moves of his enemies. He has to eat while he is on the march to battle, or in flight from it. But ask yourself this question: which would you choose if you had to choose? To go a couple of days with nothing to eat, or to have your throat cut by bandits and your wife and children carried away into slavery? Certainly you would do your fighting first, and meantime you would scratch together any food you could. While you were devoting your energies to putting down civil war, or to making a treaty with other tribes, or to preparing for a military campaign, you would continue to get food in the way your ancestors had got it. In other words, your economic evolution would wait, while your political evolution proceeded. But when you had succeeded in putting down your enemies, and had a long period of peace before you, then you would plant some fields, and domesticate some animals, or perhaps discover some new way of weaving cloth, and so your industrial life would make progress. It is easy to see why Professor Sumner wished to confuse this issue. He could not deny political evolution, because it had happened. He despised and feared political democracy, but it was here. And he had to speak politely to it as to a tiger that had got into the house. But industrial democracy was a thing that had not yet happened in the world. It was only a hope and a prophecy, and therefore a prize old Tory was free to ridicule it. I remember reading somewhere his statement: the notion that democracy had anything to do with industry, or could in any way be applied to industry, was a piece of silliness. So, of course, he sought to demolish my idea that there was a process of evolution in economic affairs, paralleling the process of political evolution which had already culminated in democracy. Let us consider the process of political evolution briefly and in its broad outlines. Take any savage tribe. You find it composed of individuals who are very much alike. Some are a little stronger than others, a little more clever, more powerful in battle, but the difference is slight. And when the tribe chooses someone to lead them, they might as well choose one man as another. They all have a say in the tribe councils, both men and women. Their rights in the tribe are the same. They are, of course, slaves to ignorance, to degrading superstition and absurd taboos. But these things apply to everyone alike. There is no privileged caste, no hereditary inequality. But little by little, as the tribe grows in numbers and in power and intelligence, as it comes to capture slaves in battle and to unite with other tribes, there comes to be an hereditary chieftain and a group of his leading supporters, his courtiers and henchmen. When the society has evolved into the stage which we call barbarism, there is a permanent superior caste. There are hereditary priests, who have in their keeping the favor of the gods, and there is a subject population of slaves. The society moves on into the feudal stage, in which the various grades and classes are precisely marked off, each with its different functions, its different privileges and rights and duties. The feudal principalities and duchies war and struggle among themselves. They are united by marriage or by conquest, and presently some stronger ruler brings a great territory under his power, and we have what is called a kingdom. A society still larger, still more complex in its organization, and still more rigid in its class distinctions. Take France under the ancient regime, and compare a courtier or noble gentleman with a serf. They are not only different before the law, they are different in the language they use, in the clothes they wear, in the ideas they hold. They are different even in their bodies, so that the gentleman regards the serf as an inferior species of creature. The kings warred among themselves, and emperors arose. The ultimate ideal in Europe was a political society which should include the whole continent, and this idea was several times almost attained. But it is the rule of history that wherever a society is built upon the basis of privilege and enslavement, the ruling classes prove morally and intellectually unequal to the burden put upon them. they become corrupted, and their rule becomes intolerable. This happened in Europe, and there came political revolutions, first in England, which accomplished it by gradual stages, and then in the French monarchy, and quite recently in a dozen monarchies and empires, large and small. What precisely is this political revolution? Let us consider the case of France, where the change was sudden and the issues precisely drawn. King Louis XIV had said, "I am the state." To a person of our time, that might seem like boasting, but it was merely an assertion of the existing political fact. King Louis was the state, by universal consent, and by divine authority, as all men believed. The army was his army, the navy was his navy, and wars, when he made them, were his wars. Everyone in the state was his subject, and all the property of the state was his personal private property, to dispose of as he pleased. The government officials carried out his will, and members of the nobility held the land and ruled in his name. But now suddenly the people of France overthrew the king and put him to death, and drove the nobles into exile. They seized the power of the French state and proclaimed themselves equal citizens in the state, with equal voices in its government, and equal rights before the law. So we call France a republic, and describe this form of society as political democracy. It is the completion of the process of political evolution, and you will see that it moves in a sort of spiral, having completed a circle and got back to where it was before, but upon a higher plane. The citizens of a modern republic are equal before the law, just as were the members of the savage tribe. But the political organization is vastly larger and infinitely more complicated, and every individual lives his life upon a higher level, because he shares in the benefits of this more highly organized and more powerful. End of chapter 52. Chapters 53, 54, and 55 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53, Industrial Evolution, examines the process of evolution in industry and the stage which it has so far reached. And now, let us consider the process of industrial evolution. We shall find it to be exactly the same thing, reproducing the changes in another field of activity. You may picture two gigantic waves sweeping over the ocean. In some places, the waves are far apart, and in other places they are closer together. For a time they may mingle, and perhaps their bases always mingle. It would be easy for a critic to point out how political affairs play a leading part in industrial evolution, and vice versa. It would be easy to argue that property rules the public state, or again, that the main function of the political state is to protect property. As I have said, man has to fight his enemies, and he has to seek food, and often he has to do the two things at the same time. But nevertheless, broadly speaking, we observe two great waves sweeping over human society, and most of the time these waves are clearly separated and easily distinguished. Industry in a savage tribe is, like government, simple and uniform. All the members of the tribe get their living in the same way. One may be a little more expert as a fisherman, another as a gatherer of coconuts. But the fisherman gathers coconuts, and the coconut gatherer fishes. In the days of primitive communism, there is little economic strife and little change. But as slavery comes in and the private property system, there begins industrial war. The members of the tribe trade with one another and argue over prices, and gradually some get the better of others. They accumulate slaves and goods, and later on they appropriate the land to their private use. Of course, the men who do this are often the rulers of the tribe, and so politics and industry are mixed. But even assuming that the state never interfered, assuming that the government allowed business affairs to work themselves out in their own way, the tendency of competition is always to end in monopoly. The big fish eat the little fish. The strong gain advantage over the weak, the rich grow richer, and the poor grow relatively poorer. As the amount of trading increases, and men specialize in the arts of bargaining, we see again and again how money concentrates in the hands of a few. It does this even when the political state tries to prevent it, as for example when the princes and dukes of the Middle Ages would torture the Jewish moneylenders and take away their treasure. But the Jews never failed to grow rich again. It is when political evolution has completed itself and a republic has been set up that a free field is given to economic forces to work themselves out to their logical end. We have seen this in the United States, where we all started pretty much on the same economic level, and where political tyranny has had little hold. Our civilization is a civilization of the trader, the businessman as we call him, and we see how big business absorbs little business and grows constantly larger and more powerful. We are familiar with what we call graft, the use by businessmen of the powers of government to get trade advantage for themselves. And we have a school of old-time thinkers, calling themselves Jeffersonian Democrats, who insist that if only there had never been any government favors, economic equality and democracy would have endured forever in our country. But it is my opinion that government has done far more to prevent monopoly and special privilege in business than to favor it. And nevertheless, monopoly has grown. In other words, the tendency toward concentration in business, the absorption of small business by the big business, is an irresistible natural process, which neither can be nor should be hindered. The condition of competition, whether in politics or in industry, is never a permanent one, and can never be made permanent. It is a struggle which automatically brings itself to an end. Large-scale production and distribution is more economical than small-scale, and big business has irresistible advantages of credit and permanence over little business. As we shall presently show, the blind and indiscriminate production of goods under the competitive system leads to the glutting of markets and to industrial crises. At such times, the weaker concerns are weeded out and the strong ones take their trade. And as a result, we have the modern great corporation, the most powerful machine of production yet devised by man, and which corresponds in every aspect to the monarchy in political society. We are accustomed to speak of our captains of industry, our coal kings and beef barons and lords of steel, and we think we are using metaphors, but the universality of these metaphors points to a fundamental truth in them. As a matter of fact, our modern captain of industry fills in the economic world exactly the same functions as were filled in the ancient days by the head of the feudal state. He has won his power in a similar struggle, and he holds it by similar methods. He rules over an organization of human beings, arranged, economically speaking, in grades and classes, with their authorities and privileges and duties precisely determined, as under the ancient regime. And just as King Louis said, "I am the state," so Mr. Armour considers that he is Armour and Company, and Mr. Morgan considers that he is the House of Morgan, and that the business exists for him and is controlled by him under divine authority. If I am correct in my analysis of the situation, this process of industrial evolution is destined to complete itself, as in the case of the political state. The subject populations of industry are becoming more and more discontented with their servitude, more and more resentful of that authority which compels them to labor while others reap the benefit. They are organizing themselves and preparing for a social transformation which will parallel in every detail the revolution by which our ancestors overthrew the authority of King George III over the American colonies, and made inhabitants of those colonies no longer subjects of a king, but free and equal citizens of a republic. I expect to see a change throughout the world which will take the great instruments of production which we call corporations and trusts out of the hands of their present private owners, and make them the property either of the entire community or of those who do the work in them. This change is the social revolution, and when it has completed itself, we shall have in that society an industrial republic, a form of business management which constitutes economic democracy. The history of the world's political revolutions has been written almost exclusively by aristocratic or bourgeois historians, that is to say, by men who, whatever their attitude toward political democracy, have no conception of industrial democracy, and believe that industrial strife and enslavement are the normal conditions of life. If, however, you will read Kropotkin's Great French Revolution, you will be interested to discover how important a part was played in this revolution by economic forces. Underneath the political discontent of the merchants and middle classes lay a vast mass of social discontent of the peasants and workers. It was the masses of people who made the revolution, but it was the middle classes who seized it and turned it to their own ends, putting down attempts toward economic equality and confining the changes so far as possible to the political field. And everywhere throughout history, if you study revolutions, you will find that same thing happening. You find, for example, Martin Luther fighting for the right to preach the word of God without consulting the Pope. But when the peasants of Germany arose and sought to set themselves free from feudal landlords, Luther turned against them and called upon the princes to shoot them down. The ass needs to be beaten, and the populace needs to be controlled with a strong hand. The landlords and property classes of England were willing to restrict the power of the king, and to give the vote to the educated and well-to-do. But from the time of Jack Cade to our own, they shoot down the poor. But meantime, the industrial process continues. The modern factory system brings the workers together in larger and larger groups, and teaches them the lesson of class consciousness. So the time of the workers draws near. The first attempt in modern times to accomplish the social revolution and set up industrial democracy was in the Paris Commune. When the French Empire collapsed after the war with Germany in 1871, the workers of Paris seized control. They were massacred, some 50,000 of them, and the propertied classes of France established the present bourgeois republic, which has now become the bulwark of reaction throughout the continent of Europe. Next came the Russian Revolution of 1905, and this was an interesting illustration of the relation between the two waves of social progress. Russia was a backward country industrially, and according to theory, not at all prepared for the social revolution. But nowadays, the thoughts of men circulate all over the world, and the exiles from Russia had absorbed Marxian ideas and were not prepared to accept a purely political freedom. So in 1905, after the Japanese War, When the people rose and forced the Tsar to grant a parliament, the extremists made an effort to accomplish the social revolution at the same time. The peasants began to demand the land, and the workers the factories, whereupon the capitalists and middle classes, who wanted a parliament but did not want socialism, went over to the side of reaction, and both the political and social revolutions were crushed. But then came the Great War, for which Russia, with her incompetent government and her undeveloped industry, was unprepared. The strain of it broke her down long before the other allies, and in the universal suffering and ruin, the Russian people were again forced to rise. The political revolution was accomplished. The Tsar was imprisoned, and the Duma reigned supreme. Middle-class liberalism throughout the world gave its blessings to this revolution, and hastened to welcome a new political democracy to the society of nations. But then occurred what to orthodox democratic opinion had been the most terrifying spectacle in human history. The Russian people had been driven too far towards starvation and despair. The masses had been too embittered, and they rose again, overthrowing not only their Tsar and their Grand Dukes, but their capitalists and landowners. For the first time in history, the social revolution established itself, and the workers were in control of a great state. Ever since then, we have seen exactly what we saw in Europe from 1789 onward, when the first political republic was established, and all the monarchies and empires of the world banded themselves together to stamp it out. We have witnessed a campaign of war, blockade, intrigue, and propaganda against the Soviet government of Russia, all pretending to be carried on in the name of the Russian people, and for the purpose of saving them from suffering, but all obviously based upon one consideration and one alone: the fear that an effort at industrial self-government might possibly prove to be a success. Whether or not the Soviets will prove permanent, no one can say, but this much is certain: just as the French Revolution sent a thrill around the world, and planted in the hearts of the common people the wonderful dream of freedom from kings and ruling classes, just so the Russian Revolution has brought to the working masses the dream of freedom from masters and landlords. Everywhere in capitalist society this ferment is working, and in one country after another we see the first pangs of new birth. Also we see capitalists and landlords who once found democracy, free speech, and equality before the law useful formulas to break down the power of kings and aristocrats, now repudiating their old-time beliefs and going back to the frankest reaction. We see in our own land of the free the government refusing to reprint the Declaration of Independence during the war, and arresting men for quoting from it and circulating it. We even see the Department of Justice refusing to allow people to reprint the Sermon on the Mount. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54. The Class Struggle discusses history as a battleground between ruling and subject classes, and the method and outcome of this struggle. There is a theory of social development, sometimes called the materialistic interpretation of history, and sometimes the economic interpretation of history. It is one of the contributions to our thought which we owe to Karl Marx, and like all the rest of Marxian theory, it is a subject of embittered controversy, not merely between socialists and orthodox economists, but between various schools of revolutionary doctrine. For my part, I have never been a great hand for doctrine, whether ancient or modern. I am not much more concerned with what Marx taught than I am with what St. Paul taught or what Martin Luther taught. My advice is to look at life with your own eyes, and to state in simple language the conclusions of your own thinking. Man is an eating animal. He has also been described as a tool-making animal, and might be described as an ideal-making animal. There is a tendency on the part of those who specialize in the making of ideals to repudiate the eating and the tool-making sides of man, which accounts for the quarrel between the Marxians and the moralists. All through history you find new efforts of man to develop his emotional and spiritual nature, and to escape from the humiliating limitations of the flesh. These efforts have, many of them, been animated by desperate sincerity, but none of them have changed the fundamental fact that man is an eating animal, an animal insufficiently provided by nature against cold, and with an intense repugnance to having streams of cold water run down the back of his neck. The religious teachers go out with empty purse and take no thought for the morrow, but the forces of nature press insistently upon them, and little by little they make compromises. They take to shelter while they are preaching. They consent to live in houses, and even to own houses, and to keep a bank account. So they make terms with the powers of this world, and the powers of this world, which are subtle and awake to their own interests, find ways to twist the new doctrine to their ends. So the new religion becomes simply another form of the old hypocrisy, and it comes to us as a breath of fresh air in a room full of corruption, when someone says, "Let us have done with aged shams and false idealisms. Let us face the facts of life and admit that man is a physical animal, and cannot do any sane and constructive thinking until he has food and shelter provided. Let us look at history with unblinking eyes, and realize that food and shelter, the material means of life, are what men have been seeking all through history, and will continue to seek, until we put production and distribution upon a basis of justice instead of a basis of force." Such is, as simply as I can phrase it, the materialistic interpretation of history. Put into its dress of scientific language, it reads: the dominant method of production and exchange in any society determines the institutions and forms of that society. I do not think I exaggerate in saying that this formula, applied with judgment and discrimination, is a key to the understanding of human societies. Wherever man has moved into the stage of slavery and private property, there has been some group which has held power and sought to maintain and increase it. This group has set the standards of behavior and belief for the community, and if you wish to understand the government and religion, the manners and morals, the philosophy and literature and art of that community, the first thing you have to do is to understand the dominant group and its methods of keeping itself on top. This statement applies not merely to those cultural forms which are established and ordained by the ruling class. It applies equally well to the revolutionary forms, the behavior and beliefs of those who oppose the ruling class. For men do not revolt in a vacuum. They revolt against certain conditions, and the form of their revolt is determined by the conditions. Take, for example, primitive Christianity, which was certainly an effort to be unworldly, if ever such an effort was made by man. But you cannot understand anything about primitive Christianity unless you see it as a new form of slave revolt against Roman imperialism and capitalism. The theory of the class struggle is the master key to the bewilderments and confusions of history. Always there is a dominant class, holding the power of the state, and always there are subject classes, and sooner or later the subject classes begin protesting and struggling for wider rights. When they think they are strong enough, they attempt a revolt, and sometimes they succeed. If they do, they write the histories of the revolt, and their leaders become heroes and statesmen. If they fail, the histories are written by their oppressors, and the rebels are portrayed as criminals. One of the commonest of popular assumptions is that if the rebels have justice on their side, they are bound to succeed in the long run. But this is merely the sentimental nonsense that is made out of history. It is perfectly possible for a just revolt to be crushed, and to be crushed again and again, just as it is possible for a child which is ready to be born to fail to be born, and to perish miserably. The fact that the Huguenots had most of the virtue and industry and intelligence of France did not keep them from being slaughtered by Catholic bigots, and reaction riveted upon the French people for a couple of 100 years. The fact that the Moors had most of the industry of Spain did not keep them from being driven into exile by the Inquisition, and the intellectual life of the Spanish people strangled for 300 or 400 years. Some 800 years ago, our ancestors in England brought a cruel and despotic king to battle, and conquered him, and on the field of Runnymede forced him to sign a grant of rights to Englishmen. That document is known as Magna Carta, or the Great Charter, and everyone who writes political history today recognizes it as one of the greatest of man's achievements, the beginning of a process which we hope will bring freedom and equality before the law to every human being on earth. And now we have come to the stage in our industrial affairs when the organized workers seek to bring the monarchs of industry into the council chamber and force them to sign a similar great charter which will grant freedom and self-government to the workers. Just as King John was forced to admit that the power to tax and spend the public revenue belonged to the people of England and not to the ruler, just so the workers will establish the principle that the finances of industry are a public concern, that the books are to be opened and prices fixed and wages paid by the democratic vote of the citizens of industry. If that change is accomplished, the historian of the future will recognize it as another momentous step in progress, and he will heed the protests of the lords of industry that they are being deprived of their freedom to do business and of their sacred legal rights to their profits, as little as he heeded the protests of King John against the treason and usurpation and infringement of divine right by the rebellious barons. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55. The capitalist system shows how wealth is produced in modern society and the effect of this system upon the minds of the workers. In the beginning, man got his living by hunting and fishing. Then he took to keeping flocks and herds, and later, by slow stages, he settled down to agriculture. With the introduction of slavery and the ownership of the land by ruling classes, there came to be a subject class of workers who toiled on the land from dawn to dark, year in and year out, and got, if they were fortunate, an existence for themselves and their families. Whether these workers were called slaves or serfs or peasants, whether their product was taken from them in the form of taxes by the king or of rent by the landlord, made no difference. The workers were bound to the soil, like the beasts with which they lived in intimate contact. They were drafted into armies and made to fight for their lords and masters. They suffered pestilence and famine, fire and slaughter, but with infinite patience they would rebuild their huts and dig and plant again, whether for the old master or for a new one. In the early days these workers made their own crude tools and weapons, but very early there must have been some who specialized in such arts, and with the growth of towns and communications came a new kind of labor based upon a new system. Some enterprising man would buy slaves or hire labor, and obtain a supply of raw material and manufacture goods to be bartered or sold. He would pay his workers enough to draw them from the land, and would sell the product for what he could get, and the difference would be his profit. That was capitalism. And at first it was a thing of no importance, and the men who engaged in it had no social standing. But princes and lords needed weapons and supplies for their armies, and the men who could furnish these things became more and more necessary, and the states which encouraged them were the ones which rose to power. Merchants and sea traders became the intimates of kings, and by the time of the Roman Empire, capitalism was a great world power, dominating the state, using the armies of the state for its purposes. It went down with the rest of Roman civilization, but in the Middle Ages it began once more to revive, and by the end of the 18th century, the merchants and moneylenders of France, with their retainers, the lawyers and journalists, were powerful enough to take control of society. Then, in the beginning of the 19th century, came the invention of machinery and of the power process. Capitalism began to grow like a young giant among pygmies. In the course of a century, it has ousted all other methods of production and all other forms of social activity. 100 years ago, the British House of Commons was a parliament of landlords. Today, it is a merchants and manufacturers association. Out of the 707 members of the British House of Commons, 361 are members of the Federation of British Industries, the labor-smashing organization of British big business. And the same is true of every other parliament and congress in the modern capitalist state. Practically all the wealth of the world today is produced by the capitalist method and distributed under capitalist supervision, and therefore capitalist ideas prevail in our society, to the practical exclusion of all other ideas. I have shown in The Prophets of Religion how these ideas dominate the modern church, and in The Brass Check how they dominate the modern press. I plan to write 2 books to show how they dominate education and literature. 100 years ago, an industry consisted of a half a dozen or a dozen men working under the personal supervision of an owner, and using crude hand tools. Today, it consists of a gigantic trust, owning and managing scores and perhaps hundreds of mills and factories, each employing thousands of workers. A corporation like the Steel Trust owns enough of the sources of its raw material to give it practical monopoly. It owns a fleet of vessels specially designed for ore carrying. It owns its private railroads to deliver the ore to the mills. Through its system of dummy directorates, it has practical control of the main railroads over which it distributes its products, also of banks and trust companies and insurance companies to gather the money of the public to finance its undertakings. It owns huge office buildings and vast tracts of land upon which the homes of its workers are built. It has a private army for the defense of its property, a complete army of cavalry, infantry, and artillery, including a large and highly efficient secret service department, with a host of informers and spies. It has newspapers for the purpose of propaganda, and it controls the government of every village, town, and city in which it has important interests. If you will take the trouble to visit a steel town and make inquiries among public officials, newspaper men, and others who are on the inside, you will discover that those in authority consider it necessary and proper that steel should control, and are unable to conceive any other condition of affairs. If you go to other parts of the country, where other great industries are located, you will find it taken for granted that copper should control, or lumber, or coal, or oil, or whatever it may be. Under the system of large-scale capitalism, labor is a commodity, bought and sold in the market like any other commodity. Some years ago, Congress was requested to pass a law contradicting this fundamental fact of world capitalism. Congress passed a law, very carefully worded so that no one could be sure what it meant, and a few years later the Supreme Court nullified the law. But all through this political and legal controversy, the status of labor remained exactly the same. There was a labor market, consisting of those members of the community who, in the formula of Marx, had nothing but their labor power to sell. These competed for recognition at the factory gates, and highly skilled foremen selected those who offered the largest quantity of labor power for the stated wage. So entirely impersonal is this process that there are great industries in America in which 90% of the common labor force is hired and fired all over again in the course of a year. These men are put to work in gangs, under a system which enables one picked man to set the pace and compel all the others to keep up with him, under penalty of being discharged. This process is known as speeding up, and its purpose is to obtain from each worker the greatest quantity of energy in exchange for his daily wage. In the steel industry, men work 12 hours a day for 6 days in the week, and then finish with a 24-hour day. If they do not work so long in other industries, it is because experience has proven that the greatest quantity of energy can be obtained from them in a shorter time. There are very few men who can stand this pace for long. Those who are not crippled or killed in accidents are broken down at 40, and all the great corporations recognize this fact. Their foremen pick out the younger men, and practically all concerns have an age rule and never hire men above 40 or 45. I shall not in this book go into details concerning the fate of the worker under the profit system. I have written 2 novels, The Jungle and King Coal, in which the facts are portrayed in detail, and it seems the part of common sense to refer the reader to these textbooks. It will suffice here to set forth the main outlines of the situation. In every capitalist country of the world, the masses of the people are herded into industries in whose profits they have no share, and in whose welfare they have no interest. They do not know the people for whom they work, they have no human relationship, either with their work or with their employers. They see the surplus of their product drawn off to maintain a class of idlers, whose activities they know only through the scandals of the divorce courts and the luxury love of the moving picture screen. They compete with one another for jobs and bid down one another's wages. And if they attempt to organize and end this competition, their efforts are broken up by newspaper propaganda and policemen's clubs. At the same time, they know that monopoly, open or secret, prevails in the fixing of prices, and so they find the struggle to get ahead a losing one. In America, it used to be possible for the young and energetic to go west, but now the wave of capitalism has reached the Pacific coast and been thrown back, and there is no more frontier. The man who works on the land has been through all the ages a solitary man. He is better friends with his horse and his cow than with his fellow humans. He is brutalized by incessant toil. He lives amid dirt and the filth of animals. He is, in the words of Edwin Markham, a thing that grieves not and that never hopes, stunted and stunned, a brother to the ox. He is a victim of natural forces which he does not understand, and inevitably, therefore, he is superstitious. Being alone, he is helpless against his masters, and only utter desperation drives him to revolt. But consider the capitalist system. How different the conditions of its workers! Here they are gathered into city slums, and their wits are sharpened by continual contact with their fellows. The printing press makes cheap the spread of information, and the soapbox makes it even cheaper. Any man with a grievance can shout aloud and be sure of an audience to listen, and he can get a great deal said before the company watchman or the policeman can throttle him. Moreover, the modern worker is not struggling with drought and tempest and hail. He does not see his labors wiped out by a volcanic eruption or lightning stroke. He is dealing with machinery, something that he himself has made, and that he fully understands. If a machine gets out of order, He does not fall down upon his knees and pray to God to fix it. All the training of his life teaches him the relationship of cause and effect, the adjustment of means to ends. So the modern worker, as a necessary consequence of his daily work, is practical, skeptical, and unsentimental in his psychology. And what is more, he is making all the rest of society of the same temperament. He is building roads out into the country, and building machines to roll over them. He is running telephone lines, and sending newspapers and magazines and moving picture shows to the peasant and the farmer. So the young peasants and farmers hunger for the city, and they learn to fix machinery instead of praying to God. Such is the psychology of the modern working class, and the supreme achievement of their sharpened wits is an understanding of the capitalist process. As a matter of fact, they did not make this discovery for themselves. It was made for them by middle-class men, lawyers and teachers and writers, Fourier, Owen, Marx, Lassalle. The modern doctrine is called by various names: socialism, communism, anarchism, Bolshevism, syndicalism, collectivism. Later on, I shall define these various terms and point out the distinctions between them. For the moment, I emphasize the factor they all have in common, which is fundamental. They wish to break the power of class ownership and control of the instruments and means of production. They wish to replace private capitalism by some system under which the instruments and means of production are collectively owned and operated. And they look to the non-owning class, the proletarian, as the mode of power by which this change is to be compelled. I shall in future refer to this as the social revolutionary doctrine, taking pains to explain that the word revolutionary is to be divested of its popular meaning of physical violence. It is perfectly conceivable that the change may be brought about peaceably, and I shall try to show before long that in modern capitalist states the decision as to whether it is brought about peaceably or by violence rests with the present masters of industry. End of chapter 55. Chapters 56, 57, and 58 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. The Capitalist Process. How profits are made under the present industrial system, and what becomes of them. We have next to examine the structure of our capitalist order, basing our arguments on facts which are admitted by everyone, including the most ardent defenders of the present system. All men have to have certain material things which we describe as goods. As these goods do not produce themselves, it is necessary that some should work. The workers must have tools. Also, they must have access to the land and the sources of raw materials. These means of production are owned by some individuals in the community, and this ownership gives them power to direct the work of the rest. Those who own the land and the natural sources of wealth we call capitalists, or businessmen, and those who do not own these things, or whose share in them is insignificant, are the proletariat, or working class. If you state to the average American that there is a capitalist class and a proletariat in this country, he will point out that many who are now members of the capitalist class were originally members of the proletariat. They have worked hard and saved and accumulated property. But this is merely confusing the issue. The fact that some proletarians turn into capitalists and some capitalists into proletarians is important to the individuals concerned, but it does not alter the fact that there are two classes, capitalist and proletarian. Consider, by way of illustrating, a field with trees growing on it. We have earth and we have trees. and the distinction between them is unmistakable. The roots of the trees go down into the earth and take up portions of the earth and turn it into tree. The leaves and the dead branches fall, and in the course of time are turned once more to earth. There are all sorts of stages between earth and tree, and between tree and earth. But you would not therefore say that the word earth and the word tree are misnomers. The working men go to the businessman and apply for work. The businessman gives them work and takes their product, and offers it in the market at a price which allows him a profit above cost. If he can sell at a profit, he repeats the process and the worker has a job. If he cannot sell at a profit, the worker is out of a job. Here and there may be a benevolent businessman who, rather than turn his workers out of a job, will sell his goods at cost, or even for a short time at a loss. But if he keeps the factory going simply for the benefit of his workers, and with no expectation of ever making a profit, that is a form of charity, and not the common system under which our business is now carried on. So it appears that the worker is dependent for his wages upon the ability of the businessman to make a profit. The worker's life is inextricably bound up with the profit of the capitalist. No profit for the capitalist, no life for the worker. The capitalist, going out to look for markets for his goods, is seeking not merely profit for himself, but life for his workers. Now, the businessman pays a certain percentage of his total receipts for labor, another percentage for raw materials, another percentage for his overhead charges, and the rest is profit in various forms: rent to the landlord, interest to the bondholder, dividends to the stockholder. All this total sum goes to human individuals, and each has thus a certain amount of money to spend. They pay it over to other individuals for goods or services, and so the money keeps circulating and business keeps going. That is as deep as the average mind probes into the process. But let us probe a little deeper. It is evident that in the course of all this exchanging of goods, some individuals get a larger share than other individuals. Our government collects an income tax, and thus we have statistics representing what people are willing to admit about the share they get. In 1917, it appeared that, speaking roughly, one family out of 6 had an income of over $1,000 a year, and one family out of 12 had an income of over $2,000. But there were 19,000 families which admitted incomes of over $50,000 a year, and 300 with over $1 million a year. Now, the families that get less than $1,000 a year obviously have to spend the greater part of their income upon their immediate living expenses. But the families that get $50,000 a year do not need to spend everything, and most of them take the greater part of their income and reinvest it. That is, they spend it upon the creating of new machinery of production, railroads, mills, factories, office buildings, the whole elaborate structure of capitalist industry. Exactly what proportion of the total product of industry is thus taken and reinvested, no one can say. But this we know: our cities are growing at an enormous rate, our manufacturing power is increasing by leaps and bounds, we are perfecting processes which enable one man to do the work of 100 men, which increase the product of one man's labor 100-fold. All this goes on blindly, automatically. A Niagara of goods of all sorts is poured out, and we call it prosperity. But then suddenly a strange and bewildering thing happens. All at once and without warning, orders fall off. Values begin to drop. Business collapses. Factories are shut down, and millions of men are thrown out of jobs. Merchants look at one another with blanched faces. Each one has been counting on paying his bills with the profits he was going to make, and now his profits are gone, and he can't pay. The newspapers and magazines keep insisting that it can't be true, that business is going to revive next week, that prosperity is just ahead. But the factories stay shut, and the millions of men stay idle. This is the condition in which we find ourselves as I write this book. It has been happening regularly in our history every 10 years or so, ever since America started. We have had 100 years to reflect upon it and to probe into the causes of it. And such is business intelligence in the most enlightened country in the world. You may search the pages of our newspapers from the first column of millionaire divorce suits to the last column of situations wanted, and nowhere can you find one word to explain this mysterious calamity of hard times, how it comes to happen to our social system, or what could be done to prevent it. To supply this deficiency in present-day thinking is our next task. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57. Hard Times. Explains why capitalist prosperity is a spasmodic thing, and why abundant production brings distress instead of plenty. Let us picture a small island inhabited by 6 men. One of these men fishes, another hunts, another gathers coconuts, another raises goats for clothing, and so on. The 6 men among them produce by their labor all the necessities of their lives, and they exchange their products with one another. The island is productive, and each of the men is free, and makes his exchanges on equal terms. On that basis, the industry of the island can continue indefinitely, and there will never be any trouble. There may sometimes be overproduction, but it will not cause anyone to starve. If the fisherman is unusually lucky one day, he will be able to take a vacation for a few days, living on his fish and the products he exchanges for his fish. For the sake of convenience, in future reference, I will describe this happy island as a free society, meaning that each of the members of this society has access on equal terms to the sources of wealth, and each owns the product of his own labor, without paying tribute to anyone else for the right to labor or to exchange his products. But now let us suppose that one of the men on the island is strong and aggressive. He takes a club and knocks down the other 5 men, and compels them to sign a piece of paper agreeing that hereafter he is the president of the Land Development Company of the island, the chief stockholder in the goat raising company, and owner of the fishing concession and the coconut grove. Also that hereafter goods shall not be bartered in any kind, but shall be exchanged for money, and that he is the banker, and also the government, with the right to issue money. In this society, you will find that the real work, the actually productive work, is done by 5 men instead of by 6, and these 5 do not get the full value of their labor. The fisherman will fish, but his product will no longer belong to himself. He will get part of it as wages, while the businessman takes charge of the balance. So when there is a lucky day, there will be prosperity in the fishing industry, but this prosperity will not benefit the fisherman. He will have only his wage, and when he has caught too many fish, he will not have a few days' vacation, but will be out of a job. And exactly the same thing will happen to the goat herd. He will probably have work all year round because goats have to be tended, but he will get barely enough to keep him alive, and the surplus skins and milk will go to the owner of the no longer happy island. Perhaps it will occur to the owner that the man who raises coconuts might also keep an eye on the goats, and so the goat herd will be permanently out of a job, and will turn into what is called a tramp or a vagrant. Inasmuch as everything to eat on the island belongs to the owner, the ex-goat herd will be tempted to become a criminal, and so it will be necessary for the owner to arm the coconut man with a club and make him into a policeman. Or perhaps he will organize the fisherman and the hunter into a militia for the preservation of law and order. They will be glad to serve him because, owing to the extreme productivity of the island, they will be out of jobs for a great part of the time, and, but for the generosity of the businessman, would have no way of earning a living. But suppose that the coconut man should invent a machine for gathering a year's supply of nuts in a week. Suppose the fisherman should devise a scheme to fill his boat with fish in a few minutes. And suppose that as a result of these inventions, the businessman got so rich that he moved to Paris and no longer saw his workers or even knew their names. Under these conditions, you can see that overproduction and unemployment might increase on the island, and also the businessman might seem less human and lovable to his wage slaves, and might need a larger police force. It might even happen that he would discover the need of a propaganda department in order to keep his police force loyal, and a secret service to make sure that the agitators did not get into the schools. The 5 islanders, having filled all the barns and storehouses, would be turned out to starve. And when they asked the reason, they would be told it was because they had produced a surplus of food. This may sound grotesque, but it is what is being said to 5 million men in America as I write. There are clothing workers who are going about in rags, and they are told it is because they have produced too much clothing. There are shoe workers whose shoes are falling off their feet, and they are told it is because they have produced too many shoes. There are carpenters who have no homes, and they are told that a great many homes are needed, but unfortunately it doesn't pay the builders to go ahead just now. This may sound like a caricature, but it happens to be the most prominent single fact in the consciousness of 5 million Americans at the close of the year 1921. No wonder they are discontented with the present order. The solution of the mystery is so simple that the 5 million unemployed cannot be kept permanently from understanding it. The reason the 5 men on the island are starving is because one man owns the island and the others own nothing. If the island were community property, the 5 men would each own a share of the contents of the barns and storehouses and would not be starving. If 100 million people of America owned the productive machinery of America, then instantly the unemployment crisis would pass like an evil dream. The farm workers who need shoes would exchange their food with the starving shoe workers, and the starving shoe workers would have jobs. They would want clothing, and so the clothing makers would start to work, and so on all the way down the line. There is only one thing necessary to make this possible, and that is the thing which we have agreed to call the social revolution. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58. The Iron Ring analyzes further the profit system which strangles production and makes true prosperity impossible. We have seen that in an exploiting society there is a surplus which is taken by the exploiter, and that under the modern system this surplus must be sold at a profit before production can continue. The vital fact in such a society is that the worker has not the money to buy back all that he produces. Therefore, it is inevitable that a surplus product should accumulate. When this happens, production must be cut down, and during that period, the worker is without a job and without a means of living. The fact that he needs the product does not help him. The point is that he has not the money to buy it. In such a society, the productive machinery is never used to the full. The machinery is controlled by a profit-seeking interest, seeking an opportunity to make sales, and restricting production according to the prospect of sales. So the actual product bears no relationship to the possible product, and people who live in an exploiting society can form no conception of true prosperity. For, you see, the market is limited by the competitive wage system. We have seen that in our own rich, prosperous country, only one family out of 6 has more than $1,000 a year income. Only one family out of 12 has $2,000 a year. It does not make any difference that the warehouses are bursting with goods. A family constitutes a market of so many dollars a year, and then, so far as the profit system is concerned, that family is non-existent. That family stops consuming, and the productive machinery is halted to that extent. I have been accustomed to portray the profit system under the simile of an iron ring riveted about the body of a baby. That ring would cause the baby some discomfort at the beginning, but it would not be serious, and the baby would get used to it. But as the baby grew, the trouble caused by the ring would increase, and finally there would come a time when the baby would be suffering from a whole complication of troubles, and for each of these troubles there would be but one remedy: break the ring. Does the baby cry all the time? Break the ring. Is its digestion defective? Break the ring. Is it threatened with convulsions or with blood poisoning? Break the ring. Here is our industrial society, growing at a rate never equaled by any human baby, and here is this iron ring riveted about its middle. Here is poverty, here is unemployment, here is graft, here is crime, here is war and plague and famine. And for all these evils there is but one cause and but one remedy: break the ring. Set production free from the strangulation of the profit system. I will admit that there may have been a time in the history of the social infant when this ring was necessary. I admit that if the great industrial machine was to be constructed, it was necessary that the mass of the people should consume only part of what they produced, and should allow the balance to be reinvested as capital. But now it has been done, and the process is complete. We have a machine capable of producing many times more than we can consume. Shall we still go on building that machine? Shall we go on starving ourselves to save the money to multiply over and over again the products in order that we may be thrown out of work and be starved even more completely? A few generations ago, we had in colonial America a society that, in part at least, was free. In that society, everybody got the necessities of life. They did not have the modern Sunday supplement and the moving picture show, but they had bread and meat and good substantial clothing and furniture so well made that we still preserve it. The children in those days grew up to be strong and sturdy men and women who would have seen nothing to envy in the bodies or minds of the slum population of New York and Chicago. In short, they had all the true necessities of life, and yet their work was done by hand. The power process was unknown and undreamed of. Now comes modern machinery, and multiplies the productive power of the hand laborer by 5, by 10, sometimes by 100. Here, for example, is the appeal to reason, selling millions of cheap books for 10 cents apiece, and making a profit on it, installing a gigantic press which takes paper, sheet after sheet, prints 128 pages of a book at one impression, and folds and stitches and binds the books all in one process, and turns them out complete at the rate of 10,000 copies per hour. Here is a factory which turns out 100,000 automobiles a month. Here is a mill which turns out many millions of yards of cloth a month. If our colonial ancestors had been told about these marvels, they would have said instantly, then of course everybody in that society will have all the books they want, and all the clothing they want, and all the automobiles. Everybody in that society will have 5 or 10 or 100 times as much goods as we have. Imagine the bewilderment of our colonial ancestor if he had been told, the majority of the people in that society will not have so much of the real necessities of life as you have. They will have a few cheap trinkets designed to tickle their senses. They will have cheap newspapers, carefully contrived to keep their minds vacant and to keep them contented with their lot. They will have moving picture shows constructed for the same purpose, but all their material things will be flimsy, put together for show and not for permanence. Their food will be adulterated, their clothing will be shoddy, everything they have will be made not for their service, but for the profit of someone who lives by selling to them. The average wage earned by those who do the work of this new machine civilization will be less than half the amount necessary to purchase the necessities of a decent life, and 1/10 of the total population will be living in such poverty that they are unable to maintain physical fitness or to rear their children into full-sized men and women. End of chapter 58. Chapters 59, 60, and 61 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 59, Foreign Markets, considers the efforts of capitalism to save itself by marketing its surplus products abroad, and what results from these efforts. If our analysis of present-day society is correct, we have the enormous populations of the modern industrial countries living always on the verge of starvation, their chance for survival depending at all times upon the ability of their employers to find a profitable market for a surplus of goods. At first the employer seeks that market at home, but when the home markets are glutted, he goes abroad, and so develops a phenomenon of foreign trade and rivalry for foreign trade as the basic fact of capitalism, and the fundamental cause of modern war. Let us get clear a simple distinction concerning foreign trade. There is a kind of trade which is normal, and would thrive in a free society. In the United States, we can produce nearly all the necessities of life, but there are a few which we cannot produce. Rubber, for example, and bananas, and good music. These things we wish to import. We buy them from other countries and incur a debt, which we pay with products which the other countries need from us. Wheat, for example, and copper, and moving pictures with cowboys in them. This is equal exchange, and a natural phenomenon. A free society would produce such surplus goods as were necessary to procure the foreign products that it desired. When it had produced that much, the workers would stop and take a vacation until they wanted more foreign products. But under capitalism, we have an entirely different condition. We produce a surplus of goods which we have to sell in order to keep our factories running and to keep our working population from starving. And note that it does not help us to get back an equal quantity of foreign goods in exchange. We must have what we call a favorable balance. That is, we must have other people going into debt to us, so that we can be continually shipping out more goods than we take back, continually piling up credits which we can negotiate or turn into cash, so that we can go on and repeat the process of making more goods, selling them for more profits, and putting the surplus into the form of more machinery to make still more goods and still more profits. And then, after a while, we come upon this embarrassing phenomenon. Nations which buy and do not sell must either do it by sending us gold or by our giving them credit. The sending of gold cannot go on indefinitely, because then we should have all the gold, and if other nations had none, that would destroy their credit. On the other hand, business cannot be done by credit indefinitely, for the very essence of credit is a promise to pay, and payment can only be made in goods. And how can we take the goods without ruining our own industry? 15 years ago, I pointed this out in a book. The argument was irrefutable and the conclusion inescapable. But the few critics who noted it repeated their usual formula about dreamers and theorists. Now, however, the business mills have ground on, and what was theory has become fact before our eyes. We have trusted the nations of Europe for some $10 billion worth of goods, and they are powerless to pay. And if they did pay, they would bankrupt American industry. France wishes to collect an enormous indemnity from Germany, but nobody can figure out how this indemnity can be paid without ruining French industry. The French have demanded coal from Germany, and have got more than they can use, and are dumping it in Belgium and Holland, with the result that the British coal industry is ruined. The French clamor that the Germans must pay for the destruction they wrought in northern France, and the Germans offer to send German workmen to rebuild the ruined towns. But the French denounce this as an insult. It would deprive French working men of their jobs. So I might continue for pages, pointing out the manifold absurdities which result from a system of industry for the profit of a few, instead of for the use of all. Ever since I first began to read the newspapers, some 25 or 30 years ago, all our political life has been nothing but the convulsions of a social body tortured by the constricting ring of the profit system. Everywhere one group struggling for advantage over another group, and politicians engaging in playing one interest against another interest. My boyhood recollections of public life consist of campaign slogans having to do with the tariff, production and prosperity, reciprocity, the full dinner pail, the foreigner pays the tax, etc. The working man under the profit system is like a man pounding away at a pump. He can get a thin trickle of water from the spout of the pump if he works hard enough, but in order to get it, he has to supply 10 times as much to someone who has tapped the pipe. But the tapping has been done underground, where the working man cannot see it. All the working man knows is that there is no job for him if the products of cheap foreign labor are allowed to be dumped on the American market. That is obvious, and so he votes for a tax on foreign imports, high enough to enable his own employer to market at a profit. He does not realize that he is thus raising the price of everything that he buys, and so leaving himself worse off than he was before. All governments are delighted with this tariff device because they are thus enabled to get money from the public without the public's knowing it. The foreigner pays the tax, we are told, and as a result of this arrangement, the Steel Trust, just before the war, was selling its product at a high price to the American people and taking its surplus abroad and selling it to the foreigner at half the domestic price. And we see this same thing in every line of manufacture, and all over the world. We see one nation after another withdrawing itself as a market for manufactured products, and entering the lists as a marketer. One more nation now able to fill all its own needs and go out hungrily to look for foreign customers, adding to the glut of the world's manufactured products and the ferocity of international competition. At the close of the Civil War, the total exports of the United States averaged approximately $300 million, and the total imports were about the same. In 1892, the exports first touched $1 billion, while the imports were about 9/10 of that sum. In the year 1913, the exports were nearly $2.5 billion, while the imports were $600 billion less. And in the year 1920, our exports were over $8 billion, and our imports a little over $5 billion. So we have a favorable balance of almost $3 billion a year. And as a result, we are on the verge of ruin. This iron ring of overproduction and lack of market exercises upon our industrial body a steady pressure, a slow strangling. But because the body is in convulsions, struggling to break the ring, the pressure of the ring is worse at some times than at others. We have periods of what we call prosperity, followed by periods of panic and hard times. You must understand that only a small part of our business is done by means of cash payments, whether in gold or silver or paper money. Close to 99% of our business is done by means of credit, and this introduces into the process a psychological factor. The businessman expects certain profits, and he capitalizes these expectations. Business booms because everybody believes everybody else's promises. Credit expands like a huge balloon with the breath of everybody's enthusiasm. But meantime, real business, the real market, remains just what it was before. It cannot increase because of the iron ring which restricts the buying power of the mass of the people by the competitive wage. So presently the time comes when somebody realizes that he has overcapitalized his hopes. He curtails his orders, he calls in his money, and the impulse thus started precipitates a crash in the whole business world. We had such a crash in 1907, and I remember well a Wall Street man explaining it in a magazine article entitled, "Somebody Asked for $1." We learned one lesson by that panic, at least. The big financial men learned it, and had Congress pass what is called the Federal Reserve Act, a provision whereby in times of need the government issues practically unlimited credit to banks. This, of course, is fine for the banks. It puts the credit of everybody else behind them, and all they have to do is to stop lending money, except to the big insiders, and sit back and wait while the little men go to the wall and the mass of us live on our savings or starve. We saw this happen in the year 1920, and for the first time we had hard times without having a financial panic. But instead, we see prices staying high because the banks have issued so much paper money and bank credits. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60. Capitalist War. Shows how the competition for foreign markets leads nations automatically into war. In a discussion of the world's economic situation, published in 1906, the writer portrayed the ruling class of Germany as sitting in front of a thermometer, watching the mercury rising, and knowing that when it reached the top, the thermometer would break. This thermometer was the German class system of government, and the mercury was the socialist vote. In 1870, the vote was 30,000. In 1884, it was 549,000. In 1893, it was 1,876,000. In 1903, it was 3,008,000. In 1907, it was 3,250,000. In 1911, it was 4,250,000. Writing between 1906 and 1913, I again and again pointed out that this increase was the symptom of social discontent in Germany, caused by the overproduction of invested capital throughout the world and the intensification of the competition for world markets. I pointed out that a slight increase in the vote would be sufficient to transfer to the working class of Germany the political power of the German state. And I said that the ruling class of Germany would never permit that to happen. When it was ready to happen, Germany would go to war, to seize the trade privileges of some other nation. There was a time when wars were caused by national and racial hatreds. There are still enough of these venerable prejudices left in the world, but no student of the subject would deny that the main source of modern wars is commercial rivalry. In 1917, we sent Eugene V. Debs to prison for declaring that the late World War was a war of capitalist greed. But 2 years later, President Wilson, who had waged the war, declared in a public speech that everybody knew it had been a war of commercial rivalries. The aims of modern war makers are two. First, capitalism must have raw materials, including coal and oil, the sources of power, and gold and silver, the basis of credit. Parts of the world which are so unfortunate as to be rich in these substances become the bone of contention between rival financial groups, organized as nations. Some sarcastic writer has defined a backward nation as one which has gold mines and no navy. We are horrified to read of the wars of the French monarchs caused by the jealous quarrels of mistresses. But in 1905, we saw Russia and Japan go to war and waste 1 million lives because certain Russian Grand Dukes had bribed certain Chinese mandarins and obtained concessions of timber on the Yalu River. We now observe France and Germany vowed to undying hate because of iron mines in Lorraine, and the efforts of France to take the coal mines of Silesia from Germany and give them to Poland, which is another name for French capitalism. The other end sought by the war makers is markets for manufactured products, and control of trade routes, coaling stations, and cables necessary to the building up of foreign trade. England has been the mistress of the seas for some 300 years, which meant that her traders had obtained most of these advantages. But then came Germany, with her newly developed commercialism, shoving her rival out of the way. The Englishman was easygoing. He liked to play cricket and stop and drink tea every afternoon. But the German worked all day and part of the night. He trained himself as a specialist. He studied the needs of his customers, all of which, to the Englishman, was unfair competition. But here were the populations of the crowded slums, dependent for their weekly wage and their daily bread upon the ability of the factories to go on turning out products. Here was the ever blackening shadow of unemployment, the mutterings of social discontent, the agitators on the soapboxes, the workers listening to them with more and more eager attention, and the journalists and politicians and bankers watching this phenomenon with a ghastly fear. So came the Great War. Social discontent was forgotten overnight, and England and France plunged in to down their hated rival once and for all time. Now they have succeeded. Germany's ships have been taken from her, and likewise her cables and coaling stations. The Berlin-Baghdad Railroad is a forgotten dream. The British sit in Constantinople, and the traffic goes by sea. American capitalism wakes up and rubs its eyes after a debauch of Presbyterian idealism, and discovers that it has paid out some $20 billion in order to confer all these privileges and advantages upon its rivals. Ever since I can remember the world, there have been peace societies. I look back in history and discover that ever since there have been wars, there have been prophets declaiming against them in the name of humanity and God. As I write, there's a great world conference on disarmament in session in Washington, and all good Americans hope that war is to be ended and permanent peace made safe. All that I can do at this juncture is to point out the fundamental and all-controlling fact of present-day economics, that for the ruling class of any country to agree to disarmament and the abolition of war is for that class to sign its own death warrant and cut its own throat. American capitalism can survive on this earth only by strangling and destroying Japanese capitalism and British capitalism, and doing it before long. The far-sighted capitalists on both sides know that, and are making their preparations accordingly. What the members of the peace societies and the diplomats of the disarmament conferences do is to cut off the branches of the tree of war. They leave the roots untouched, and then, when the tree continues to thrive, they are astounded. I conclude this chapter with a concrete illustration cut from my morning newspaper. We went to war against German militarism, and to make the world safe for democracy, meaning thereby capitalist commercialism. We commanded the German people to beat their swords into plowshares, that is, to set their Krupp factories to making tools of peace, and they did so. We saddled them with an enormous indemnity, making them our serfs for a generation or two, and compelling them to hasten out into the world markets to sell their goods and to raise gold to pay us. And now, how does their behavior strike us? Do we praise their industry and fidelity to their obligations? Here are the headlines of a news dispatch published by the Los Angeles Times on December 10th, 1921. At the top of the front page, right-hand column, the most conspicuous position in the paper. Read it and understand the sources of modern war. New attack by Berlin. Dumping goods by wholesale. Cheap German trash puts thousands of Americans out of employment. Glove plants shut down and potash industry killed by Teuton intrigue. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61. The possibilities of production. Shows how much wealth we could produce if we tried, and how we proved it when we had to. One of the commonest arguments in defense of the present business system runs as follows. The amount of money which is paid to labor is greatly in excess of the amount which is paid to capital. Suppose that tomorrow you were to abolish all dividends and profits and divide the money up among the wage workers. How much would each one get? The sum is figured for some big industry, and it is shown that each worker would get $100 or $200 additional per year. Obviously, this would not bring the millennium. It would hardly be worthwhile to take the risk of reducing production in order to gain so small a result. But now we are in a position to realize the fallacy of such an argument. The tax which capital levies upon labor is not the amount which capital takes for itself, but the amount which it prevents labor from producing. The real injury of the profit system is not that it pays so large a reward to a ruling class. It is the iron ring which it fastens about industry, barring the workers from access to the machinery of production, except when the product can be sold for a profit. Labor pays an enormous reward to the businessman for his management of industry, but it would pay labor to reward the businessman even more highly if only he would take his goods in kind, and would permit labor after this tax is paid to go on making those things which labor itself so desperately needs. But you see, the businessman does not take his goods in kind. The owner of a great automobile factory may make for himself one automobile or a score of automobiles, but he quickly comes to the limit where he has no use for any more, and what he wants is to sell automobiles and make money. He does not permit his workers to make automobiles for themselves or for anyone else. He reserves the product of the factory for himself. And when he can no longer sell automobiles at a profit, he shuts the workers out, and automobile making comes to an end in that community. Thus it appears that the iron ring which strangles the income of labor strangles equally the income of capital. It paralyzes the whole social body, and so limits production that we can form no conception of what prosperity might and ought to be. Consider the situation before the war. We were all of us at work under the competitive system, with the exception of a few parasites, and everybody was occupied pretty close to the limit of his energy. If anyone had said that it would be possible for our community to pitch in and double or treble our output, you would have laughed at him. But suddenly we found ourselves at war and in need of a great increase in output, and we resolved one and all to achieve this end. We did not waste any time in theoretical discussions about the rights of private capital or the dangers of bureaucracy and the destruction of initiative. Our government stepped in and took control. It took the railroads and systematized them. It took the big factories and told them exactly what to make. It took the raw materials and allotted them where they were needed. It fixed the prices of labor and ordered millions of men to this or that place, to this or that occupation. It even seized the foodstuffs and directed what people should eat. In 1,000 ways it suppressed competition and replaced it by order and system. And what was the result? We took 5 million of our young men, the very cream of our industrial force, and withdrew them from all productive activities. We put them into uniforms and put them through a training which meant that they were eating more food and wearing more clothing and consuming more goods than 9/10 of them had ever done in their lives before. We built camps for them and supplied them with all kinds of costly products of labor, such as guns and cartridges, automobiles and airplanes. We treated 2 million of them to an expensive trip to Europe, and there we set them to work burning up and destroying the products of industry to the value of many billions of dollars. And not only did we supply our own armies, we supplied the armies of all our allies. We built millions of dollars worth of ships, and we sent over to Europe, whether by private business or by government loans, some $10 billion worth of goods, more than 10 years of our exports before the war. All the labor necessary to produce all this wealth had to be withdrawn from industry, so far as concerned our domestic uses and needs. It would not be too much to say that from domestic industry we withdrew a total of 10 million of our most capable labor force. I think it would be reasonable to say that 2/3 of our productive energies went to war purposes, and only 1/3 was available for home use. And yet, we did it without a particle of real suffering. Many of us worked hard, but few of us worked harder than usual. Most of us got along with less wheat and sugar, but nobody starved. Nobody really suffered ill health. And our poor made higher wages and had better food than ever in their lives before. If this argument is sound, it proves that our productive machinery is capable, when properly organized and directed, of producing 3 times the common necessities of our population. Assuming that our average working day is 9 hours, we could produce what we at present consume by 3 hours of intelligently directed work per day. Let us look at the matter from another angle. Just at present, the hero of the American businessman is Herbert Hoover, And Mr. Hoover recently appointed a committee, not of socialists and utopians, but of engineering experts, to make a study of American productive methods. The report showed that American industry was only 35 or 40% efficient. Incidentally, this committee on waste assessed, in the case of the building industry, 65% of the blame against management and only 21% against labor. In 6 fundamental industries, it assessed 50% of the blame against management and less than 25% against labor. 15 years ago, a professor of engineering, Sidney A. Reeve by name, made an elaborate study of the wastes involved in our haphazard and planless industrial methods, and embodied his findings in a book, The Cost of Competition. His conclusion was that of the total amount of energy expended in America, more than 70% was wasted. We were doing 100% of work and getting 30% of the results. If we would get 100% of the results, we should produce 3 1/3 times as much wealth, and the income of our workers would be increased $1,000 or $2,000 a year. Robert Blatchford, in his book Merry England, has a saying to the effect that it makes all the difference when half a dozen men go out to catch a horse, whether they spend their time catching the horse or keeping one another from catching the horse. Our next task will be to point out a few of the ways in which good, honest American businessmen and working men, laboring as intelligently and conscientiously as they know how, waste their energies in keeping one another from producing goods. End of chapter 61. Chapters 62, 63, and 64 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 62, The Cost of Competition, discusses the losses of friction in our productive machine, those which are obvious and those which are hidden. The United States government is by far the largest single business enterprise in the United States, and a study of congressional appropriations in 1920, made by the United States Bureau of Standards, reveals the fact that 93% of the total income of the government went to paying for past wars or preparing for future wars. We have shown that modern war is a product of the profit system, and if civilized nations would put their industry upon a cooperative basis, they could forget the very idea of war, and we should then receive 14 times as much benefit from our government as we receive at present. We should have 14 times as good roads, 14 times as many schools, 14 times as prompt a post office, and 14 times as efficient a Congress. What it would mean to industry to abolish war is something wholly beyond the power of our imagination to conceive. For along with 93% of our government money, there goes into military preparation the vast bulk of our intellectual energy and inventive genius, our moral and emotional equipment. Next, strikes and the losses incidental to strikes, and the costs of preparing against strikes. This includes not merely the actual loss of working time, it includes police and militia, private armies of gunmen, and great secret service agencies, whose total income runs up into hundreds of millions of dollars per year. Industrial warfare is simply the method by which capitalists and workers determine the division of the product of industry, as if 2 men should cooperate in raising poultry and then fall to quarreling over the ownership of the eggs, and settle the matter by throwing the eggs at each other's heads. Next, bankruptcy. Statistics show that regularly some 10% of our business enterprises fail every year. Take any block occupied by little businessmen, grocers and haberdashers and notions, and you will see that they are always changing. Each change represents a human tragedy, and the total is a frightful waste of human energy. It happens because we think of no better way to distribute goods than to go through the work of setting up a business and then discover that it cannot succeed because the neighborhood is already overstocked with that kind of goods. Next, fires, which are a result of bankruptcy. You may laugh, perhaps thinking that I am making a joke, but every little man who fails in business knows that he has a choice of going down in the social scale, or of setting fire to his stock some night and having a big insurance company set him on his feet again. The result is that a certain percentage of bankrupts do regularly set fire to their stores. Some 15 years ago there was published in the Collier's Weekly a study of costs to society of incendiary fires. The Fire Underwriters Association estimated the amount as $250 million a year. And all this cost, you understand, is paid out of the pockets of those who insure their homes and their stores, and do not burn them down. From this follows the cost of insurance, and the whole insurance industry, which is inevitable under the profit system, but its entire waste so far as true production is concerned. Big enterprises like the Steel Trust do not carry insurance, and neither does the United States Post Office. They are wealthy enough to stand their own losses. A national cooperative enterprise would be in the same position, and the whole business of collecting money for insurance and keeping records and carrying on lawsuits would be forgotten. Next, advertising. It would be no exaggeration to say that 70% of the material published in American newspapers and magazines today is pure waste, and therefore 70% of the labor of all the people who cut down forests and manufacture and transport paper and set up type and print and distribute publications is wasted. There is, of course, a small percentage of advertising that is useful, but most of it is boasting and falsehood, and even where it tells the truth, it simply represents the efforts of a merchant to persuade you to buy in his store instead of in a rival store. An achievement which is profitable to the merchant, but utterly useless to society as a whole. This same statement applies to all traveling salesmen, and to a great percentage of middlemen. It applies also to a great part of delivery service. If you live in a crowded part of any city, you see a dozen milk wagons pass your door every morning, doing the work which could be done exactly as well by one. That is only one case out of 1,000 I might name. Next, crime. I have already discussed the crime of arson, and I might discuss the crimes of pocket-picking, burglary, forgery, and 100 others in the same way. I am aware of the fact that there may be a few born criminals, there may be a few congenital cheats whom we should have to put in hospitals. But we have only to consult the crime records during the war and after, in order to see that when jobs are hunting men, there are few criminals, and when men are hunting jobs, there are many criminals. I have no figures as to the cost of administering justice in the United States, policemen, courts, and jails, but it must be hundreds of millions of dollars every year. I have discussed at great length the suppression of the productive power of society. I should not fail to mention the suppression of the inventive power of society, a factor less obvious, but equally in the long run even greater. Everyone familiar with the inside of a big industry knows that hundreds and even thousands of useful processes are entirely suppressed because it would not pay one particular concern to stand the expense of the change involved. You know how, during the war, our government brought all the makers of engines together and perfected in triumph a Liberty motor. But now we have gone back to private interest and competition, and each concern is jealously engaged in guarding its own secrets and depriving the industry as a whole of the benefit of everything that it learns. Each is spying upon the others, stealing likewise from those who invent new ideas, and thus discouraging them from inventing any more. I use the word discourage, and I might write a chapter upon it. What human imagination can conceive the amount of social energy that is lost because of the factor of discouragement, directly caused by the competitive method? Who can figure what it means to human society that a great percentage of the people in it should be haunted by fear of one sort or another? The poor in fear of unemployment, sickness, and starvation; the little businessman in fear of bankruptcy and suicide; the big businessman in fear of hard times and treachery of his competitors; the idle rich in fear of robbery and blackmail; and the whole community in fear of foreign war and domestic tumult. Anyone might go on and elaborate these factors that I have named, and think of scores of others. Anyone familiar with business life or with industrial processes would be able to put his finger on this or that enormous savings which he would be able to make if he and all his rivals could combine and come to an agreement. This has been proven over and over again in large-scale industry. It is the fact which has made of large-scale industry an overwhelming power, sucking all the profits to itself, reaching out and taking in new fields of activity, and setting at naught all popular clamor and even legal terrors. How can anyone, seeing these facts, bring himself to deny that if we did systematize production and make it one enterprise, precisely adapted to one end, we should enormously increase the results of human labor and the benefit to all who do the world's work? A good deal of this waste we can stop when we get ready, and other parts of it our bountiful Mother Nature will replace. When in a world war we kill some 10 or 20 millions of the flower of our young manhood, we have only to wait several generations, and our race will be as good as ever. But on the other hand, there is some waste that can never be repaired, and this is the thing truly frightful to contemplate. When we dig the iron ore out of the bowels of the earth and rust it away in wars, we are doing something our race can never undo. And the same is true of many of our precious substances: phosphorus, sulfur, potash. When we cut down the forests from our mountain slopes and lay bare the earth, we not merely cause floods and washouts and silt up our harbors, we take away from the surface of our land the precious life-giving soil, and make a habitable land into a desert, which no irrigating and reforesting can ever completely restore. The Chinese have done that for many centuries, and we are following in their footsteps. More than 600 million wagon loads of our best soil are washed down to the sea every year. If you wish to know about these matters, I send you to a book, On Board the Good Ship Earth, by Herbert Quick. It is one of the most heartbreaking books you ever read, yet it is merely a quiet statement of the facts about our present commercial anarchy. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63. Socialism and Syndicalism. Discusses the idea of the management of industry by the state, and the idea of its management by the trade unions. Let us now assume that we desire to abolish the wastes of the competitive method, and to put our industry on a basis of cooperation. How should we effect the change, and how should we run our industry after it was done? Let us take the United States Steel Corporation. What change would be necessary to the socializing of this concern? United States Steel is owned by a group of stockholders, and governed by a board of directors elected by them. The owners are now to be bought out with government bonds, and the board of directors retired. It may also be necessary to replace a certain number of the higher executive officials, who are imbued entirely with the point of view of this board, and have to do with finance rather than with production. Of course, some other governing authority would have to be put in control. What would this authority be? There are several plans before the world, several different schools of thought, which we shall consider one by one. First, the socialist program. The socialist says, consider the post office, how that is run. It is run by the president, who appoints a postmaster general as his executive. Let us therefore turn the steel industry over to the government, and let the president appoint another member of his cabinet, a director of steel. Or let there be a commission similar to the Interstate Commerce Commission or the various war industry boards. Any form of management of the steel industry which provides for its control and operation by our United States government is socialism of one sort or another. There has been, of late, a great deal of dissatisfaction with government on the part of the general public and also of labor. The post office clerks, for example, complain that they are inadequately paid and autocratically managed, deprived of their rights not merely as workers, but as citizens. The steel workers complain that when they go on strike against their masters, the government sends in troops and crushes their strike, regardless of the rights or wrongs of it. In order to meet such tactics, labor goes into politics and elects here and there its own representatives, but these representatives become mysteriously affected by the bureaucratic point of view, and even where they try hard, they do not accomplish much for labor. Therefore, labor becomes disgusted with the political process, and labor men do not welcome the prospect of being managed by government. If you ask such men, they will say, "No, the politicians don't know anything about industry and can't learn. The people who know about industry are those who work in it. The true way to run an industry is through an organization of the workers, both of hand and brain. The true way to run the steel trust is for all the workers in it, men and women high and low, to be recognized by law as citizens of that industry. Each shop must elect its own delegates to run that shop, and elect a delegate to a central parliament of the industry, and this industry in turn must elect delegates to a great parliament or convention of all the delegates of all the industries. In such a central gathering everyone would be represented, because every person would be a producer of some sort, and whether he was a steel worker or a street sweeper or a newsboy, he would have a vote at the place where he earns his living, and would have a say in the management of his job. The great central parliament would elect an executive committee and a president, and so we should have a government of the workers, by the workers, for the workers. This idea is known as syndicalism, derived from the French word syndicat, meaning a labor union. Since the Russian Revolution, it has come to be known as Soviet government, Soviet being the Russian word for trade council. Now take these two ideas of socialism and syndicalism. It is evident that they may be combined in various ways and applied in varying degrees. It is perfectly conceivable, for example, that the people of the United States might elect a president pledged to call a parliament of industry and to delegate the control of industry to this parliament. He might delegate the control to a certain extent and provide for its extension step by step, so our society might move into syndicalism by the way of socialism. You have only to put your mind on the possibilities of the situation to realize that one method shades into the other with a great variety of stages. Consider next the stages between capitalism and socialism. We have in the United States some industries which are purely capitalistic. For example, the Steel Trust, which is privately owned and has been powerful enough not merely to suppress every effort of its workers to organize, but every effort of the government to regulate it. On the other hand, the United States Post Office represents state socialism. Although the workers have been forbidden to organize, and the management of the industry is so arbitrary that I have always preferred to call it state capitalism. Likewise, the United States Army and Navy represent state socialism. When we had the job of putting the Kaiser out of business, we did not hire Mr. Rockefeller to do it. It never once occurred to our advocates of individualism, of capitalist enterprise and initiative, to suggest that we should hire out our army and navy, or employ the Steel Trust or the Powder Trust to organize its own army and navy to do the fighting for us. Likewise, for the most part, we run the job of educating our children by the method of municipal socialism. We run our libraries in the same way, and likewise our job of fire protection. It is interesting to note how in every country the line between capitalism and socialism is drawn in a different place. In America, we run practically all our libraries for ourselves. But it would seem to us preposterous to think of running our theaters. In Europe, however, they have state-owned theaters, which set a far higher standard of art than anything we know at home. Also, they have state-owned orchestras and opera houses, something we Americans leave to the subscriptions of millionaires. In Europe, it seems perfectly natural to the people that the state should handle their telegrams in connection with the post office. But if you urge government ownership of the telegraphs in the United States, they tell you that the proposition is socialistic, and that saves the need of thinking about it. We take it for granted that our cities could run the libraries, even though we were glad when Carnegie came along and saved us the need of appropriating money for buildings. Just why a city should be able to run a library, and should not be able to run an opera house or a newspaper, is something which has never been made clear to me. Let us next examine the stages between capitalism and syndicalism. A great many large corporations are making experiments in what they call shop management, allowing the workers membership in the boards of directors and a voice in the conditions of their labor. This is syndicalism so far as it goes. Likewise, it is syndicalism when the clothing workers and the clothing manufacturers meet together and agree to the setting up of a permanent committee to work out a set of rules for the conduct of the industry, and to fix wages from time to time. Obviously, these things are capable of indefinite extension, and in Europe they are being developed far more rapidly. For example, in Italy, the agricultural workers are organized, and are gradually taking possession of the great estates which are owned by absentee landlords. They wage war upon these estates by means of sabotage and strikes, and then they buy up the estates at bargain prices and develop them by cooperative labor. This has been going on in Italy for 10 years, and has become the most significant movement in the country. It is a triumph of pure syndicalism. And such is the power of pure capitalism in the United States that the American people have not been allowed to know anything about this change. Next, what are the stages between socialism and syndicalism? These also are infinite in number and variety. As a matter of fact, there are very few socialists who advocate state socialism without any admixture of syndicalism. The regular formula of the Socialist Party is the social ownership and democratic control of the instruments and means of production. And what the phrase democratic control means is simply that you introduce into your socialist mixture a certain flavoring of syndicalism, greater or less according to your temperament. In the same way, there are many syndicalists who are inclined towards socialism. In every convention of radical trade unionists, such as, for example, the IWW, you find some who favor political action, and these will have the same point of view as the more radical members of the Socialist Party, who urge a program of industrial as well as political action. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64. Communism and Anarchism considers the ideas of goods owned in common and the idea of a society without compulsion, and how these ideas have fared in Russia. The Russian Revolution has familiarized us with the word communism. In the beginning of the revolutionary movement, communism denoted what we now call socialism. For example, the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels became the platform of the social democratic parties. But because most of these parties supported their governments during the war, the more radical elements have now rejected the word socialism and taken up the old word communism. In the Russian Revolution, the communists went so far as to seize all the property of the rich, and so the word communism has come to bear something of its early Christian significance. It is obvious that here too it is a question of degree, and socialism will shade into communism by an infinite variety of stages, depending upon what forms of property it is decided to socialize. The socialist formula commonly accepted is that goods socially used shall be socially owned, and goods privately used shall be privately owned. If you own a factory, it will be taken by the state, or by the workers, and made social property like the post office. But no socialist wants to socialize your clothing or your books any more than he wants to socialize your toothbrush. But when you come to apply this formula, you run quickly into difficulties. Suppose you are a millionaire and own a palace with 100 or 200 rooms and 100 servants. Do you use that socially, or do you use it privately? And suppose there is a scarcity of houses, and thousands of children are dying of tuberculosis in crowded tenement rooms. You own a dozen automobiles, and do you use them all privately? I point out to you that in time of emergency, the capitalist state does not hesitate over such a problem. It seizes your palace and turns it into a hospital. It takes all your cars and uses them to carry troops. It should be obvious that a proletarian state would be tempted by this precedent. The communists also have a formula which reads, "From each according to his ability, to each according to his necessity." I do not see how any sensitive person can deny that this is an extremely fine statement of an ideal in social life. We take it quite for granted in family life. If you knew a family in which that rule did not apply, you would consider it an unloving and uncivilized family. I believe that when once industry has been socialized, and we have a chance to see what production can become, we shall find ourselves quickly adopting that family custom as our law, for all except a few congenital criminals and cheats. We shall find that we can produce so much wealth that it is not worth while keeping count of unimportant items. If today you meet someone on the street and ask him for a match or a pin, you do not think of offering to pay him. This is an automatic consequence of the cheapness of matches and pins. Once upon a time, you were stopped on the road every few miles and made to pay a few cents toll. I remember seeing toll gates when I was a boy, but I don't think I have seen one for 20 years. In exactly the same way, under socialized industry, we shall probably make streetcar traffic free, then railroad traffic. We shall abolish water meters and gas meters and electric light meters, also telephone charges, except perhaps for long distances, and telegraph tolls for personal messages. Then, presently, we shall find ourselves with such a large wheat crop that we shall make bread free, and then music and theaters and clothing and books. At present we use furniture and clothing as a means of manifesting our economic superiority to our fellow men. One of the most charming books in our language is Veblen's Theory of the Leisure Class, in which these processes are studied. We shall, of course, have to raise up a new generation, unaccustomed to the idea of class and of class distinction, before we could undertake to supply people with all the clothing they wanted, free of charge. The Russian theorists made haste to carry out these ideas all at once, They tried to leap several centuries in the evolution of Russian society. They ordained complete communism in the land. But the peasants would have nothing to do with such notions. Each wanted his own land and what he produced on it. The Soviets have now been forced to give way, not merely to the peasants, but to the traders. And so we see once again that it is better to take one step forward than to take several steps forward and then several steps backward. The Russian Revolution is not yet completed, so no one can say how many steps backward it will be forced to take. This revolution was an interesting combination of the ideas of socialism and syndicalism. The trade unionists seized the factories and made an effort at democratic control of industry. At the same time, the state was overthrown by a political party, the Bolsheviks, who set up a dictatorship of the proletariat. Because of civil war and outside invasion, the democratic elements in the experiment have been more and more driven into the background, and the authority of the state has correspondingly increased. This causes us to think of the Soviet system as necessarily opposed to democracy. But this is not in any way a necessary thing. There is no inevitable connection between industrial control by the workers and a dictatorship over the state. In Germany, the state is proceeding to organize a national parliament of industry and to provide for management of the factories by the labor unions. The Italian government has promised to do the same thing. These, of course, are capitalist governments, and they will keep their promises only as they are made to. But it is a perfectly possible thing that in either of these countries a vote of the people might change the government and put in authority men who would really proceed to turn the industry over to the control of the workers. That would be the Soviet or syndicalist system, brought about by democratic means, without dictatorship or civil war. Another group of revolutionary thinkers whose theories must be mentioned are the anarchists. The word anarchy is commonly used as a synonym for chaos and disorder, which it does not mean at all. It means the absence of authority, and it is characteristic of people's view of life that they are unable to conceive of there being such a thing as order unless it is maintained by force. The theory of the anarchist is that order is a necessity of the human spirit, and that people would conform to the requirements of a just order by their own free will and without external compulsion. The anarchists believe that the state is an instrument of class oppression and has no other reason for being. He wishes the industries to be organized by free associations of the people who work in them. Some of the greatest of the world's moral teachers have been anarchists. Jesus, for example, and Shelley, and Thoreau, and Tolstoy, and in our time, Kropotkin. These men voiced the highest aspirations of the human spirit, and the form of society which they dreamed is the one we set before us as our final goal. But the world does not leap into perfection all at once. And meantime here we have the capitalist system and the capitalist state, and what attitude shall we take to them? There are impassioned idealists who refuse to make any terms with injustice, or to submit to compulsion, and these preach the immediate destruction of the capitalist government, and capitalist government responds with prison and torture, and so we have some anarchists who throw bombs. There are those who call themselves philosophic anarchists, wishing to indicate thereby that they preach this doctrine but do not attempt to carry it into action as yet. Some among these verge toward the communist point of view and call themselves communist anarchists. Such was Kropotkin, whose theories of social organization you will find in his book, The Conquest of Bread. There are others who call themselves syndicalist anarchists, finding their centers of free association in the radical labor unions. After the Russian Revolution, the anarchists found themselves in a dilemma, and their groups were torn apart like every other party and class in Russia. Here was a new form of state set up in society, a workers' state, and what attitude should the anarchists take toward that? Many of them stood out for their principles, and resisted the Bolshevik state, and put the Bolsheviks under the embarrassing necessity of throwing them into jail. We good Orthodox Americans, who are accustomed to dump socialists and communists and syndicalists and anarchists all together into one common kettle, took Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman and shipped them over to Russia, where we thought they belonged. Now our capitalist newspapers find it strange that these anarchists do not like the Russian government any better than they like the American government. On the other hand, a great many anarchists have suddenly found themselves compelled by the Russian situation to face the facts of life. They have decided that a government is not such a bad thing after all, when it is your own government. Robert Minor, for example, has recanted his anarchist position and joined the communists in advocating the dropping of all differences among workers, all theories as to the future, and concentrating upon the immediate task of overthrowing capitalist government and keeping it overthrown. In every civilized nation, the Russian Revolution has had this effect upon the extreme revolutionists. It has given them a definite aim and a definite program upon which they can unite. It has presented to capitalist government the answer of force to force. It has shown the masters of industry in precise and definite form what they have to face, unless they set themselves immediately and in good faith to the task of establishing real democracy in industry. End of chapter 64. Chapters 65, 66, and 67 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 65, Social Revolution. How the great change is coming in different industries, and how we may prepare to meet it. From a study of the world's political revolutions, we observe that a variety of governmental forms develop, and that different circumstances in each country produce different institutions. Suppose that back in the days of the French monarchy, someone asked you how France was going to be governed as a political republic. How would elections be held? What would be the powers of the deputies? Who would choose the premier? Who would choose the president? What would be the duties of each? Who can explain why in France and England the executive is responsible to the parliament and must answer its questions, while in the United States the executive is an autocrat responsible to no one for 4 years? Who could have foreseen that in England, supposed to remain a monarchy, the constitution would be fluid, while in America, supposed to be a democracy, the Constitution would be rigid, and the supreme power of rejecting changes in the laws would be vested in a group of reactionary lawyers appointed for life? There will be similar surprises in the social revolution, and similar differences between what things pretend to be and what they are. I used to compare the social revolution to the hatching of an egg. You examine it, and apparently it is all egg. But then suddenly something begins to happen, and in a few minutes it is all chicken. If, however, you investigate, you discover that the chicken had been forming inside the egg for some time. I know that there is a chicken now forming inside our social egg. But having realized the complexity of social phenomena, I no longer venture to predict the exact time of the hatching, or the size and color of the chicken. Perhaps it is more useful to compare the social revolution to a childbirth. A good surgeon knows what is due to happen, but he knows also that there are 1,000 uncertainties, 1,000 dangerous possibilities, and all he can do is to watch the process and be prepared to meet each emergency as it arises. The birth process consists of one pang after another. No one can say which pang will complete the birth, or whether it will be completed at all. Karl Marx is the author of saying that force is the midwife of progress. So you may see that I am not the inventor of this simile of childbirth. There are 3 factors in the social revolution, each of which will vary in each country and in different parts of the country and at different periods. First, there is the industrial condition of the country, a complex set of economic factors. The industrial life of England depends primarily on shipping and coal. In the United States, shipping is of less importance and railroads take the place. In the United States, the eastern portion lives mainly by manufacture, the western by agriculture, while the south is held a generation behind by a race problem. In France, the great estates were broken up, and agriculture fell into the hands of peasant proprietors, who are the main support of French capitalism. In Prussia, the great estates were held intact and remained the basis of a feudal aristocracy. In America, land changes hands freely, and therefore 1/3 of our farms are mortgaged, and another third are worked by tenants. In Russia, there was practically no middle class, while in the United States there is practically nothing but middle class. The rich have been rich for such a short while that they still look middle class and act middle class, in spite of all their efforts, while the working class hopes to be middle class and is persuaded that it can become middle class. Such varying factors produce in each country a different problem, and make inevitable a different process of change. The second factor is the condition of organization and education of the workers. This likewise varies in every country and in every part of every country. There is a continual struggle on the part of the workers to organize and educate themselves, and a continual effort on the part of the ruling class to prevent this. In some industries in America, you find the workers 100% organized, and in other industries, you find them not organized at all. It is obvious that in the former case, the social change, when it comes, will be comparatively simple, involving little bloodshed and waste. In the latter case, there will be social convulsions, rioting and destruction of property, disorganization of industry, and widespread distress. The third factor is the state of mind of the propertied classes, the amount of resistance they are willing to make to social change. I have done a great deal of pleading with the masters of industry in my country. I have also written appeals to Vincent Astor and John D. Rockefeller, to capitalist newspapers and judges and congressmen and presidents. I have been told that this is a waste of my time, that these people cannot learn and will not learn, and that it is foolish to appeal either to their hearts or to their understanding. But I perceive that the class struggle is like a fraction. It has a numerator and a denominator, and you can increase the fraction just as well by decreasing the denominator as by increasing the numerator. To vary the simile, here are 2 groups of men engaged in a tug of war, and you can affect the result just as decisively by persuading one group to pull less hard, as by persuading the other group to pull harder. Picture to yourself 2 factories. In factory number 1, the owner is a hard driving businessman, an active spirit in the so-called open shop campaign. He believes in his divine right to manage industry, and he believes also in the gospel of all that the traffic will bear. He prevents his men from organizing and employs spies to weed out the radicals and to sow dissensions. When a strike comes, he calls in the police and the strike-breaking agencies, and in every possible way he makes himself hated and feared by his workers. Then some day comes the unemployment crisis and a wave of revolt sweeping over the country. The workers seize that factory and set up a dictatorship of the proletariat and a red terror. If the owner resists, they kill him. In any case, they wipe out his interest in his business and do everything possible to destroy his power over it, even to his very name. They run the business by a shop committee, and you have for that particular factory a syndicalist or even anarchist form of social reconstruction. Now for factory number 2, whose owner is a humane and enlightened man, studying social questions and realizing his responsibility and the temporary nature of his stewardship. He gives his people the best possible working conditions. He keeps open books and discusses wages and profits with them. He educates the young workers. He meets with their union committees on a basis of free discussion. When the unemployment crisis comes and the wave of revolt sweeps the country, this man and his workers understand one another. He says, I can no longer pay profits, and so I can no longer keep going under the profit system. But if you are ready to run the plant, I am ready to help you the best I can. Manifestly, this man will continue the president of the corporation. And if he trains his sons wisely, they will keep his place. So, instead of having in that factory a dictatorship and a terror, you will have a constitutional monarchy gradually evolving into a democratic republic. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66. Confiscation or compensation. Shall the workers buy out the capitalists? Can they afford to do it? And what will be the price? The problem of whether the social revolution shall be violent or peaceable depends in great part upon our answer to the question of confiscation versus compensation. We are now going to consider first the abstract rights and wrongs of the question, and second, the practical aspects of it. There is a story very popular among single taxers and other advocates of freedom of the land. An English landowner met a stranger walking on his estate and rebuked him for trespassing. Said the stranger, "You own this land?" Said the other, "I do." "And how did you get it?" "I inherited it from my father." "And how did your father get it?" "He inherited it from his father." So on for half a dozen or more ancestors, until at last the Englishman answered, "He fought for it." Whereupon the stranger took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves and said, "I'll fight you for it." This is all there is to say on the subject of the abstract rights of land titles. There is no title to land which is valid on a historical basis. Everything rests upon fraud and force, continued through endless ages of human history. We in the United States took most of our land from the Indians, and in the process our guiding rule was that the only good Injun was a dead Injun. We first helped the English kings to take large sections of our country from the French and Spanish, and then we took them from the English king by a violent revolution. We purchased our southwestern states from Mexico, but not until we had taken the precaution of killing some thousands of Mexicans in war, which had the effect of keeping down the purchase price. It would be a simple matter to show that all public franchises are similarly tainted with fraud. Proudhon laid down the principle that property is theft. And from this principle, it is an obvious conclusion that society has the right to scrap all paper titles to wealth, and to start the world's industries over again on the basis of share and share alike. But stop and consider for a moment. Property is theft, you say. But go to your corner grocery and tell the grocer that you deny his title to the sack of prunes which he exhibits in the front of his counter. He will tell you that he has paid for them, but you answer that the prunes were raised on stolen land and shipped to him over a railroad whose franchise was obtained by bribery. Will that convince the grocer? It will not. Neither will it convince the policeman or the judge, nor will it convince the voters of the country. Most people have a deeply rooted conviction that there are rights to property, now definitely established and made valid by law. If you have paid taxes on land for a certain period, the land belongs to you. And I am sure you might agitate from now to kingdom come without persuading the American people that New Mexico ought to be returned to Mexico, or the western prairies to the Indian tribes. Such are the facts. Now, let us apply them to the right of exploitation, embodied in the ownership of a certain number of bonds or shares of stock in the United States Steel Corporation. Pass a law, says the socialist, providing for the taking over of United States Steel by the government. At once to every owner comes one single thought: are you going to buy the stock, or are you going to confiscate it? If you attempt confiscation, the courts will declare the law unconstitutional, and you either have to defy the courts, which is revolutionary action, or to amend the Constitution. If you adopt the latter course, you have before you a long period of agitation. You have to carry both houses of Congress by a 2/3 majority, and the legislatures of 3/4 of the states. You have to do this in the face of the most bitter and infuriated opposition of those who are defending what they regard as their rights. You have to meet the arguments of the entire capitalist press of the country, and you have the certainty of widespread bribery of your elected officials. The prospect of doing all this under the forms of law seems extremely discouraging. So come the syndicalists, saying, "Let us seize the factories and stop the exploitation at the point of production." So come the communists, saying, "Let us overthrow capitalist government and break the net of bourgeois legality and establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, which will put an end to privilege and class domination all at once." What are we to say to these different programs? Suppose we buy out the stockholders of United States Steel, and issue to them government bonds. What have we accomplished? Nothing, say the advocates of confiscation. We have changed the form of exploitation, but the substance of it remains the same. The stockholders get their money from the United States government instead of from United States Steel Corporation, but they get their money just the same, the product not of their labor, but of the labor of the steel workers. Suppose we carried out the same procedure all along the line. Suppose the government took over all industries and paid for their securities with government bonds. Then we should have capitalism administered by a capitalist government instead of by our present masters of industry. We should have a state capitalism instead of a private capitalism. We should have the government buying and selling products and exploiting labor and paying over the profits to an hereditary, privileged class. The capitalist system would go on just the same, except that labor would have one all-powerful tyrant instead of many lesser tyrants, as at present. So argue the advocates of confiscation. And the advocates of purchase reply that in buying the securities of United States Steel, we should fix the purchase price at the present market value of the property, and that price, once fixed, would be permanent. All future unearned increment of the steel industry would belong to the government instead of to private owners. Consider, for example, what happened during the World War. When I was a boy, soon after the Steel Trust was launched, its stock was down to something like $6, and I knew small investors who lost every dollar they had put in. But during the war, steel stocks soared to $136 per share. It paid dividends of some 30% per year and accumulated enormous surpluses besides. The same thing was true of practically all the big corporations. According to the Secretary of the Treasury, McAdoo, there were coal companies which paid as high as 800% per year. That is to say, the profits in 1 year were 8 times the total investment. Assuming that our government bonds paid 5%, it appears that the owners of these coal companies got 160 times as much under our present private property system as they would have got under a system of state purchase. Even completely dominated by capitalism as our courts are today, they would not dare require us to pay for industries more than 6% on the market value of the investment. And from what I know of the inside graft of American big business, that would be restricting the private owners to less than 1/4 of what they are getting at present. We have already pointed out the economies that can be made by putting industry under a uniform system. But all these, important as they are, amount to little in comparison with the one great consideration, which is that by purchasing large-scale industry, we should break the iron ring. We should thenceforth be able to do our manufacturing for use instead of for profit. And so we should put an end to unemployment. Our cheerful workers would throng into the factories to produce for themselves instead of for masters, and in 1 year of that we should so change the face of our country that a return to the system of private ownership would be unthinkable. In 1 year we could raise production to such a point that the interest on the bonds we had issued would be like the crumbs left over from a feast. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67. Expropriating the expropriators. Discusses the dictatorship of the proletariat and its chances for success in the United States. I am aware that the suggestion of paying for the industries we socialize will sound tame and uninspiring to a lot of ardent young radicals of my acquaintance. They will shake their heads sadly and say that I am getting middle-aged and tired. We have seen in Russia and Hungary and other places so many illustrations of the quick and easy way to expropriate the expropriators, that now there is in every country a considerable group of radicals who will hear to no program less picturesque than barricades and councils of action. In considering this question, I set aside all considerations of abstract right or wrong, the justification for violence and the overthrow of capitalist society. I put the question on the basis of cash, pure and simple. It will cost a certain amount of money to buy out the owners, and that money will have to be paid as it is paid at present, out of the labor of useful workers. The workers don't want to pay any more than they have to. The question they must consider is, which way will they have to pay most? The advocates of the dictatorship of the proletariat are lured by the delightful prospect of not having to pay anything. And if that were really possible, it would undoubtedly be the better way. But we have to consider this question: is the program of not having to pay anything a reality, or is it only a dream? Suppose it should turn out that we have to pay anyhow, and that in the case of violent revolution we pay much more. and in addition run serious risk of not getting what we pay for. Here are enormous industries running at full blast, and it is proposed that some morning the workers shall rise up and seize them and turn out the owners and managers and run the industries themselves. Will anybody maintain that this can be done without stopping production in those factories for a single day? Certainly production must stop during the time you are fighting for possession, and the cruel experience of Russia proves that it will stop during the further time you are fighting to keep possession and to put down counter-revolutionary conspiracies. Also, alas, it will stop during the time you are looking for somebody who knows how to run that industry. It will stop during the time you are organizing your new administrative staff. You may discover to your consternation that it stops during the time you are arranging to get other industries to give you credit and to ship you raw materials. Also during the time you are finding the workers in other industries who want your product and are able to pay for it with something that you can use or that you can sell in a badly disorganized market. And all the time that you are arranging these things, you are going to have the workers at your back, not getting any pay, or being paid with your paper money, which they distrust, and growling and grumbling at you because you are not running things as you promised. You see, the mass of the workers are not going to understand, because you haven't made them understand. You have brought about the great change by your program of a dictatorship, of action by an enlightened minority, and now you have the terror that the unenlightened majority may be won back by their capitalist masters and may kick you out of control, or even stand you up against the wall and shoot you by a firing squad. And all the time you are worrying over these problems, who can estimate the total amount the factory might have been producing if it had been running at full blast? Whatever that difference is, remember, it is paid by the workers, and might that sum not just as well have been used to buy out the owners? If we were back in the old days of hand labor and crude, unorganized production, I admit that the only way to benefit the slaves might be to turn out the masters by force. But here we have a social system of infinite complexity, a delicate and sensitive machine which no one person in the world and no group of persons understands thoroughly. In the running of such a machine, a slight blunder may cost a fortune, and certainly all the skill, all the training, all the loyal services of our expert engineers and managers is needed if we are to remodel that machine while keeping it running. The amount of wealth which we could save by the achieving of that feat would be sufficient to maintain a class of owners in idleness and luxury for a generation. And so I say, with all the energy and conviction I possess, pay them. Pay them anything that is necessary in order to avoid civil war and social disorganization. Pay them so much that they can have no possible cause of complaint, that the most hidebound, capitalist-minded judge in the country cannot find a legal flaw in the bargain. Pay them so that every engineer and efficiency expert and manager and foreman and stenographer and office boy will stay on the job and work double time to put the enterprise through. Pay them such a price that even Judge Gary and John D. Rockefeller will be willing to help us do the job of social readjustment. Ah, yes, my radical friends will say, that sounds all very beautiful, but it's the old utopian dream of brotherhood and class cooperation. That will never happen on this earth until you have first abolished capitalism. My answer is, it could happen tomorrow if we had sufficient intelligence to make it happen. That it does not happen is simply absence of intelligence. And will anyone maintain that it is the part of an intelligent man to advocate a less intelligent course than he knows? What is the use of our intelligence if we abdicate its authority and give ourselves up to programs of action which we know are blind and destructive and wasteful? We may see a great vessel going on the rocks, we may feel certain that it is going, in spite of everything we can do, but shall we fail to do what we can to make those in the vessel realize how they might get safely into harbor? We have had the Russian Revolution before us for 4 years. Mankind will spend the next 100 years in studying it, and still have much to learn, but the broad outlines of the great experiment are now plain before our eyes. Russia was a backward country, and she tried to fight a modern war, and it broke her down. She had practically no middle class, and her ruling class was rotten, and so the revolutionists had their chance, and they seized it. Perhaps it would be more correct to say that they came to the rescue of Russia, saving her from the hands of those who were trying to force her to fight when she was utterly exhausted and incapable of fighting. Anyhow, here was your dictatorship of the proletariat. It turned out all the executive experts, or nearly all of them, because they were tainted with the capitalist psychology, and then straightway it had to call them back and make terms with them, because industry could not be run without them. And of course these engineers and managers sabotaged the revolution. Every non-proletarian sabotaged it, both inside Russia and outside. You denounced this and protested against this, but all the same it happened. It was human nature that it should happen, and it is one of the things you have to count on in any and every country where you attempt the social revolution by minority action. They have got power in Russia, and they dream of getting power in America in the same way. But there is no such disorganization in our country as there was in Russia, and it would take a generation of civil strife to bring us to such a condition. We have a middle class, powerful, thoroughly organized, and thoroughly conscious. Moreover, this class has ideals of majority rule, which are bred in its very bones, and while they have never realized these ideals, they think they have, and they are prepared to fight to the last gasp in that belief. All that the leaders of Moscow have to do is to bring about an attempt at forcible revolution, and they will discover in American society sufficient power of organization and of brutal action to put their movement out of business for a generation. 100 years ago, we had chattel slavery firmly fixed as the industrial system of one half of the United States. To far-seeing statesmen, it was manifest that chattel slavery was a wasteful system and that it could not exist in competition with free labor. There was a great American, Henry Clay, who came forward with a proposition that the people of the United States, through their government, should raise the money, about $1 billion, and compensate the owners of all slaves and set them free. For most of his lifetime, Henry Clay pleaded for this plan. But the masters of the South were making money fast. They knew how to handle the Negro as a slave. They could not imagine handling him as a free laborer, and they would not hear to the plan. On the other side of Mason and Dixon's line were fanatical men of principle, who said that slavery was wrong, and that was the end of it. There is a stanza by Emerson discussing this question of confiscation versus compensation. Pay ransom to the owner, and fill the bag to the brim. Who is the owner? The slave is owner, and ever was. Pay him. This, you see, is magnificent utterance, but as economic philosophy it is reckless and unsound. The abolitionists of the North took up this poem, and the slave power of the South answered with a battle song. War to the hilt, theirs be the guilt who fetter the freeman to ransom the slave. And so the issue had to be fought out. It cost 1 million human lives and 5 billions of treasure, and it set American civilization back a generation. And now we confront exactly the same kind of emergency. and are coming to exactly the same method of solution. We have white wage slaves clamoring for their freedom, and we have businessmen making money out of them, and exercising power over them, and finding it convenient and pleasant. They are going to fight it out in a civil war, and which side is going to win, I am not sure. But when the historians come to write about it a couple of generations from now, let them be able to record that there were a few men in the country who pleaded for a sane and orderly and human solution of the problem, and who continued to voice their convictions even in the midst of the cruel and wasteful strife. End of chapter 67. Chapters 68 and 69 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 68. The Problem of the Land discusses the land values tax as a means of social readjustment and compares it with other programs. The writer of this book has been watching the social process for 20 years, trying to figure out one thing: how the change from competition to cooperation can be brought about with the minimum of human waste. He has come to realize that the first step is a mental one, to get the people to want the change. That means that the program must be simple, so that the masses can understand it. As a social engineer, you might work out a perfect plan, but find yourself helpless because it was hard to explain. As illustration of what I mean, I cite the single tax, a theory which has a considerable hold in America, but which politically has been utterly ineffective. A few years ago, a devoted enthusiast in Southern California, Luke North, started what he called the Great Adventure, to set free the idle land. In the campaign of 1918, I gave my help to this movement, and when it failed, I went back and took stock and revised my conclusions concerning the single tax. Theoretically, the movement has a considerable percentage of right on its side. Land, in the sense that single taxers use it, meaning all the natural sources of wealth, is certainly an important basis of exploitation. And if you were to tax land values to the full extent, you would abolish a large portion of privilege. Just how large would be hard to figure. I was perfectly willing to begin with that portion, so I helped with the Great Adventure. But a practical test convinced me that it could never persuade a majority of the people. The single tax proposal is to abolish all taxes except the tax on land values. Then come the associations of the bankers and merchants and real estate speculators, crying in outraged horror, "What? You propose to let the rich man's stocks and bonds go free? You propose to put no tax on his cash in the vaults and on his wife's jewels? You propose to abolish the income tax and the inheritance tax, and put all the costs of the government on the poor man's lot?" Now, of course, I know perfectly well that the rich man dodges most of his income tax and most of his inheritance tax. I know that he pays a nominal pittance on his cash in the bank and on his wife's jewels, and likewise on his stocks and bonds. I know that the corporations issuing these stocks and bonds would be far more heavily hit by a tax on the natural resources they own. They could not evade this tax, and they know it, and that is why they are moved to such deep concern for the fate of the poor man and his lot. I know that the tax on the poor man's lot would be infinitesimal in comparison with the tax on the great corporation. But how can I explain all this to the poor man? To understand it requires a knowledge of the complexities of our economic system, which the voters simply have not got. How much easier to take the bankers and speculators at their word, to answer, "All right, gentlemen, since you like the income and inheritance taxes, the taxes on stocks and bonds and money and jewels, we will leave these taxes standing. Likewise, we assent to your proposition that the poor man should not pay taxes on his lot, while there are rich men and corporations in our state holding 20 million acres of land out of use for purposes of speculation. We will therefore arrange a land values tax on a graduated basis, after the plan of the income tax. We will allow $1,000 or $2,000 worth of land exempt from all taxation, provided it is used by the owner, and we will put a graduated tax on all individuals and corporations owning a greater quantity of land, so that, in the case of individuals and corporations owning more than $10,000 worth of land, we will take the full rental value, and thus force all idle land into the market. Now, the provision above outlined would have spiked every single argument used by the opposition to the great adventure in California in 1918. It would have made the real intent of the measure so plain as to win automatically the additional votes needed to carry the election. But I tried for 3 years without being able to persuade a single one of the great adventure leaders to recognize this plain fact. The single taxer has his formula: the land values tax and no other tax, and all else is heresy. Actually, the president of a big single tax organization in the East declared that by the advocacy of my idea, I had betrayed the single tax. We may take this as an illustration of the difference between dogmatism and science in the strategy of the class struggle. I first suggested my program immediately after the war, with the provision that the land thrown on the market should be purchased by the state and used to establish cooperative agricultural colonies for the benefit of returned soldiers. But we have preferred to have our returned soldiers stay without work, or to displace the men and women who had been gallantly doing their bit. By this means, we soon had 5 million men out of work, and many other millions bitterly discontented with their wages. Again, I took up the proposition for a graduated land tax, with the suggestion that the money should be used to provide a pension, first for every dependent man or woman over 60 years of age in the country, and second for every child in the country whose parents were unable properly to support it, whether because they were dead or sick or unemployed. You may note that in advocating this program, you would not have to convert anybody to any foreign theories, nor would you have to use any long words. You would not have to say anything against the Constitution, nor to break any law, nor to give occasion for patriotic mobs to tar and feather you. To every poor man in your state you could say, if you own your own house and lot, this bill will lift the taxes from both, and therefore it will mean $50 or $100 a year in your pocket. If you do not own a home, it will take millions of idle acres out of the hands of the speculators and break the price of real estate so that you can have either a lot in the city or a farm in the country with ease. Furthermore, you could say, this measure will have the effect of drawing the unemployed from the cities at once, and so stopping the downward course of wages. At the same time that wages hold firm, the cost of food will go down, because there will be millions more men working on the land. In addition to that, the state will have an enormous income, many millions of dollars a year, taken exclusively from those who are owning and not producing. This money will be expended in saving from suffering and humiliation the old people of the country who have worked hard all their lives and have been thrown on the scrap heap. Also in making certain that every child in the country has food enough and care enough to make him into a normal and healthy human being, so that he can do his share of the work in the world and pay his own way through life. I submit the above measure to those who believe that the road to social freedom lies by some sort of land tax. But before you take it up, I invite you to consider whether there may not be some other way, even easier. There's a homely old saying to the effect that molasses catches more flies than vinegar. And I am always looking for some way that will get the poor what they want without frightening the rich any more than necessary. I know a certain type of radical whom this question always exasperates. He answers that the opposition will be equally strong to any plan, the rich will do anything for the poor except to get off their backs, and so on. In reply, I mention that among the most ardent radicals I know are half a dozen millionaires. I know one woman who is worth $1 million, who pleads day and night for social revolution, while the people who work for her are devoted and respectful wage slaves. Herbert Spencer said that his idea of a tragedy was a generalization killed by a fact. I shall not say that the existence of millionaire socialists and parlor Bolsheviks kills the theory of the class struggle, but I certainly say that it compels us to take thought of the rich as well as of the poor in planning the strategy of our campaign. And manifestly, if we want to consider the rich, the very last device we shall use is that of a tax. Nobody likes to pay taxes. Everybody agrees in classifying taxes with death. Each feels that he is paying more than his share already. Each knows that the government which collects the tax is incompetent, or worse. And stop and recall what we have proven about the iron ring, the possibilities of production latent in our society. Realize the bearings of this all-important fact, that we can offer to mankind a social revolution which will make everybody richer instead of making some people poorer. Exactly how to do this is the next thing we have to inquire. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69. The control of credit. Deals with money, the part it plays in the restriction of industry, and may play in the freeing of industry. How is it that the rich are becoming richer? The single taxer answers that it is by monopoly of the land, the natural sources of wealth. The socialist answers that it is by the control of the machinery of production. But if you go among the rich and make inquiry, you speedily learn that these factors, large as they are, amount to little in comparison with another factor, the control of credit. There are hosts of little capitalists and businessmen who deal in land and produce goods with machinery, but the men who make the real fortunes and dominate the modern world are those who control credit, and whose business it is, not the production of anything, but speculation and the manipulation of markets. Money makes the mare go, our ancestors used to say, and money today determines the destiny of empires. What is money? We think of it as gold and silver coins, and pieces of engraved paper promising to pay gold and silver coins. But the report of the U.S. Comptroller of the Currency for 1919 shows that the business of the country was done 5% by such means and 95% by checks. So for practical purposes, we may say that money consists of men's willingness to trust other men, or groups or organizations of men, when they make written promises to pay. In other words, money is credit, and the control of credit means the control of industry. The problem of social readjustment is mainly but the problem of taking the control of credit out of the hands of private individuals and making it a public or social function. Who controls credit today? The bankers. And how do they control it? We give it to them. We, the masses of the people, who take them our money and leave it with them. and very little real money in hand becomes, under our banking system, the basis of a great amount of imaginary money. The Federal Reserve Law requires the bank shall hold in reserve from 7 to 13% of demand deposits, which means, in substance, that when you leave $1 with the banker is allowed, under the law, to turn that dollar into anywhere from $7 to $13 and lend those dollars out. In addition, he deposits his reserves with the Federal Reserve Bank, and that bank keeps only 35% in reserve. In other words, the 7 to 13 imaginary dollars are multiplied again by 3. Under the stress of war, this process of credit inflation has been growing like the genie let out of the bottle. Under the law, the Federal Reserve banks are supposed to hold a gold reserve of 40% to secure our currency. But in December 1919, these banks held a trifle over $1 billion worth of gold, while our paper money was over $4 billion. In addition, our banks have over 33 billions of deposits, and all these are supposed to be secured by gold. In addition, there are 25 billions of government bonds, and uncounted billions of private notes, bonds, and accounts, all supposed to be payable in gold. So it appears that about 1% of our outstanding money is real, and the rest is imaginary. That is, it is credit. The point for you to get clear is this: the great mass of this imaginary money is created by law, and we have the power to abolish it or to change the ownership of it at any time we develop the necessary intelligence. Let us consider the ordinary paper money, the $1 and $2 and $5 and $10 bills with which we plain people do most of our business. These are Federal Reserve notes, and there are about 3 billions of them. How did they come to be? Why, we grant to the national banks by law the right to make this money. The government prints it for them, and they put it into circulation. And what does it cost them? They pay 1% for the use of the money. In some cases, they pay only 0.5%, and then they lend it to us, the people. And what do they charge us? The answer is available in a recent report of the U.S. Comptroller of the Currency, as follows. I have the record of the loans made by one Texas national bank to a hard-working woman who owned a little farm a few miles from town. She borrowed in the aggregate $2,375, making about 30 loans during the year. Listen to the details of the robbery. $162.50 for 30 days at 36%. $377 for 34 days at 44%. $620.25 for 23 days at 77%. $11 for 30 days at 120%. $21.50 for 30 days at 90%. $33 for 2 days at 93%, $27 for 15 days at 195%, $110 for 30 days at 120%. That was to buy a horse for her plowing. $20 for 48 days at 187%, $6 for 10 days at 720%, $7 for 3 days at 2,000%, and so on, every cent paid off by what sweat and struggle only God knows. In Oklahoma, where the legal rate of interest is 6%, with 10% as the maximum under special contract, harassed farmers paid all the way from 12 to 2,400%, with 40% as the average. In the case of one bank, the comptroller proved that not a single solitary loan had been made under 15%. He cited one particular case that he asked to be regarded as typical. In the spring, the farmer went to the bank and arranged for a loan of $200. Out of his necessity, he was compelled to pay 55% interest charge. Unable to meet the note at maturity, he had to agree to 100% interest in order to get the renewal. The next renewal forced him to pay up to 125%. For 4 years the thing went on, and all the drudgery of the father and the mother and the 6 children could never keep down the terrible interest or wipe out the principal. As a finish, the bank swooped down and sold him out. The wretched man, barefoot and hungry, went to work clearing a swamp, caught pneumonia, and died. The county buried him, and neighbors raised a purse to send the widow and children back to friends in Arkansas. This is the thing called the money trust in action, and this is the power we have to take out of private control. It is our first job, and all other jobs are in comparison hardly worth mentioning. How are we going to do it? The farmers of North Dakota have shown one way. They took the control of their state government into their own hands, and the most important and significant thing they did was to start a public bank. The interests fought them tooth and nail, not merely the interests of North Dakota, not merely of the Northwest, but of the entire United States. They fought them in the law courts up to the United States Supreme Court, which decided in favor of the people of North Dakota. Therefore, make note of this vital fact, the most important single fact in the strategy of the class struggle. Every state can, under the Constitution, have a public bank. Every city and town can have one, and no court can ever forbid it. Therefore, I say to all socialists, labormen, and social reformers of every shade and variety, nail at the top of your program of action the demand for a public bank in your community, to take the control of credit out of the hands of speculators and use it for the welfare of the people. Make it your first provision that every dollar of public money shall be deposited in this bank, and every detail of public financing handled by this bank. Make it your second provision that the purpose of this bank shall be to put all private banks out of business, and to take over their powers for the people. At present, you understand, it is taken for granted that the first purpose of the government is to foster the private credit system. Take, for example, the Postal Savings Bank. The private banks fought this for a generation, and finally they allowed us to have it, on condition that it should be turned into a device for collecting money for them. Our postal bank turns over all its money to the private banks at the grotesque rate of 2% interest. And recently I read of the director of the postal bank appearing before a convention of bankers, asking for some small favor, and humbly explaining that it was not his idea to make the postal bank a rival of the private savings banks. Why should he not do so? Let us nail it to our radical program that the Postal Savings Bank is to fight for business, just as do the private banks, and lend its funds direct to the people on good security. Let our federal banking system also become the servant of the public welfare, and let its energy be devoted to breaking the stranglehold of predatory finance on our industry. Let the government issue all the money, and use it for the transfer of industry from private into public hands. Do we want to socialize our railroads, our coal mines, our telegraphs and telephones? Do we want to buy them in order to avoid the waste of civil war and insurrection? We have agreed that we do, and here we have the way of doing it. If the bankers can create out of our willingness to trust them billions upon billions of imaginary money, then so can we, the people of the United States, create money out of our willingness to trust ourselves. And do not let anybody fool you for a single second by talking about fiat money and inflation of currency. If you are paying twice as much for everything as you did before the war, you are paying it because the bankers have doubled the amount of money in circulation. For that reason and that alone. That double money the bankers own. The only question now to be decided is, who is to own the double money that will be created tomorrow? Make note of the fact that it costs nothing to start a public bank. If you want to put the Steel Trust out of business by competition, you have several $100,000 worth of rolling mills and ore land to buy. But the banks can be put out of business by nothing but a law. The material parts of a bank, the white marble columns and bronze railings and mahogany trimmings, are as nothing compared with the inner soul of a bank, its control of the lifeblood of your business and mine. And this we can have for the taking. We can keep our own credit instead of sending it to Wall Street, where the speculators use it to bleed us white. We could set it to building up our own community under the direction of officials whom we select. Also, we can have our gigantic national bank controlling all our 33 billions of dollars of deposits, and likewise the hundreds of billions of credit built upon them. The first time you suggest this plan to a banker or businessman, you will be told that increase of money by the government does not benefit labor or the general consumer. Inflation of currency causes prices to go up correspondingly. To this I will furnish an effective reply, that at the same time the government issues new money, the government will also fix prices. And then watch the face of your banker or businessman. If he is a man who can really think, and is not just repeating like a parrot the formulas he has learned from others, he will perceive that the combination of currency inflation and price fixing would catch him as the two parts of a nutcracker catch a nut. And he will know that you can take the meat out of him any time you please. He may argue that it is not fair, but point out to him that it is exactly what the big banks and trusts have been doing to us right along, increasing the amount of money in circulation and at the same time raising the prices we pay for goods, and so taking out the meat from us nuts. We have agreed that we do not mean to be unfair either to the banker or the manufacturer. We are simply going to stop their being unfair to us. We are going to convince them that their power to catch us in a nutcracker is forever at an end. We allow them 6% on their investments, and guarantee them this by turning over to them some of our new money, that is, government bonds. When we have thoroughly convinced them that they can't get any more, they will take these bonds and quit. And thus, simply without violence or destruction of property, we shall slide from our present system of commercial cannibalism into the new cooperative commonwealth. We have had cheap money campaigns in the United States many times, and as this book is written, it becomes evident that we are to have another. Henry Ford is advocating the idea, and so is Thomas A. Edison. The present writer would like to make plain that in supporting such a program, he does it for one purpose and one only, the taking over of the industries by the community. The creation of state credit for that purpose is the next step in the progress of human society. Whereas the creation of state credit for the continuance of the profit system is a piece of futility amounting to imbecility. This distinction is fundamental and is the test by which to judge the usefulness of any new program and the intelligence of those who advocate it. End of chapter 69. Chapters 70, 71, and 72 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 70. the control of industry, discusses various programs for the change from industrial autocracy to industrial democracy. The program of the railway workers for the democratic management of their industry is embodied in the Plum Plan. You may learn about it by addressing the weekly paper of the Railway Brotherhoods, which is called Labor, and is published in Washington, D.C. It appears that our transportation industry can be at once socialized because of a clause in the Constitution which gives the national government power over roads and communications. Through decades of mismanagement under the system of private greed, the railroads have been brought to such a financial condition that they will be forced into nationalization whenever we stop them from dipping their fingers into the public treasury. Under the Plum Plan, the government is to purchase the roads from their present owners, paying with government bonds. The management is to be under the control of a board consisting in part of representatives of the government and in part of the workers, this being a combination of the methods of socialism and syndicalism. The same program can be applied constitutionally to telegraphs and telephones, to interstate trolley systems, express companies, oil pipelines, and all other means of interstate communication and distribution. The Plum Plan also deals with coal and steel and other great industries. This could not be nationalized without a constitutional amendment, but it appears that in the majority of the constitutions of the states are provisions that all corporate charters are held subject to the power of the legislature to amend, modify, or revoke the same. That gives us a right to take over these corporations through state action. The only preliminary is to elect state administrations which will represent us instead of representing the corporations. Also, most state constitutions contain the provision that no corporation shall issue its stocks or bonds except for money, labor, or property actually received. The word labor gives the opening wedge for the Plum Plan. The state can purchase these industries, giving bonds in exchange, and can issue to the workers labor stock, which stock will carry part control of the industry. Also, the railroad brotherhoods have started their own bank in Cleveland, Ohio, and it is proving an enormous success. Make note of this point. Every large labor union can have its own bank to finance its industries and its propaganda. Stop and consider how preposterous it is that the 5 million organized workers of the United States should deposit their hundreds of millions of savings in capitalist banks to be used to finance private undertakings which crush unions and hold labor in bondage. Let every big labor union have its own building, its own banking and insurance business, its own vacation camp in the country, its own school for the training of its future leaders. Also, let every labor council in every big city start a labor daily to tell the workers the truth and point the way to freedom. Let every farmers' organization follow suit, and let these groups get together to exchange their products upon a cooperative basis. Already, the railway men are arranging with the farmers to buy the farm products and distribute them cooperatively. They are getting together with the clothing workers to have the latter make clothing for them, and with the shoe workers to make shoes. This is the cooperative movement, which has become the largest single industry in Great Britain, and is the backbone of industrial democracy and sound radicalism. It is spreading rapidly in America now. It is taking the money of the people out of the control of the profit system and diverting it into channels of public service. It is training men to believe in brotherhood instead of in greed. It is giving them business experience so that when the time comes, the taking over of our industrial machine will not have to be done by amateurs, but by men who know what cooperation is and how to make a success of it. This work will go on more rapidly yet when the workers have united politically and brought into power a government which will assist them instead of assisting the bankers. A most interesting program for the development of working-class financial credit is known as the Douglas Plan, which is advocated by a London weekly, The New Age, and is explained in two books called Economic Democracy and Credit Power and Democracy by Douglas and Orage. This program is in brief that the furnishing of credit shall become a function of organized labor based upon the fact that the true and ultimate basis of all credit is the power of hand and brain labor to produce wealth. The labor unions, or guilds, shall pay the management of industry and pay capital for the use of the industrial plant, and shall finance production and new industrial development out of their credit power, their ability to promise production, and to keep their promises. This Douglas Plan seeks to break the money trust by the method of syndicalism. Another method of breaking it, through state regulation of bank loans, you will find most completely set forth in an extremely able book, The Stranglehold, by H.C. Cutting, an American businessman whom you may address at San Lorenzo, California. Another method, utilizing the third factor in industry, the consumer, is the method of banking by consumers' unions. Such are the Raiffeisen banks, widely known in Germany, and a specimen of which exists in the single tax colony at Arden, Delaware. Those who wish to know about the cooperative bank or other forms of cooperation may apply to the Cooperative League of America, 2 West 13th Street, New York, whose president is Dr. James P. Warbasa. Information concerning public ownership may be had from the Public Ownership League, 127 North Dearborn Street, Chicago. Also from the Socialist Party, 220 South Ashland Boulevard, Chicago, and from the Bureau of Social Research of the Rand School of Social Science, New York. Also, I ought to mention the very interesting plan for social reconstruction set forth by Mr. King C. Gillette, inventor of the safety razor. This plan you may find in your public library in 2 encyclopedic volumes, Gillette's Social Redemption and Gillette's World Solution. The politician seeks to solve the industrial problem by means of the state, and the labor leader seeks to solve it by the unions. It is to be expected that Mr. Gillette, a capitalist, should seek to solve it by means of the corporation. He points out that the modern trust is the greatest instrument of production yet invented by man, and he asks why the people should not form their own trust to handle their own affairs and to purchase and take over the industries from their present private masters. It is interesting to note that Mr. Gillette's solution is fully as radical and thoroughgoing as those of the state socialists or the syndicalists. The People's Corporation, which he projects and plans someday to launch upon the world, would be a gigantic consumers' union, whose credit power would speedily dominate and absorb all other powers in modern society. It would make us all stockholders and give us our share of the benefits of social productivity. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71, The New World, describes the cooperative commonwealth, beginning with its money aspects, the standard wage, and its variations. It has been indicated that the new society will be different in different countries and in different parts of the same country, in different industries and at different times. No one can predict exactly what it will be, and anyone who tries to predict is unscientific. But every man can work out his own ideas about the most economical and sensible arrangements for a cooperative society. And in these final chapters, I set forth my ideas. One of the first things people ask is, will there be money in the new society? Or, how will labor be rewarded and goods paid for? I answer that there will be money, and the business methods of the new society will be so nearly the same as at present that in this respect you would hardly realize there had been any change. The only difference will be that in the new society you will be paid several times as much for your labor, or, if you prefer to put it the other way, you will be able to buy several times as much with your money. Why should we waste our time working out systems of credit cards when we already have a system in the form of gold and silver coins and paper currency? Why should we bother with labor checks when we have a banking and clearinghouse system understood by everyone but the illiterate? The only difference we shall make is that nobody can get gold and silver coins or paper currency except by performing labor to pay for them. Nobody can have money in the bank and draw checks against it until he has rendered to society an equivalent amount of service. When you have earned your money in the new world, you'll spend it wherever you please and for whatever you please. The only difference being that the price you pay will be the exact labor cost of producing that article, with no deduction for any form of exploitation. As I wrote 16 years ago in the Industrial Republic, you will be able to get, if you insist upon it, a 7-legged spider made of diamonds. And the only question society will ask is, have you performed services equivalent to the material and labor necessary to the creating of that unusual article of commerce? Of course, society won't put you in that complicated formula. It will simply ask, have you got the price? Which, you observe, is exactly the question society asks you at present. The next thing that everybody wants to know is, shall we all be paid the same wages? I answer, yes and no, because there will be 3 systems of payment. There will be a basic wage, which everybody will get for every kind of useful service necessary to production. This will be, as it were, the foundation of our economic structure. On top of this will be built a system of special payments for special services, which are of an intellectual nature and cannot be standardized and dealt with wholesale. In addition, there will be, for a time, a third arrangement applying to agricultural work, which is in a different stage of development, and to which different conditions apply. Let us take first our standard wage. The census of our utopian commonwealth reveals that we have 10 million able-bodied workers engaged in mining, manufacturing, and transportation. This including, of course, office work and management, everything that enters into these industries. By scientific management, the best machinery, and the elimination of all possible waste, we find that they produce $80 million worth of goods an hour. A portion of this we have to set aside to pay for the raw materials which they do not produce, and for the upkeep of the plant, and for margin of error, what our great corporations call a surplus. We find that we have $50 million per hour left, and that means that we can pay for labor $5 per hour, or $20 for the regular 4-hour day. This is our standard wage, received by all able-bodied workers. But quickly we find that our industries are not properly balanced. A great many men want to work at the jobs which are clean and pleasant, such as delivering mail, and very few want to work at washing dishes in restaurants and cleaning the sewers. There is no way we can adjust this except by paying a higher wage, or by reducing the number of hours in the working day, which is the same thing. The only other method would be to have the state assign men to their work, and that would be bureaucracy and slavery, the essence of everything we wish to get away from in our cooperative commonwealth. What we shall have, so far as concerns our basic industries, is a government department registering with mathematical accuracy the condition of supply and demand in all the industries of the country. Our demand for shoes is increasing. For some reason or other, 1,000 more shoe workers are needed. Therefore, the price of labor in the shoe industry is increased 5 cents per day, or whatever amount will draw that number of workers from other occupations. On the other hand, there are too many people applying for the job of driving trucks. Therefore, we reduce slightly the compensation for this work. There are more men who want jobs in Southern California than in Alaska. Therefore, the payment for the same grade of work in Alaska has to be higher. All this is not merely speculation. It is not a matter of anybody's choice. It is an automatic, self-adjusting system, subject to precise calculations. The only change from our present system is from guesswork to exact measurement. At present, we do not know how many shoes our country will require next season. Neither do we know how many shoes are going to be made. Neither do we know how many people can make shoes, nor how many would like to learn, nor how many would like to quit that job and take to farming. It would be the simplest matter in the world to find out these things. Far simpler than it was to register all our possible soldiers and examine them physically and mentally and train them and feed them and ship them overseas to can the Kaiser. Of course, we drafted the men for this war job, but in the New World, nobody is drafted for anything. It is any man's privilege to starve if he feels like it. It is his privilege to go out into the mountains and live on nuts and berries if he can find them. Nobody makes him go anywhere, or makes him work at anything, unless, of course, he is a convicted criminal. To the free citizen, all that society has to say is, if he buys any products, he must pay for those products with his own labor, and not with some other man's labor. Of course, he may steal or cheat, as under capitalism. Our New World has laws against stealing and cheating, and does its best to enforce them. The difference between the capitalist world and our world is merely that we make it impossible for any man to get money legally without working. Under these conditions, the average man wishes to work, and the only question remaining is, how shall he work? If he wants to work by himself and in his own way, nobody objects to it. He is able to buy anything he pleases, whether raw materials or finished products. If he wants to buy leather and make shoes after his own pattern, no one stops him. And if he can find anyone to buy these shoes, he can earn his living in that way. He is able to get land for as long a time as he wants it, by paying to the state the full rental value of that land. And if he wants to farm the land, he can do so, and sell his products. As a matter of theory, he is perfectly free to hire others to farm the land for him or with him. There is no law to prevent it. Neither is there any law to prevent his renting a factory and buying machinery and hiring labor to make the shoes. But, as a matter of practical fact, it is impossible for him to do this because the community is in the business of making shoes, and on an enormous scale, with great factories run democratically by the workers, and there is very small chance of any private businessman being able to draw the workers away from these factories. The community factories have all the latest machinery, they apply the latest methods of scientific management, and they turn out standard shoes at such a rate that private competition is unthinkable. Of course, there may be some special kind of shoes involving an intellectual element in which there can be private competition. This kind of manufacture is covered in our second method of payment. But before we discuss it, let us settle the problem of our most important basic industry, which is agriculture. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72. Agricultural production discusses the land in the New World and how we foster cooperative farming and cooperative homes. Farming the land is a very ancient industry, and while its tools have been improved, its social forms have been the same for a long time. The worker on the land is conservative, and the Russian Bolsheviks, who tried to rush their peasants into communism, found that they had only succeeded in stopping the production of food. We make no such blunder in our new society. We have found a way to abolish speculation in land and exploitation based on land ownership, while leaving the farmer free to run his business in the old way if he wants to. In our new society, we take the full rental value of all land which is not occupied and used by the state. The farmer and the city dweller alike own their land, in the sense that they have the use of it for as long as they please, but they pay to the state the rental value of the land, minus the improvements. So they cannot speculate in the land or rent it out to others, they can only use it. And they only pay for what they actually use. They may put improvements on the land with full assurance of having the use and benefit thereof, and they may sell the improvements, and the new owner enters into possession with no obligation but to pay the rental value of the unimproved land to the state. The farmer goes on raising his products, and if he wants to drive to town to deliver them to his customers, he may do so. But he finds it cheaper to market them through the great labor cooperatives and state markets. As there is no longer any private interest involved in these activities, no one has any interest in cheating him, and he gets the full value of the products, less the cost of marketing. If the farmer wishes to continue all his life in his old-style individualistic method of working the land, he is free to do so. But here is what he sees going on within a few miles of his place. The state has bought a square mile of land, and has taken down the fences and established an agricultural cooperative for purposes of experiment and demonstration. The farm is run under the direction of experts. The soils are treated with exactly the right fertilizers for each crop. The best paying crops are raised, the best seed is used, and the best machinery. The workers of this new agricultural cooperative receive the standard wage, and they live in homes specially built for them, with all the conveniences made possible by wholesale production. Also, these cooperators live in a democratic community. They determine their own conditions of labor, being represented on the governing board, along with the experts appointed by the state. The farmer watches this experiment, at first with suspicion, but he finds that his sons have less suspicion than he has, and his sons keep pointing out to them that their little farm is not making the standard wage or anything like it. And moreover, the standard wage is constantly increasing, whereas the price of farm products is dropping. And here is the state ready to direct new cooperative ventures, inviting a score of farmers in the community to combine and buy out the unwilling ones and establish a new cooperative. Sooner or later, the old farmer gives way, or he dies, and his sons belong to the new world. So ultimately, we have our national agricultural system, in which all the requirements of our people are studied, and all the possibilities of our soil and climate, and the job of raising the exact quantities of food that we need, both for our own use and for export, is worked out as one problem. We know how much lumber we need, and we raise it on all our hillsides and mountain slopes, and so protect ourselves from floods and the denuding of our continent. We know where best to raise our wheat, and where best to raise our potatoes and our cabbages, and we do not do this by crude hand labor, nor by the labor of women and children from daybreak till dark. We have special machines that plant each crop, and other machines that reap it or dig it out of the ground and prepare it for market. A few days ago I read a discussion in the Chamber of Commerce of Calcutta. Someone called attention to the wastes involved in the current method of handling rubber. One consignment of rubber had been sold more than 300 separate times, and the cost of these transactions amounted to 3 times the value of the rubber. This is only one illustration, and I might quote 1,000. If you doubt my figures as to the possibility of production in the new society, remind yourself that a large percentage of the things you use have been bought and sold many scores of times before you get them. Consider the cabbage, for which you pay 6 or 8 cents a pound in the grocery store, and for which the farmer gets, say, half a cent a pound. In this new world, the state has an enormous income derived from its tax on land values. It no longer has to send around men once a year to ask you how many diamond rings your wife has, and to tax you on your honesty, if you have any. It no longer has to make its money by such lying devices as a tariff. Therefore, its moral being is no longer poisoned by a tariff lobby. It taxes every citizen for the right to use that which nature created, and leaves free from taxation that which the citizen's own labor created. This kind of taxation is honest and fair to all, because no one can evade it. The state uses the proceeds of this land tax in the public services, the libraries and research laboratories and information bureaus, in free insurance against fire and flood and tempest, and in a pension to every member of society above the working age of 55, or below the working age of 18. Of course, the state might leave it to every man to save up for his old age, but not all men are this wise, and the state cannot afford to let the unwise ones starve. It is more convenient for the state to figure out that all men, or nearly all, are going to be old, and to hold back some of their money while they are young and strong, in the certainty that when they are old they will appreciate this service. Also, the state takes care of the sick and incapacitated, and the mentally or physically defective. But we do not leave these latter loose in the world to reproduce their defects. We have in our new world some sense of responsibility to the future, and there is nothing to which we devote more effort than making certain that nothing unsound or abnormal is allowed entrance into life. The problem of the care of children is a complicated one, and our new society is in process of solving it. We look back on the old world in which the having of children was heavily taxed, in the form of an obligation to care for these children until they were old enough to work. Then the parents were allowed to exploit the labor of the children, so that among the very poor the raising of children was a business speculation, like the raising of slaves or poultry. But in our new world, we consider the interest of the child, and of the society in which that child is to be a citizen. We decide that this society must have citizens, and that the raising of the future citizens is a work just exactly as necessary and useful as a raising of a crop of cabbages. Therefore, we pay a pension to all mothers while they are raising and caring for children. At the same time, we assert the right to see that this money is wisely spent, and that the child is really cared for. If it is neglected, we are quick to take it away from its parents and put it in one of our 24-hour-a-day schools. We realize that the home is an ancient industry, even more ancient than agriculture, and we do not try to socialize it all at once. But just as we demonstrate to farmers that the individual farm does not pay, so we demonstrate to mothers the wastefulness of the single laundry, the single kitchen, the single nursery. We establish community laundries, community kitchens, community nurseries, and invite our women to help in these activities and to learn there under expert guidance the advantages of domestic cooperation. We convince them by showing better results in the health and happiness of the children and in the time and strength of the mothers. So, little by little, we widen the field of cooperative endeavor and increase the total product of human labor and the total enjoyment of human life. End of chapter 72. Chapters 73 and 74 of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 73, Intellectual Production, discusses scientific, artistic, and religious activities as a superstructure built upon the foundation of the standard wage. Karl Kautsky, intellectual leader of the German social democracy, gives in his book, The Social Revolution, a useful formula as to the organization of the future society. This formula is communism in material production, anarchism in intellectual production. It will repay us to study this statement and see exactly what it means. Material production depends directly upon things, and as there is only a limited quantity of things in the world, if any one person has more than his share, he deprives some other person to that extent. So there have to be strict laws concerning the distribution of material products. But with intellectual things, exactly the opposite is the case. There is no limit in quantity, and any one person can have all he wants without interfering with anybody else. Everybody in the world can perform a play by Shakespeare or play a sonata by Beethoven, and everybody can enjoy it as much as he pleases, without keeping other people from enjoying it all they please. Also, material production can be standardized. We can have great factories to turn out millions of boxes of matches, each match like every other match, and the more alike they are, the better. But in intellectual affairs, we want everyone to be different, or at least we want everyone to be free to be different. And if someone can become much better than the others, this is the most important kind of production in the world, for he may make over our whole intellectual and moral life. For the production of material things, our new society has great factories, owned in common, and run by majority vote of the workers, and we place the products of that factory at the disposal of all members of society upon equal terms. That is our communism in material production. On the other hand, in our intellectual production, we leave everybody free to live his own life and to associate himself with others of like aims, and we place as few restrictions as possible upon these activities. This is the method of free association, or anarchism in intellectual production. Our problem would be simple if material and intellectual production never had to mingle. But, as it happens, every kind of intellectual production requires a certain amount of material, and every kind of material production involves an intellectual element. Therefore, our two methods have to be combined, and we have a complex problem which we have to solve in a variety of different ways, and upon which we must experiment with open minds and scientific temper. First, let us take the intellectual elements involved in the production of purely material things, such as matches and shoes and soap. Let us take invention, Naturally, we do not want to go on making matches and shoes and soap in the same old way forever. On the contrary, we want to stimulate all the workers in these industries to use their wits and improve the processes in every possible way. The whole of society has an interest in this, and the soap workers have an especial interest. Our soap industry has an invention department with a group of experts appointed by the executive committee of the National Council of Soap Workers. All soap workers are taxed, say, 5 cents a day for the support of this activity. Likewise, the state contributes a generous sum out of its income toward the work of soap research. In addition to this, the soap industry offers prizes and scholarships for suggestions as to the improvement of every detail of the work. And at meetings of every local of soap workers, somebody makes new suggestions as to methods of stimulating their intellectual life, not merely as regards soap, but as regards citizenship and art and literature and human life in general. Our soap workers, you must understand, are no longer wage slaves, brutalized by toil and poverty. They are free citizens of a free society. Our soap workers local in every city has its own theater and concert hall and lecture bureau and publishes its own magazine. Every industry has its immediate intellectual problems, its trade journals in which these are discussed, and its research boards in which they are worked out. The ambitions of the young workers in that industry are concentrated upon getting into this intellectual part of their trade. Examinations are held, and tests are made to discover the most competent men, and written suggestions are considered by boards of control. It is, of course, of great importance to every worker that the channels of promotion should be kept open, and that the man who really has inventive talent shall get, not merely distinction and promotion, but financial reward, so that he may have time and materials to continue his experiments. This research department, you perceive, is a part of superstructure built upon the foundation of our standard wage. And this same simile applies to numerous other forms of intellectual production. For example, our community paper mills turn out paper, and our community printers are prepared to turn out millions of books. How shall we determine what is to be the intellectual content of these material books? There are many different methods. First, there is the method of individualism. A man has something to say, and he writes a book. He works in the soap factory and saves a part of his standard wage, and when he has money enough, he orders the community printers to print his book, and the community booksellers to handle it for him, and the community post office to deliver it for him. Again, a group of men organize themselves into an association or club or scientific society and publish books. The Authors' League takes up the work of publishing the writings of its members, and the Poetry Society does the same. This is the method of anarchism, or free association. But there is no reason why we should not have alongside it the method of socialism. There is no reason why we should not have state publishing houses, just as we have state universities and state libraries. The state should certainly publish standard works of all sorts, Bibles and dictionaries and directories and cheap editions of the classics. In this new world, our school boards are not chosen by businessmen for the purpose of graft. They are chosen by the people to educate our children. So it seems to us perfectly natural that the National Education Association should conduct a publication department and order the printing of the school books which the children use. In the same way, anyone is free to write a play, or to put on a play and invite people to come and see it. But, like the individual farmers and the individual mothers of families, the play producer in our society is in competition with great community enterprises, which set a high standard and make competition difficult. The same thing applies to the opera, and to concerts, and to all the arts and sciences. You can start a private hospital if you wish, but you will be in competition with public institutions. And you can only succeed if you are a man of genius, that is, if you have something to teach too new and startling for the public boards of control to recognize. You try your new method, and it works, and that becomes a criticism of the public boards of control, and before long the people by their votes turn out the old board of control and put you in. That is politics, you say. But we, in our new world, do not use the word politics as one of contempt. We really believe that public sentiment is in the long run the best authority, and the appeal to public sentiment is at once a social privilege and a social service. What we strive to do is to clear the channels of appeal and avoid favoritism and stagnation. To that end, we maintain in every art and every science and every department of human thought endless numbers of centers of free, independent, cooperative activity, so that every man who has an inspiration or a new idea can find some group to support him, or can form a new group of his own. This is our anarchism in intellectual production. And it is the method under which in capitalist society men organize all their clubs and societies and churches. Devout members of the Roman Catholic Church will be startled to be told that theirs is an anarchist organization. But nevertheless, such is the case. The Catholic Church owns a great deal of property and speculates in real estate, and to that extent it is a capitalist institution. It holds a great many people by fear, and to that extent it is a feudal institution. But insofar as members of the church believe in it, and love it, and contribute of their free will to its support, they are organizing by the method which all anarchists recommend and desire to apply to the whole of society. Anarchist clubs and Christian churches are both free associations for the advocacy of certain ideas, the only difference being in the ideas they advocate. In our new world, such organizations have been multiplied many-fold, and form a vast superstructure of intellectual activity, built upon the foundation of the standard wage. In this new world, all the people are free. They are free, not merely from oppression, but from the fear of oppression. They have leisure and plenty, and they take part naturally and simply in the intellectual life. The old, of course, have not got over the dullness which a lifetime of drudgery impressed upon them, but the young are growing up in a world without classes, and in which it seems natural that everyone should be educated and everyone should have ideas. They earn their standard wage and devote their spare time to some form of intellectual or artistic endeavor, and spend their spare money in paying writers and artists and musicians and actors to stimulate and entertain them. These latter are the ways of distinction in our new society. These are the paths to power. The only rich men in our world are the men who produce intellectual goods, the great artists, orators, musicians, actors, and writers who are free to serve or not to serve as they see fit, and can therefore hold up the public for any price they care to charge. Just now, there is eager discussion going on in our world as to whether it is proper for an opera singer or a moving picture star or a novelist to make $1 million. Our newspapers are full of discussions of the question whether anyone can make $1 million honestly, and whether men of genius should exploit their public. Some point out that our most eminent opera singer spends his millions in endowing a conservatory of art, but others maintain that it would be better if he lowered his prices of admission and let the public use its money in its own way. The extremists are busy founding what they call the 10-cent society, whose members agree to boycott all singers and actors who charge more than 10 cents admission, and all moving picture stars who receive more than $100,000 a year for their service. These 10-centers do not object to paying the money, but they object to the commercializing of art, and declare especially that the moral effects of riches is such that no rich person should ever, under any circumstances, be allowed to influence the youth of the nation. In this, some of the greatest writers join them, and renounce their copyrights, and agree to accept a laureateship from some union of workers, who pay them a generous stipend for the joy and honor of being associated with their names. The greatest poet of our time began life as a newsboy, and so the National Newsvendors Society has adopted him, and taken his name, and pays him $10,000 a year for the privilege of publishing his works. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74. Mankind Remade. Discusses human nature and its weaknesses, and what happens to these in the new world. We have briefly sketched the economic arrangements of the cooperative commonwealth. Let us now consider what are the effects of these arrangements upon the principal social diseases of capitalism. The first and most dreadful of capitalism's diseases is war. And the economic changes here outlined have placed war, along with piracy and slavery, among the half-forgotten nightmares of history. We have broken the iron ring, and are no longer dependent upon foreign concessions and foreign markets for the preservation of our social system and the aggrandizement of a ruling class. We can stay quietly at home and do our own work, and as we produce nearly everything we need, we no longer have to threaten our neighbors. Our neighbors know this, and therefore they do not arm against us, and we have no pretext to arm against them. We take toward all other civilized nations the attitude which we have taken toward Canada for the past 100 years. We have a small and a highly trained army, a few regiments of which are located at strategic points over the country. This army we regard and use as we do our fire department. When there is widespread damage by fire or flood or storm or earthquake, we rush the army to the spot to attend to the work of rescue and rebuilding. Also, we have a small navy in international service, for, of course, we are no longer an independent and self-centered nation. We have come to realize that we are part of the world community and have taken our place as one state in the International Socialist Federation. We send our delegates to the World Parliament, and we place our resources at the disposal of the world government. However, it now takes but a small army and navy to preserve order in the world. We govern the backward nations, but the economic arrangements of the world are such that we are no longer driven to exploit and oppress them. We send them teachers instead of soldiers. And as there are really very few people in the world who fight for the love of fighting, we have little difficulty in preserving peace. We pay the backward peoples a fair price for their products which we need. Our world government takes no money out of these countries, but spends it for the benefit of those who live in the countries, to teach them and train their young generations for self-government. Next, what are the effects of our new arrangements upon political corruption and graft? The social revolution has broken the prestige of wealth. Money will buy things, but it no longer buys power, the right to rule other men. It no longer buys men's admiration. Everybody now has money, and nobody is any longer afraid of starvation. It is no longer the fashion to save money any more than it is the fashion to carry revolvers in drawing rooms or to wear chainmail in place of underclothing. So our political life is cleansed of the money influence. People now get power by persuading their fellows, not by buying them or threatening them. The world is no longer full of men ravenous for jobs and ready to sell their soul for a position. So it is no longer possible to build up a machine based on desire for office. The changes have resulted in an enormous intensification of our political activities. We have endless meetings and debates. We have so many propaganda societies that we cannot keep track of them. And some of these societies, like the Catholic Church, have a large membership and large sums of money at their disposal. But a few experiments at carrying elections by a campaign chest have convinced everybody that to have the facts on your side is the only permanent way to political power. Our new society is jealous of attempts to establish any sort of ruling class, and the surest way to discredit yourself is to advocate any form of barrier against freedom of discussion, or the right of the people's will to prevail. Next, what is the status of crime? We have too recently escaped from capitalism to have been able to civilize entirely our slum population, and we still have occasional crimes of violence, especially crimes of passion, but we have almost entirely eliminated those classes of crimes which had to do with property, and we have discovered that this was 95% of all crime. We have eliminated them by the simple device of making them no longer profitable. Anybody can go into our community factories, and under clean and attractive working conditions, and without any loss of prestige or social position, can earn the means of satisfying his reasonable wants by 3 hours of work a day. Almost everybody finds this easier than stealing or cheating. But more important yet, as a factor in abolishing crime, is the abolition of class domination and the prestige of wealth. We no longer have in our community a ruling class which lives without working, and which offers to the weak-minded and viciously inclined the perpetual example of luxury. We no longer set much store on jewels and fine raiment. We do not make costly things, except for public purposes, where all may enjoy them. And nobody stores great quantities of money because everyone has a guarantee of security from the state. So we are gradually putting our policemen and jailers and judges and lawyers to constructive work. Next, what about disease? The diseases of poverty are entirely done away with. We are now able to apply the knowledge of science to the whole community. And so we no longer have to do with tuberculosis and typhoid, or with rickets and anemia in children, or with heavy infant mortality. We have sterilized our unfit, the degenerates and the defectives, and so do not have to reckon with millions of children from these wretched stocks. We now give to the question of public health that prominence which in the old days we used to give to war and the suppression of crime and social protest. Our public health officers now replace our generals and admirals, and we really obey their orders. Next, as to prostitution. Just as in the case of crime, we are still too close to capitalism not to have among us the victims of social depravity, both men and women. We still have a great deal of vice which springs from untrained animal impulse, and we have some cultivated and highly sophisticated pornography. But we have entirely done away with the commercial vice, and we have done it by cutting the root which nourished it. Women in our communities are really free, and by that we do not mean the empty political freedom which existed in the days of wage slavery. We mean that women are permanently delivered from economic inferiority by the recognition on the part of the state of the money value of their special kind of work, the bearing and training of children. This kind of work not merely receives the standard wage, it also receives the best surgical and nursing treatment free. Housework and homemaking are legally recognized services, and the woman, before marriage and after her children have been nursed, is free to go into the community factories and earn for herself the standard wage, with no loss of social position. Consequently, no woman sells her sex, and no man buys it. This does not mean, of course, that we have solved the sex problem in our new society. There are two great social problems with which we have to deal. The first of these being the sex problem, and the second the race problem. Our scientists are occupied with eugenics, and we are finding out how to guide our young people in marriage so that our race may be built up and the ravages of capitalism remedied as quickly as possible. Also, we are trying to find out the laws of happiness and health in love. We are founding societies for the purpose of protecting love, and as hinted in the Book of Love, we have a determined social structure between two groups of women, the mother women and the mistress women. Those who take love gravely as a means of improving the race, and those who take it as a decoration, a form of play. Our men are embarrassed by having to choose between these groups, and occupy themselves with trying to keep the struggle from turning into civil war. Second, the race problem. Our economic changes have, of course, done away with some of the bitterest phases of this strife. White working men in the North no longer mob and murder Negro working men for taking their jobs, and in the South our land values tax prevents the landlord from exploiting either white or Negro labor. But our white race is still irresistibly bent upon preserving its integrity of blood, and the more far-seeing among the Negroes have come to realize that there can never be any real happiness for them in a society where they are denied the higher social privileges. There is a movement for the development of a genuine Negro republic in Africa and for mass emigration. Also, there is a proposition, soon to be settled at an election, for the dividing of the United States into 3 districts upon racial lines. First, there are to be in the far South 3 or 4 states which are inhabited and governed solely by Negroes, and to which white men may come only as temporary visitors; a large group of states in the North, which are white states, and to which Negroes may come only as visitors; and finally a middle group of states in which both whites and blacks are allowed to live, as at present, but with the proviso that no one may live there who takes part in any form of racial strife or agitation. This program gives to race-conscious Negroes their own land, their own civilization, their own chance of self-realization. It gives to race-conscious white men the same opportunity, and it leaves to those who are not troubled by the problem a country where black and white may dwell in quite good fellowship. Finally, what has been the effect of our economic changes upon the purely personal vices which gave us so much trouble and unhappiness in the old days? What, for example, has been the effect upon vanity? You should see our new crop of children in our high schools. There are no longer any social classes among them. The rich ones do not arrive in private automobiles to make the poor ones envious, and they do not isolate themselves in little snobbish cliques. They arrive in community automobiles, and all wear uniforms, one of the simple devices by which we repress the impulse of the young toward display of personal egotism. They are all full of health and happy play, and their heads are busily occupied with interesting ideas. Our girls are trained to thinking instead of to personal adornment. They are developing their minds instead of catching a rich husband by sexual charms. So we have been able in a single generation of training to make a real and appreciable difference in the amount of vanity and self-consciousness to be found among our young people. And the same thing applies to a score of other undesirable qualities, which, under the system of competitive commercialism, were overstimulated in human beings. In those old days, everyone was seeking his own survival, and certain qualities which had survival value became the principal characteristics of our race. Those qualities were greed and persistence in acquisitiveness, cunning and subtlety, also bragging and self-assertiveness. In that old world, people destroyed their fellows in order to make their own safety and power. They wasted goods in order to be esteemed, to preserve what they called their social position. But now, we have cut the roots of all these vile weeds. We have so adjusted the business relationships of men that we do not have to have hysterical religious revivals in order to keep the human factors alive in their hearts. We have established it as a money fact which everyone quickly realizes that it pays better to cooperate. There is more profit and less bother in being of service to others. So we have prepared a soil in which virtues grow instead of vices, and we find that people become decent and kindly and helpful without exhortation, and with no more moral effort than the average man can comfortably make. Of course, we have still personal vices to combat, and new virtues to discover and to propagate, but this has to do with the future, whereas we are here confining ourselves to those things which have been demonstrated in our new society. End of chapter 74. End of the Book of Life by Upton Sinclair.